Navi! Petrico Road! T1! DN Supers! Tai Lu! Full Sense! Gen G Esports! JD Gaming! The Vicious Esports! Shadow Esports! Sharper Esports! AGL! Virtus Pro! Team Vitality! And finally, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons! Every point earned today could be the difference between fighting for the championship or sitting on the sidelines. So get ready for fireworks and mortars.
For the players who already hit the stage yesterday, these are the final 6 games. After this, their fate is no longer in their own hands. It is time for day 2 of PUBG at HWC here in Paris.
针对这一次 EWC， 我们准备的还是很充足的，然后我们也对我们的实力还是很有信心的。
In general, we don't have an issue with anyone, but probably AL just because of the chaotic playstyle in the early game.
We're playing so many practice before EWC, and we're ready.
Our biggest rival is maybe VP. VP is a very strong team and they really work hard.
Probably say 17. They've been the most consistent team. Navi's also been very good, but I don't know. Just as ourselves, you know, how well we play.
其实小组赛我们没有什么怕的对手吧，然后因为我们的整体实力其实也不差，然后也都是老对手了，然后他们的整体风格我们也都知道。
Test ljudi.
针对这次 EWC， 我们准备的还是很充足的。
I don't want to not fight anybody. I want to fight everybody. We're gonna win.
We are a really strong team and I am confident and we can make to the...
Ko je ovo rekao Vjergo na meni? Zvučao mi je kao neki Engles, brat. Da nije možda Šrimzi.
Hello, hello, PUBG fans, as it is time to get groups A and C.
Zabolo nešto, a?
Matchroom Paperthin going to be taking you through the first couple of games as, yes, guys, Falcons are here. I know chat's been going crazy for them, waiting all day yesterday, but now finally arriving and confident on top of that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that team is always going to be confident. You feel like they have a shot going into every event. We're always going to be talking about them because of their history and their success that they've been able to find. So definitely a team to keep your eyes out for sure. I think a lot of teams in Group A that I really have some big questions about, you know, VP, the Supers, who we just just saw in that video talking about how they feel pretty confident to win this thing. They did not have a good day. They need to do a lot better.
I mean, with VP, the question marks aren't as big. It's more just
Reši, retarda bre. Tako je, Shoni.
higher. You could see that there was a little bit of dishevelment that was happening within the squad, but I think that they still should be all right. But this is also a much harder lobby than yesterday, in my opinion, specifically. But I know there's some differences on that one way or the other. Supers, though, I just gotta ask, bro, what's going on?
I just, to me, when I'm looking at them, I don't feel like they're confident to take fights. I think in this meta in particular, yes, it's very, early center circle heavy. Like, you're trying to play for kind of the hedging your bets against the chaotic circles in that regard. That's why I think a lot of teams are kind of going for that. But they often weren't looking for those third-party opportunities, weren't looking for kills. And this is something I mentioned on the broadcast yesterday, that when you look at how they've done in PGS this year, they're one of the few teams that they do like way better in placement points than kill points, and that is a rarity and a something that you just can't be doing in this game right now.
The mind-boggling one for me, hands down, mind absolutely boggled by AGAL. First game, 14th, 0 kills. Second game, 14th, 3 kills. Third game, 9th with 0 kills. Finally, we got a second place with 11 kills, and I thought maybe they were coming alive, but then no, it goes back to 12th, 0 kills, 13th, 3 kills. I know that we can talk about that there's some inconsistency in that squad, but what is going on? That squad should be able to find kills, no problem.
I agree. I mean, it felt like, outside of that game where it came down to that, the situation was them versus Myth in the very end of the game, right? Came down to a tight circle, but that one's harder for me to put my finger on because you don't get to see a lot of them because they were getting knocked out of the game so early.
Yeah.
So we weren't kind of focusing on them as a whole. So what you did see was them hemorrhaging players in the kill feed early, whether it be like Delwyn or Hemas. I saw them going down, first, 10 minutes multiple times, and that can't be happening.
Okay, enough questions. We've got the airplane taken off and we are ready to go. It is going to be way down to the south. Plane path starting south of Novo and kind of ending to the west of Gatka. So this is going to be pretty crazy here. Now we're adding in some heavy hitters of 17 Gaming. I mean, we've got, of course, Falcons and the big question marks with Na'Vi and how crazy do they go in a group stage?
Oh, for sure. Na'Vi, a team that you absolutely are expecting to do damage here. I mean, especially with what you saw from Twisted Minds yesterday, and VP still did okay. I mean, yes, it isn't up to the standards that maybe we've come to expect for VP, but you expect Na'Vi here to be just as good as those other two teams. So certainly should be a pretty solid day for them. I of course, am going to talk about Gen G because they've been struggling a lot this year. You would think bringing in Soul and Salute, that dynamic duo from the 2003 PGC Championship team that were absolutely going crazy for them, hasn't really worked out, and bringing D from the Americas over to the team as well, who looked really solid last year. Everything just hasn't come together.
I was a little bit sold on the idea of the squad. D coming into it I thought was kind of interesting, but we just haven't seen anything cement in. And you're right, this is a squad that really you think that you could just kind of put Salute on one side of a circle and Soul on the other, and they just kind of meet in the middle and find themselves a victory at some point. But it's just not really been happening, as we got long stretches coming up from JDG going up to Georgia Pole. It is also going to be Setsuna and the boys just to the south of them. But Sharper gets the lion's share of the circle that is mostly fields.
Yeah, this one, we had a circle that ended kind of in those fields that are southwest of Pachinki, so still could end up in that vicinity or a field somewhere along the way. That is the large percentage of this part of the map. But again, new circles means we have a lot of different ways that this can shake out at this event. Spyro just going to be doing a little bit of chilling. Na'Vi going for that west of farm split. And they have quite a bit of access to things. Now, Salute right next to Salalzi here. He's going to try to pit maneuver him. Is there anything to follow this up?
I don't know if anybody's even got any guns yet. Finally, a couple of shots going to come out, and there it is. Hemas down. Looks like he should be flushed in just a second. And anyone's legend, just anyone's target right now.
Oh, this is great. I mean, for Gen G, not good for AGAL, but Gen G needs to get off to a good start here, I think, to build that confidence for this event, to be that team that we all know that they have the potential to be. A nice headshot there with the Mutant, with the Iron Sight from Salute after a nice spin out. Really well orchestrated there. They do a little bit of punishing onto AGAL, and then they're going to retreat back towards Milta.
And this is a very aggressive move coming out from Gen G, who are playing down next to Milta. They pushed all the way up next to like tunnels and everything else like that. And just to secure one, and AGAL, who was needing to get something on the day. This is a terrible start.
I don't know what else to say. You're right. I mean,
Himas down first is painful, man.
No, dude, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, they're losing players in the early parts of the games. They're not being as, coordinated and disciplined as they need to be. And maybe other teams are just seeing things that are sloppy in terms of their early game drops and how they're getting vehicles and where they're going after that. And Gen G just, said, hey, sometimes a coach will go in and they'll be like, hey, I think we can punish this team here because on this plane path, they're going to go for this vehicle. And that means they're going to not be able to get access to a gun quickly enough, and another other team might be around them.
And I love the fact that Gen G is coming in with confidence in game one. Another team coming in with confidence is going to be Full Sense with a Full Send right on top of Sharper. Thunder's trying to defend one side. Thunderwatt's taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. Belmont's going to be the one that found him. And this is just going to...
za ove sam danas glasao u Pikemu.
Something to happen. He steps around and he's going to go down too.
It's a great little punish here for Full Sense.
Najviše za Full Sense za VP.
Hovering off screen just a little bit, looking for an opportunity to maybe pick off a player, but because that was clean for Full Sense, they don't lose any players. I don't expect
ima neka veste, neki drop pubu ako gledaš CCA 6 sati. Di, na Twitchu? Nisam vidio.
Around for a potential target, he might be offered up.
Koliko VP otprilike treba bodova da bi išao u finale?
Move the car around the corner, should be safe.
I don't necessarily fault VP for going for this one.
Pa jedno među 65 i 70, ja bih rekao.
24 points, they're going to need to step up that points per game to be a lot more comfortable for qualifications, because remember, there is no survival stage, there is nothing else other than the points that you get through groups. So it is the
Od mene, pa nemam pojma, bet, možda to oni nešto izbaci.
Doesn't matter how it's all come together. You just got to get points where you can find them. Full Sense on 24. You got to feel like that was a little bit rashes, but Lucarux does find out Belmont in the open. That was too free on the other side of the wall. You got to take that.
Oh, this was well thought out by VP. Able to catch Full Sense and trying to position their cars into safer spots, and little do they know they weren't safe at all. So it's the hit and run for Virtus Pro.
Da, vi stvarno, brate, ja nisam ni znao za ovo, ljudi, gledajte na kiku.
Full Sense, there could be an opportunity, who knows, to maybe get a revive in there somewhere, but they're quite far away. Meanwhile, the Supers having themselves, a 2-1-1 split. Essentially, they're going to leave a player up on
There
is a bunch of JDG.
Ja nisam ni vidio, ljudi, gledajte na kiku, imate pinovan kik, možete dobiti vestu i... Šta? Nisam čuo, da. Nisam ni znao, maške piše, ali gledam, brate, koja vesta jebote. Znači, ko ima kik, gledajte na kiku ako vam treba skinovi za PUBG. Dobija se vesta, još nešto, nisam im čitao do kraja.
He is very vulnerable up here. The more these nades pop off, the more problems going to start mounting. And even if he has to try to get out of this now, shots going to be coming out from JD Gaming, but on the lower section, Petrichor Road is already moving and might be able to cut off his escape.
Oh boy, he is lucky to get away there. Rex, really nifty driving, had to go in reverse down that hill too. That is not easy at all. JDG had a moment, they did the damage, but they weren't able to take the point.
Quick update, we did see that Anyone's Legend managed to get Hamas back in. They went ahead, rezzed him in just 1 second. Regroup, get him some guns, maybe find some more points for that squad. Rotators right now are going to be, of course, AGAL. It's going to be right up next to
Kakva je zona za VP?
Falcons coming into the circle very slow. Shouldn't rush at all. Pretty much the furthest squad out from this, as well as...
Treba je malo, brate. Radio sa 6 sati. Mi se spava, malo dok se aktivira. Dobra je zona.
Just that way they don't have to mess with the hot drops at the global events as much. Like, they have a little more freedom. They learn how to play. If you're a good edge team, if you're an aggressive edge team, which we know they can be, they can take some points in the kill department, easy peasy. T1 does have a wide split vitality in front
Max
of
Holloway reklamira.
all on his own. Inside
da, Max igra stalno sa onim pinatom.
The other side of the hill, Quizzy down the road from him, but right now it doesn't seem like T1 too keen to get aggressive. Can be a little tricky. There's a little bit of flat open space between you and this compound that he's in. For now, T1 just going to be chilling, taking their little...
Tim spozi mi u pozadnju, brate, svaka čast. A ja to radim stalno, boli me kurac. Ja upalim FIFA dok sam na mid.
Depending on the circles go, vitality...
Brate, 90% tih mitova, ono...
already prepping for the new circle pop that'll happen
Ničemu
in
ne
30
služi.
seconds. So
Bravo.
it looks like JDG has managed to do an emergency pickup, but I think that might be a bit too fast. So I think that we'll have to see how the timing on it works. No, I take it back. I think that the timing for it should be just about right. So JDG can do an emergency pickup out of the top of Everest to kind of go wherever they need. And given how flat the circle is with the amount of fields in, no surprise. Late rotators and Falcons, like you were talking about, are going to be coming into this one perfectly timed, as the center meta is staying very strong. Most of our squads playing around there. It's just a little bit of external skirmishing going on as we stay near Everest and the fields.
And now you have some decisions to make as some of those teams in the center, like 17 Gaming, do you kind of coalesce into a 4-man, or you try to maintain your split that you have going in the dead center of that circle, maybe a 2-2, as I expect like the Supers to stick with. Petrichor Road is a similar idea. So a lot of teams trying to just maintain their hold on what they've taken. That's going to send Falcons a little bit up to the north, but here's a crash.
Right up on top of everybody. Fulsense has one down, and it is a quick massacre coming up from T1. They wanted that, and they took it. Denadol's just running for his life on the outside of this. Nades raining down upon him. He is trapped, and Fulsense is out early.
Nice crash here from T1. They find the weakened Fulsense and eliminate them very quickly. And don't take too much damage. EN there. Nice grenade, nice shooting, along with raining to clear out that chopstick. And oh my goodness.
VP had monitor on this for a while, so with the change up in positionings, it's going to be Tyloo that came for it. VP playing the other side, just a couple of buildings between, though. It does look like it's a little bit more complicated to work around on the inside of this, as Tyloo pretty trapped. VP has so many external angles that they've got this under control with.
Yeah, this has been really well orchestrated so far by VP. Haven't taken any damage. Substantial damage, I should say. A grenade at that door, just in case they were trying to make their approach, but Kong Kong going to be backing off here just a little bit, trying to find a new angle, a new position. He's going to be holding the line. Has a teammate above him, but if they clear him out, wouldn't be too surprised to see VP really try to take Tyloo out of this.
Samo da ne izgube igrača, ovdje sam trebalo čisto da odradi.
External from this now, having just touched the ground. He could move into a backstab position onto VP, but it's hard to get over there. Mostly it's going to be Vicious taking a couple of shots as Lukrux got himself the bullet hose and ready for anybody to peek around, but it's going to be a nade coming out, getting the knock onto Lukrux.
Yeah, that might buy enough time here for that backstab to come through. Another big grenade there. Really scary stuff for Virtus Pro. Trying to find an angle in. Hausker looking to set up a smoke. Trying to
Je li Hausker long skr?
No, they're just going to try to cut this off.
Oh, but VC is coming back behind this one. That might be a big problem for Lee if he doesn't make sure that he monitors that. I think he spotted it, but this backstab now having a big problem. That means that the two players for Tyloo have to deal with VP in a much closer range threat. No form of assistance from the outside, and VC looks like they're going to set up. Maybe they start taking a couple of shots.
Bravo, Nino.
Nixie that gets Kong Kong down.
Now Virtus Pro should really try to remove Tyloo from the equation right now. Hausker is taking a ton of damage from Util. In fact, going to be knocked by that blue zone grenade. Meanwhile, VC out in the open. Tycon looking to get ahead out there. Lee has dodged VC for now. He's able to kind of scoot off towards the east and avoid any contact with them. Lukarok's able to find a big knock on a Duckmai, and that means that they are going to have to
Ba će ti svazda ispred jebot, imaš neki brzin. Šta god da gledam, UFC, ovu FIFU.
Get themselves back into a good position. This location now firmly on lockdown. BC doesn't feel safe making an approach anymore. They're going to hop in their vehicles. They're going to rotate away, and poor old Lee is just kind of trapped over here now.
Lee is a lot of tough decisions to make, and now you're in kind of salvage mode. Are you going to be able to get anything put together? Should be mentioned that Himas was revived for AGAL, so he will be back into the equation. Maybe not, you know, as well geared, I should say, as some, but should be a-okay.
He did spend some time over in Rozhok with some friends, so I think that he might be pretty okay. Vitality is going to go up right next to Chopsticks. Looks like Nixie's also going to do the same. A little bit of jockeying for position around that. We also did see T1 take the northern section of the western Chopstick. Now also having Everest kind of leave the territory means that JDG still has one of their players back. but Falcons are wanting to use it to get a little bit of high ground control and vision before they jump into the circle and kind of figure out what the lay of the land is in front of them.
Yeah, and it should give them a little bit of info now as to where exactly JDG is going to be set up based on where that car is going to be driving off to. You can see Kickstart immediately kind of recognizes that he's going to have a little bit of free space in front of him with that hillside that cuts off the compound from JD Gaming, and going to be using that at least to do a little bit of scouting, a little bit of peacocking out there from the top as well.
Some gatekeeping that's going on as VC can't really find any way to approach. Gatka proper is open with Sharper having just 2 players over there right now, and I think that they've managed to explore that, figure it out. Shadow also has to figure out how to get in the circle. They're right on the edge of it with their compounds, but it's a little bit dicey as they do have Super on one side of them and Falcons on the other. But, I mean, Simon for VC is going all the way back up to Everest. The other players just, they can't find a path into this at all.
Well, Simon is trying to get some info for them, I believe, trying to find some open space in the circle that his team can get into, and if they got a group up...
Ao, brate, ja kliknuo M da otvorim mapu. Mio to stream. Ne može to svaki dan da se vidi, prijatelj.
Grouped up into 4 players inside of those blue houses that are up on that hill, so it is going to be VC on the edge.
So we've got essentially a chopsticks game.
Follow double.
So T1 in a great position, 17 in a great position for it. Shadow taking the shots at VC, keep corralling them on one side. VC can kind of go up and touch a little bit of Everest and, yep, rotate right back down into it, but that's going to put them on the Super's pathing. There is no way to really make it past this unless you just run right by the Super as fast as possible. Remember, Supers have been taking shots over at Shadow, so I think that they can squeeze by here. You're now in the field. Where do you go? If you keep going south, it's right into T1. If you go for the compounds, it's going to be 17.
Yeah, I think the edge of the hill here is about the best you're going to get with the tractor and the hay bales potentially, or are they just going to keep going and try to craft something? Or maybe the other chopstick very open. Nice find here for VC, actually.
Oh, they squeak it through in the new
Oh, šest jebem ti Mike, pičku. Šalim se ljudi, ekstra zona, giftani su.
Fields galore in the center of this one. Navi already on the move. Jinji on the other side of it. 17 regrouping, and it looks like those 2 squads are running right for the same.
Možemo third party ovdje zveknut.
The Supers there just turn right around to the compound, and here we go. Already a couple down. Bean ran over his teammate. He's going to go down to a huge grenade from
Mora jedan iz Navija binok.
Soul and Genji on their last legs.
Bravo, evo, aj.
Just comes in full control on it. Finally starting to have a couple of knocks as Salute manages to make some magic happen, but he is in a ton of trouble the way that this is all set. Hackett already knows where he's at. Looks like he's just doing a nade just to make sure and keep some control over the territory. So Salute's got one building, but the way that this has all gotten set up, it's pretty much Hackett versus Salute and nowhere else to
nade. Oh, fail nade.
Pretty awry on that is
Lakimas. Bratko da parkira.
VP's here too. They've seen that kill feed. They know where this.
Evo ga VP, evo stigo I VP, ljudi, stigo VP.
They're going to drop downstairs to try to hold the line. AGAL taking down Navi. Salute able to weaken them up enough that he's maybe a little bit more time in this game, but how much is that going to matter?
VP, AGAL squads that played yesterday, needing some more right now. Navi in trouble right in front of VP, and AGAL still just trying to deal with Salute on the other side of it. Finally, he goes down. It is going to be Hamas that manages to get him. Navi still just trying to deal with all the utility being thrown right on top of him, and VP is just absolutely massacring anything that they come in contact with.
Yeah, playing a really aggressive game here today, and AGAL, though, able to take a slightly better position as far as the circle is concerned. A little bit of a better angle as things go along, and plus VP still has to clean out that second story in their house. Be a little bit tricky with AGL having oversight, but Ferris actually takes down Himas there. So all of a sudden, things may be a little bit easier. Let's see what Ferris has in store for us.
I mean, he's got the stairwell. He's just dropping smokes, trying to stall this out as much as possible. But VP has enough controlled territory that they can play around the external sections of the building. Looks like maybe trying to prep up to see if they can get some nades onto those points.
Dobar nade.
Realizes where Delwyn is, and Ferris, man, he is just being a problem for anyone's legend. VP just kind of letting him do the work.
He's now kind of really annoyed both teams that are around him still, and they want to get him dealt with. Nixie went for the grenade outside, but couldn't get it to connect, and they still don't have that confidence to try to make the push up the stairs, trying to work it out.
Well, I mean, VP can't. They're afraid if they make the push up and Ferris gets the knock onto one of them.
Yeah.
Anyone's Legend's just going to pounce right back behind it. Ferris
Nino, Nino, bravo, Dotsu. Nino, Luka.
Does get him on the outside, so finally getting some control over that building. AGAL having a much bigger lion share of the combat.
Ljudi, stavio sam da Virtus wina prvi meč na pikemu, ali baš teško. Gledaj, Navi šta radi, brate. Navi, prvi tim koji abuzao ova sranja. Ono, na max. I prošli turnir što isto radili, brate. Odmah pa si update.
All their players up, and they have that BRDM, so they've been
Vitality,
don't necessarily have to take that fight against AGAL unless they really want to.
Vidio žutu boju po odmah Navi.
Feels like they want it. Delwyn going to be down. Emas going to be holding the windows. Nixie going to be the guy peeking one side of it. This feels like we're moving into field, so get what you can get before you walk into the killing fields.
Pogledaj ovih stylova, brate, ovaj Vani, kako zove?
Just still peeking around the windows galore on all the sides of it. Nixie, though, a ton of information on this.
Ne znam kako se zove, brate, lik. Luka Gigant, gdje je predikt? A, za finale? Finale. Nije sad zanimljivo. A iskreno zanimljivo je, brate, no me mrzi, imam cimanja oko toga. Ako ćemo ono baš najiskrenije, brate.
Everywhere, visibility near on naught. He's just going to start holding the stairwell as Delwyn's going to go down, and he's back by himself.
My eyes just look to Lee. He's just going to use this opportunity to just try to sneak by this fight. But Emas with the pump shotgun, very concerning. As VP, you got to be worried that you might overcommit to this fight. You've already taken 3 down. Look at Lee.
Hello.
Is he gonna steal it? Okay, I thought for a second he might steal the BRDM.
I like this from VP. They want to get timing on the circle. They did the damage. Hamas is just going to be up by himself.
Ide VP.
Lee's just going to go right up in front of him. Maybe eat a couple of bullets for him. VP, though, maybe looking to finish out what they started.
Da, baš se dobro.
Nade's going to be prepped up from Lee. What are you going to do against that BRDM? 17 now taking shots at both these roaming targets. It is going to be Vitality that has the center of the circle.
Molim vas kasterima da se javi da Lee ne nosi bombu da ubije VP nego da napravi rupu. Ali nema veze, samo 2000 eura primaju za ovih 2 sata, sad šta će pričati, to je glupost.
Throws the molly to try to get something done, but it is Shremzy with the AUG who pops up and takes Chewy down.
Petrichor Road, JDG, Falcons all having to move away from different angles. Specifically to the west, it's going to be Supers right in the center of the circle. Vitality has vision of what's going on over here. So Falcons, while they've got the high ground for now, know that they've got a lot of threats very close. Wouldn't be surprised if they just try to sweep this one out, see if they can finish off Petrichor Road, maybe Nons as well.
Oh, there you go. Yep. No problem at all for Kick. Gets the grenade right where it needs to be. Still have JDG up on the edge of this hill that has to be dealt with. Should be pretty doable for the Falcons, you would think, but Tiggleton getting lit up by a bunch of different teams. I mean, there are 4 different teams shooting at him. Oh, no!
Comes up at the end and ruins Falcons' day. Tig now down, getting flushed out. It is everybody in the lobby. 17 Vitality, as well as VP, all just trying to decimate Falcons.
Zahvalio bi se Tylu Liu što je iskopao rupu za Nixie.
They had to go for kills. We'll see. Kickstart's going to be able to hang on, get a little bit further, get some more points into this one. Supers now as well need to be making a move as 17 south of the circle. Looking to try to sneak in behind Virtus Pro and Vitality. Supers, I don't know how much they're going to have to work with here. They should still have some vehicles, you would think. They've been hanging out of that compound for quite some time.
I don't know if vehicles matter in this circle because it is really flat. Hay bales. I mean, there's that little bit of a ridge that we saw Falcons trying to play, but you just saw what happened whenever Falcons tried to move over there. If Supers tries
to... možda sam jubao nešto, vrat.
They're just going to bump into 17 who still needs to get in the circle.
Pikao sam i 17 i Falcons i VP. To sam svi u top 5.
We've got T1. I mean, 17 having to move a little bit, but 17...
Ono sajtu ima ovaj pikem, kao u igrici, ono, naš tim protiv tima. Ma nemam pojma, vjerojatno prije.
Piece out what hay bales are still going to be there, what little dips and things like that that you can just kind of hang on to, where you can start digging your trenches with the picks. If you can find those open opportunities. And you're looking for a timing here while 17 is trying to make their way in. Here we go, the big wrap.
Where are you gonna go if they go?
Oni su uvijek dobri samo prvi game, upitnik.
VP's a bit more
Ne
focused
znam,
on
jes me
17
pitao
right
ili
now,
je
so there's
činjenica.
some movement to happen over here. They're just barely getting inside the circle. The smidgen of a ridge going to be enough. You can see bullets already cascading down on top of them. But now T1 has a denied angle of approach. If they crest the top of that hill, it's going to be Supers that absolutely demolish them. While Supers, you're in the circle, but there is so little vision to be had, and T1 going to be walking right into their waiting arms. As there's just nowhere to really go.
I haven't seen Vitality looking in this direction.
Tijen super.
T1 kept going directly east, they might actually be able to catch Vitality a little bit off guard. I mean, they're so
Ali brate, ste skontali da taj pot kad je smršao ne može medu?
You're just trying to play chicken with the other team. You're trying to outweight them, make them make the first move so you can come in to the party last.
Boy, we go on old school PUBG right now. Using
Sjećate se koliko je bio, brate.
set up inside the fields to try to creep through full.
Ode na svjetsko u fudbalu, zamijene ga s loptom.
T1, Rex has actually gone over and gotten
I smrša vata i nešto.
another foothold position to play as now 17.
Upitna činjenica. Tako je izvučalo.
It's enough for some safety for now, but Supers does spot out the stealthy.
Chicken za VP.
Still fails in the end as bullets just rain down upon
Pa iskreno nije
Says
nemoguće.
the Lynx, he's putting it to good use against Virtus Pro.
Zahvaljujemo se Hello My Bad za ovaj.
Opa, Hello My Bad, spašava VP.
that shield coming up just in time.
Kakvu grešku je napravio Hello My Bad trenutno.
Velikom hvala.
Veliko mu hvala i usro je se šanse, sve za vin.
Spin on every single angle. Looks like 17's trying to get see if they can maybe aggress onto the Vitality defensive line. Circle pops and it goes down to the south. That means that Super is getting control over that crate. At least is going to get them close to the circle.
Yeah, and now Vitality has to try to deny 17 some kind of entry. They've been trenching their way a little bit further forward so they can get into grenade range and try to displace them, and they're already landing some good ones. Quizzy down.
Winbow manages to draw.
Sorry, my boy.
Looks like Molotov's going to be just a smidge too short. Levante's just got way too many targets in front of him, and the smoke line for 17's a bit further out. Looks like maybe they were trying to prep it out for a run, but instead it's just going to be nades landing down onto that spot, opening up more cover for 17 to work with if they want it.
Yeah, this is
Evo znamo kako im je logo izgledao, jel Tjamba, nije
Tjamba. The Super still trying to get
ja znam kako logo izgledao, zaboravio sam kako se tiče.
Tjamba je dođe dragi, nema 5 godina.
Damage along the way because everybody else has been able to dig in, find spots inside of the circle or create some safety of their own. That has made it very, very difficult for them, still being on the outside looking in. Another crate going to be dropping in just ahead of them. I mean, it's a little bit of extra cover. You'll take anything you can get as the Supers. You can see there's a couple Doritos up there even for them to work with. But again, like you've been talking about, it's not much, man.
It's just flat.
Let's take care.
Yes. Vitality's been here for a long time. As you can see, this is why I was saying they were shooting as much as they were because
Ajmo.
too many targets around.
Ajmo, Lule, šalje tajpa na burgere.
More armor being burned. I'm worried about the attrition and really how long Vitality's been here and how long they can keep up the defense, specifically against Supers, who just keeps finding crates galore and manages to find ways to fight their way in.
Yeah, it's been rough sledding. Their armor and other things, but a good grenade from Guman. Find Nixie. Is he going to be able to get the flush off the back of it? No. The follow-up grenade not quite where it needed to be. Lukarux, in the meantime, gets back up to that first aid level of health and looking maybe as Nixie if possible.
I onda im Evropa pokaže gdje je Azija. I to smo na njihov teren s TPP-om. Igraju cijeli život TPP. I onda dođe Nixi i pokaže im da su fulali život.
Can't get any control angles on it as Hell My Bad's trying to creep over there. Just nothing being revealed for him though.
Yeah, the fact that the Supers couldn't follow up onto that knock on a Nixie quickly enough has caused them to hemorrhage a couple players. Nixie will be knocked again, but still, it's going to be VP hanging on quite nicely, and now Hello My Bad trying to finish the Supers off. Cannot do so. Haven't going to be able to stay
Dobio nije na kill.
crates and other things that have again just barely
Jebote već 13 kilova imaju.
previous circle, but they have further to go to get the circle.
Vitality's just barely in the circle. They've got no
Revivaju Nixia, Luka reviva.
couple of bullets to work with. 17's going to be pushing from the south. You have to assume it's going to be on the Vitality line. Do they have enough tools to work with? I mean, Vitality really wanted to deal with Super.
Oni potencijalno mogu 20 kilova da uzmu ako sve pobiju.
They've got
Ali
good
će sve
couple up
pobit.
with eyes onto supers.
Oh,
They've got
jedno
Beamish
16 sad,
pretty much
možda
center
kilo.
control going on right now, and Corexi that's just supervising what's going on between 17 and Vitality.
Yeah, and you can see Xiao Wu is on sapper duty here, trying to dig his
No.
for his team. What in the world? Rex just found a huge grenade. That was that dip that Lucarux and Nixie were sitting in, and all of a sudden the Supers may have just bought themselves an extra life in this game.
But look at the path that they have to walk through. There is nothing.
Ne mogu da ih rezaju, nema šans. Ali i dalje mogu vina.
If they lean Vitality side, there's not a lot really going on over there, so maybe they can find some way to just push their way in. Rex down to just one more shot, but he's got eyes on to VP.
Evo, tamo što si rekao, halo my boy. Sorry my boy.
They can get the shots onto it. Correct.
Umro.
He's got himself a good angle, but Xiao Wu finds hello my bad. That's the northern part of what's going on with Vitality. Is that going to be the
Sad Coreks ima kilove, vrat, samo da ispita.
All right, here we go. 17 throwing those stuns out early. Wenbo able to take Levante.
Bro, Beamy.
One goes in. It's Beamy helping out. 17 gaming just a little bit here, but Quincy
TPP mrt.
Tian can't quite find the finish.
TPP mrt.
Looking for that final ball. Is he gonna get it?
Bukvalno nemoguće puša.
Now Vitality
Bez
survives
jutila.
with the assistance on the outside from VP and Supers. Now
15 kilo, a šta sam rekao, 16?
15 kills.
Rekao sam 16 chicken, 16 chicken.
Supers got nowhere to go. The Dorito not enough cover.
And that's a huge knock because the timing here getting very dire for the Supers. The blue is just onto Heaven's back, and he's going to be taken down there. Yeah, can't get any further forward. They go down in third.
How many more kills can we see VP get as it is Beamy just charging to the center of the circle, using the cover that he's got set up over there.
Ne znam što se Vitality ne dinaja, već. Na 41 bocu, je li moguće da ovo radi? Mislim, hvala im. O, Beamy!
Just keep chaining them together.
VP Beamy.
This is just brutal.
Sad se dinaja.
There is nowhere to go, and that is going to be VP.
Bravo, dečaci!
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. A team that started out looking pretty good yesterday.
Luka kad stavio već ale ko Clark Kent.
Come out swinging, loved the early aggression that we saw from the beginning to the end of that game. VP was taking
To ljudi ne moramo više ni gledati, brate, do kraja, brate. Idemo igra kantera. Prošla braća iz prvog meča.
Into that late stage, have 4 players up, have their spot dug into that circle already, and they're able to hold the line.
What did they end at? 16 kills? Something like that? Idea going for you right now is that VP, where we were talking about a bit underperforming from our expectations with them yesterday, they got 35 points on the day. They just got 26 in one game. That's the VP I was expecting.
They just sent themselves into the grand finals. I mean, I think that's basically guaranteed.
This is just a ridiculously good performance, and kudos to everybody else that managed to find ways to make something work, because we saw Supers were just trying to chase the circle for so long inside that, and Vitality, while they did get into position early, there was just like nothing for them to find. There was no crates, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality had to defend against a lot of teams.
Okay?
Yes. Here.
Was that Nixie?
That sounded like Nixie.
That was a Nixie if I've ever heard it right there.
I want to give Vitality a lot of credit. They were dealt a really tough situation there, because there were a lot more teams that had to try to fight through them than VP. So they were defending on like 3 different angles.
Yeah, they had Supers that were messing with them, 17 that was making the foot push that was right on top of them.
One back there for a while.
They just didn't have a lot to work with because they were having to take care of so many threats around them. And yeah, Vitality is another squad that played yesterday and needs to find points, so a later stage performance coming in from them. Absolutely big. Let's go ahead and toss it back over to the studio.
Sekund u Istanbul kad bude onaj PDC, šta je?
To smo mi pričali, ja.
Mi smo tam pričali zimus, a iskreno bilo moćno. Šta ti kažeš, Asterix?
Naviću, govorit ćemo se naš vremenom.
Naravno, to se može onako malo prije ono isplanirati.
All-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Bukvalno.
Hey, Kalaris here at the ESPORTS World Cup 2026, and I've got myself Salute here as well as Maddox to do the translations here before day number 2's games do start things off. So my first question for Salute, of course, is coming into day 2, which is their first day of gameplay, how is Gen.G feeling about their preparation and going into these first games?
일단 살로스 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 오늘 파리 경기장 와서 오늘 첫날 또 경기신데 지금 기분이 어떠시고 좀 어떻게 준비하실지 궁금합니다.
일단 파리의 날씨가 너무 좋기 때문에 컨디션이 너무 좋고 그 다음에 경기장이 EWC에서 너무 좋은 데를 제공해줘가지고 좀 마음 편히 준비를 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean the Paris atmosphere is very good and the weather is really clear. So yeah, I mean feeling really great. And also the EWC actually provided a really good stadium for us. So yeah, it's actually a very good atmosphere to prepare.
Fantastic. And I guess my follow-up question to that is, did you guys get to watch a lot of what was going on yesterday? And what do you think about some of the performances from those teams? And are you concerned about some of those teams?
이제 두 번째 질문.
Može se osvoji... Hajde da vidimo šta je to, brate. Kakvi $100,000? Ja nisam ni znao to.
팀은 진짜 좀 걱정된다. 이 팀은 진짜 경기하는
What the
팀이
fuck?
있었는지 궁금합니다.
Brate, ko je ovaj hromi? A gledajte sad ovo.
그때부터 좀 미스 팀이 되게 잘해진 것 같고 굉장히 경기.
Gledajte kako radi kick na Brave-u, brate. Bolesno. Ovo je najjači mogući browser ikada, bukvalno postoji bolji.
Myth has been definitely a titan. So yeah, I think their gameplay is really great. Their form, all of their forward.
Što je nače, dobro je Vesta, ljudi. Ja nemam ni ovo ni konektano, jebote.
Actually showing off. So yeah, I think that Myth is actually the one to look for.
Da li idem na padel u 3 ili da ne
Thank you very much. Go to the salute. Oh, so good.
A brate, šta je ovo? Šta kao moraš biti konektan? Gde moram biti konektan?
Oh, what a win. Interview.
To ti ne radi na Brave-u, ne radi taj sajt na Brave-u, da znaš.
Aha, ovo ne radi na Brave-u.
Iz nekog razloga moraš na Google.
It's okay, Kalaris. You got your chance to do the interview. But if you're VP, if you were able to do the pick'ems earlier on, you're feeling quite
Ja ne znam kako to otvorim, ovaj mali edge.
Znaš na Google obično.
5.8 points, and they absolutely smacked it coming into this one. Welcome back, everybody, to 7WG, joined by Godspeed, Lays, and Toppies. Lays, VP showed up today.
Yeah, look, after kind of... Look, I'm not even going to say it wasn't a bad day yesterday, right? It was mediocre, a little bit mid-range, but I feel like because they witnessed Twisted Minds and Myth, and they know where the goalposts are, they came out exactly how they needed to and prioritized eliminations in this one, because they know what they need to catch from the other groups. And look, I'm feeling just a little bit bad for Group C at the moment, because, you know, they're just coming into this chaos. But my God,
Serpio pita.
Coming out of that game, I think they hit just over 15 eliminations when I was sitting there, and of course.
Evo sad ja sam Markana šta uradim, izađem onih 6 dijeli misije što moraš obaviti, znaš. Ja rekao, ajde pogledam šta je. Kaže, kupi 10 kontra kupona, a ja kupio sinoć 50 kad si izašlo, znaš. Svi. Ja rekao, daj prvo odemo s krapsima, da sam s krapsima kupio onaj za 2, ali rekao je kupiti onih 10 za 10, znaš. Međutim, ne reći, sad ostane mi 10 ovih, ja rekao, daj da otvorim kupi do krmača. A i sinoć sam dobio SLR od tih 50.
Ne, Ser dobio si SLR.
Dobio sam SLR i dobio sam krmač, prodajem account. Prodajem account do 8.8. I da prodajem account.
Sreću ja tamo beta te baniju, nisam mogao da tedim manban, ali ban ćemo riješiti.
Ban ćemo, tekav problem to.
A se sad povezao, valjda, jesam jebe mu mišu.
Prijavi me samo da nisam čitao, brat, odmah ću mi ban.
all those teams as they were down there, and then they got that BRD and they were able to shift into that field, which I also just want to talk about this as well, right? Like, how many times, Steve, would we have seen that field ending before and been like, man, that's just and the fact that there is now definitely the need to create cover. You have a pickaxe. This is so cool for me to see, because Before these fields were just, it was just death. And now teams are finding cover, creating plays. It's so sick.
So, Seven, I know that you haven't had a chance to be
Da, 200 da spajam to sve. Sam spojio što mi piše connect, brate. Koji kurac. Dobro su to napravili.
Tako na Twitchu isto.
I dobro, i kako sad osvajam 100.000 eura?
The fact that 17 lasted as long as they did, the fact that Soup
Gdje
on
to,
the
šta?
north side, I thought they were cooked early, but the Soup...
Ako gledaš na Kiku, možeš dobiješ neku vestu i onda učestvuješ u čemu? About this drop. Gdje idem about this drop, dobro?
Možda učestvuješ u onom top kill.
Ovo je max holove jebote. Kaže, beat max to win a share of $100.
Pa to je, brate, da imaš najviše killova, brate, igraš normale i da imaš ono, trenutno ti rekord 42 kila, tako da se reći.
42 kila u jednom gamu.
Nije, to veze, ovo je kickovo. Znači prvo mjesto, watch pub, nije, ovo je samo gledanje. For Rouse, nije.
To sti 100.000 evra nagrada. Za to priču doveći.
Pa, win of share, ono, ja. Da, skill skuta deska.
But the holes, I love the fact that we can change the terrain. I also want to give a shout. Another thing that was added not long ago was res beacons. We saw a trap at a res beacon.
Pa daj da pohaksamo. Tam gasim stream.
Pohaksati lik 42 kila neki brzi.
Ljudi, pohaksat ćemo ovo, nema nikakvih problema.
Mogu normalne.
Ja takve čitove imam u arsenalu. Da vi niste svjesni, bre. Znači mogu sad upalim haks na streamu, da obalim rekord i da mi ne mogu ništa.
Daj da nađemo leaderboard, stani, sad ću ti reći.
A gdje, jel ima ovdje negdje leaderboard? Kurac moj, ovaj prvi što je ne haksa, 100% četrčina, ajde. Garant.
Aj provuci ga, majke.
A koji je prvi? Daj da vidimo leaderboard. Kako, gdje idem, bre?
Ne znam, tu je negdje leaderboard.
Got their first elimination on AGAL. It was looking kind of bright for them. You know, we've got two of our Korean teams here today. T1 as well, sort of facing it off. T1 actually did better than I thought they would. They were more up that leaderboard with about 9 points.
Nek hvala. Sam još treba kick da downloada.
It was looking like they were sort of going to move up there, but yeah, honestly, Salute was holding that team together in that entire game, but unfortunately, I guess that confrontation where we had, it was AGAL and then VP and obviously all those third parties, it just wasn't looking good for them. I did have high hopes that Salute could get out of that situation due to the third party arriving, but it just didn't play out that way.
The problem for me, I'm glad you brought up Genji, is that their whole year has just been...
A šta je West and Airdrop crate? Šta se dobije tu? Dobio se nešto on crate-u kao, jel?
I say in their prime, they're really not that far off it.
Ne znam, ja sam to claimao, ne znam šta.
At one point, with Soul was one of the best players in the world. Soul was one of the best players in the world, right? We all said it. He's incredible. Him and Tig had a little set off. Where is that? I need to see that. Genji is on this roster, no? They sort of all year they have been floundering, and I need to see something more. This is the biggest test they're going to have. And the first game wasn't great. I have to give him a caveat because that circle was rough. That whole circle, Steve, we saw a lot of teams.
Max Kolove 2 kila, brat, napravio. Dobar je dečko, brat. Ne, dobar je dečko.
Kod Marko 27.
Yes, I guess. Yep.
Kod Marko 27. A kako se učestvuje u ovome?
Ne znam, watch, 4 hours, hit claim, equip skin claim, beat, Max Kolove,
Vintage prvi, sve mi je jasno. Sve mi je jasno ko je prvi.
Znači moraš da igraš PUBG sa ovom vestom ekvipanom i onda učestvuješ kao.
Aha, evo ga, sad, čekaj, 30, a u ovih ima 37. Čekaj, vrti se leaderboard.
Da, dobro su to napravili. 100.000 daju, nisu napravili leaderboard. Otprilike 25 € košta da ga napravi. Litničim prvi. Ja vam kažem, ljudi, hoćete li da upalim live gdje haksam i vidam ovaj turnir? Evo, bez zajebancije, top content, iskreno. Litnič je prvi, Liko je banovan. Znači...
Ali on je nije nikad banovan.
massive PNC win. Obviously, everybody's looking at Brazil, but I
A,
feel like that might
Nije,
be
42 ima ovaj kao
Ovaj je prvi, brać.
A šta moram gledati? Kika... Njihov je ovaj...
A ne, brate, gledaš PUBG, jebo. 6 sati gledaš PUBG.
Bilo koji, jel?
A bilo koji. Army. Pa druže, ma ne, hoćete li stvarno, brate, da ishaksam? Gle, bili one... Bitcoin vam je iskital sa Jessica. A jevem ti majku pičku. S haksom ne možu napraviti.
Guys like Nixie and the boys able to put up some kind of numbers as well. So I think there'll be some big challenges. Thanks, Poro, for joining me here. It is time to head over to the casters here for our next game of the day.
Znaš kako, ja bi stavio na kraju možda LAN bi napravio. Ko pobedi, recimo protiv Max Holloway u LANu. 1 na 1. Šta misliš?
Vidim kako ovaj Max Holloway igra.
Fun going on with this one because we just did the qualifiers for that. I think it was me and Poro, and it was just so fun already.
Yeah, no, I mean that's going to be a great event, just top to bottom. It's so much more like interesting in a way because it's different than what we're used to, where teams can just kind of bring anyone together from around the world and put together these great teams that we get to see here at EWC, at ENC. It's all that country pride, it's all that. Those things on the line, and the stakes are going to be so high. Everybody's going to want to be going for that big prize. We'll have to wait and see. But this plane path, pretty fair, right down the middle-ish, a little bit east, but pretty reachable for most of the drop spots on Tego.
Do we get another northern Tego? Because
Ovo ostaju da mi puni sat.
it feels like it just keeps pulling back over. It's one of two things. We either get
Ljudi, upalite Twitch, ne morate gledati Twitch, samo upalite Twitch u pozadini i to je to.
It's kind of just abandoned the center.
Da dobijete ovu vestu, ekvipate vestu i onda učestvujete. Kik, izvini, ne Twitch, sorry, Kik.
Ovo je DNL 1 cheatu.
Nije casual, ali moraš imati ekvipan taj vest što dobiješ.
Pola leaderboarda haksa.
Znam, ali ja sad kažu Alves, sad ne znam taj.
Sad je meni jasno otkud mogu cheatera na rankedu. Sad je meni jasno, Markane, otkud ovoliki cheateri.
Evo ga sa lik.
Pa nije foron da ako je casual, svi mogu 40+, pa da ja ne znam ili casual.
Ne vred ne casual.
Ne, čak i ako, ne obično normali, ali botovi se ne računaju.
Znači ranke mora, jel?
To si ima neki procent koliko ne smije botovati u kilu.
Pa znam, ali kako ćeš ti to ocijeniti?
Ima procenat, mislim da ne, svaki bot kill ti odgovor. Znaju oni
Šta misliš o ideji da mi daš neki cheat, brate, onako baš da me ne mogu provaliti?
A tebi provaliti glupski.
Ja ishaksam fino, uzmem pare i podijelimo popola, može?
Ne treba, brate, kako sad ću ja? Polako dolazim na taj nivo, brate, gdje ću da upalim haks i da streamam.
Sad mene živo zanima, da li će oni dati, ako daju litniču pare? Ja ne znam, ja ću prestati.
Ako probija...
Ja dobim 3 dana ban, litniču 25.000 evra. Mislim, drugo.
Eto, pa se kažu, ne isplati se cheatovat.
Ako ban imam, sad ću barem.
Gdje se ne isplati, pa vidi staje da bog te jebo. Lik ne zna gdje je konja vezo, otprilike 2 lana, najgori igrač na terenu, ono, jedino su koučevi loši koji ne ulaze. Doduše tab je ušao i bio je bolji, zajebao sam se, praštaj. I onda mi reći da se ne isplati. Lik je pohakso život, došao do lana, 2 puta se raspao na lanu, ali boli ga kurac. Lik je igrao za Navi i sad igra za ovu orgu njegovu, ima neku svoju orgu. Oj, Nemesis. Samo haksajte ljudi, ne budete ludi, brate. Meni život prođe gurajući pravdu.
Ja gurao pravdu dobi 30 dana ban.
Da.
Ti si gurao kontra stranu ili ga?
Ti si malo gurao pravdu da pogrešan način.
Ja bolje sam ga gurao
On je gurao pravdu na jedini način koji radi. Zapravo ne radi nijedan, ali... Na fino ne radi, brate. To ti je ko da lik ubije čovjeka ili opljačka nešto i ti mu se s poštovanjem obraćaš.
Ne možeš ti s đubretom fino.
Normalno, brate. Evo mi ja mater. I onda dobiješ banak, umeješ mater, nemoj to radi, ali radi.
Nemojte to raditi, ljudi, eto, završite to ja. Da prokilarte TV account.
Falcons rotated really quickly from airport. There you have Gustav that's got a foothold in those hills that we were talking about south of Shipyard.
Kliknemo redi svi u isto vrijeme, brate, bukvalno, brate. I podijelimo svi što učestvuju, podijelimo jednako, dosta nam je, brate, šta?
Pa nije ti to loše, nabere nas se na e-wave u jedan lobby čita.
I samo redi, brate, paf, u isto vrijeme.
Ma ja bi ovo riješio, samo nije problem. Dakle, imaš pare, može sa max follow-om u ring.
To bi content bio, brate.
Kako bi ga
to bi navio za stajeda, brate, da uzme top fragovi.
Znate šta mi je čudno?
Za 30.
Nema Fahulca, Frag Iraka i ovih, nema ih top 100. To mi je čudno.
Pa oni su ti photo finish igrači.
So while we're looking at what's going on with the circle, also remember that we do have, I guess, the river that turns into the dry.
Ako vedu to pravilo, ja bih pristao da mu daju još 25.000 evra, a nek mu daju svih 100, brate, od uđe par.
That's also incredibly hilly. We don't know how the circle's going to pop, because remember, these are the new circles. For all we know, we could go back over to the west of Shipyard. Just because, why not? Really, Super's the only squad that's playing over there right now. I dare you to cross that bridge next to Shipyard. It's not going to feel good, and I don't think that they're going to go that route. But we've got a lot of late rotators down to the southwest, where we can see full sense about to make a move. Anyone's Legend's going to be very close to them. Sharper's going to be back behind that. Even Shadow down there. And a lot of squads are like, nah, man, I don't even want to go center on this one.
This is what I'm a little worried about for Gen G is D's all on his own. He needs to get the heck out of here, man. He is getting surrounded. He's going to have to do some damage.
This is a very interesting push coming out from DC. They see an opportunity. They abandon Shipyard. They go for the hillside, get themselves a decent spot. D's going to be playing the other side of for now, but this is pretty vulnerable, specifically with 17 here in this firefight. They're also going to be getting pretty close. So the longer this goes in, I like this side rat coming in from Gen G on the side flank of it. D is going to go down. Is this going to pull Gen G off of it? No, they're going to commit. Beam gets down, duck by.
Well, they have to at this point. I mean, D was they didn't get there quick, and being able to at least buy a little bit of extra time, Tycon will at least take the point for now. VC has established themselves. They've got their position taken, and Gen G has to retreat, so that's going to be...
Sam treba se vidi šta si igra. Malo pravi litni 40 kilo, lagano, brate, koji god je mod.
Yes, they have a high ground position over that compound, but they know too many people are going to be vying for positions on this hillside, so they need to get out very quickly. 17's already just going to be in the north of them. Vitality already over into the east.
Jesse Petkoviću.
And T1 kind of close as well, so abandoning that position, while it did cost them D, does also mean the fact that they can get into a better defended position for all of their neighbors that are due to start messing with them sooner or later.
I think the mistake there is just leaving D in the beginning, and I talked about when VC goes into Shipyard, that compound that D is in is actually pretty easy to encroach upon from the Shipyard spot. So that's exactly what happened. When you're on your own, you can't really defend that.
Super is going for an entirely different strategy right now, as it looks like it's all the way up into the north of Shipyard entirely. They're out in the water. They're going to go ahead and wrap into that section of it. Should be pretty okay. So with VC kind of abandoning this spot, Super's going to find it for near on free.
Yeah, but the Supers are going to have to get it done on foot now. Not going to have the luxury of having, you know, a Dacia or a US or something like that as they try to make their way forward. Now, the good news for them in a way is that everybody in front of them is a little bit split up for the most part. VC's pretty coordinated, like in terms of being pretty close to each other, but like Xiao Wu, for example, who's on the edge of one of those warehouses in the Shipyard, Yuman can just do a little bit of scouting out there, make sure nobody's coming up behind him. He can watch the bridge a little bit.
Hide behind the cargo barges over here. He's got that pier that he can kind of keep an eye on. I mean, there are a couple of foot push capabilities coming out, and I wouldn't be surprised if Supers went for this strategy, maybe to see if maybe they already have or are looking for another emergency pickup that they could use, because we often see bouncing out of Shipyard in that strategy pretty common. There's a couple of foot foot push paths that you can go for. But
VP
that's a problem for
očekuju.
later because this circle is going to stay on Shipyard.
Ma
It's
VP je
just the
prošao
guys to
boli
the
ipak.
south. So let's get ready. T1
62, dobro, ajde.
abandoning that position.
Još, ne znam, vidjet ćemo koliko će treba preko 60, ono. A kontam da se prošao.
I mean, we even have Shadow as well as Petrichor Road all having to regroup. On the hillside, we just keep talking about.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit chaotic.
Pa ne, neće, mislim da možda čak i neće treba 70 jer je bio top heavy.
That is going to be available. AGAL once again going to be in a fight early, but Salalzi spotted out Hausker before he could get that Panzer put into place. And all of a sudden, Tai Lu on the ropes early here against AGAL. Lee was getting, I think, called back in or something here. Falcons taking a bit of a fight against, I believe, Vitality out there. Tiggleton's going to take a point for them, but Kong Kong trying to hold the line. Some grenades are going to hit him, though. He's going to throw a stun in response, but if that frag, oh, it almost got him.
The longer this goes on, the scarier it gets. JDG still needs to get in the circle, and they're going to be wrapping over here. They might choose to third party. AGAL feels like they've got the momentum already set for themselves, but they don't want to...
Gyumin otišao na burgere, već to je na more Gyumin.
They want to try to reset the pacing just a bit more, see if they can get any knocks. Lee's on the other side of this right now. Has a lot of vision on at least Sololzi on position, but this is kind of isolated. Not too much he can do. Nade's going to land pretty close to Sololzi, but it's going to bounce a couple times, so continue on its merry way. It's and Sololzi just
brate, direktni hit.
Yeah, point blank there. If Lee had cooked that frag grenade a lot more, he could have maybe gotten Sololzi there, but it wasn't cooked at all. He just kind of tossed it in. Meanwhile, Delwyn trying to use the edge of the smokes. Yes, indeed. Goodbye. To try to do something about this. Himas hits his teammate.
Bravo, Himas, brat. Riješio, brat, partiju.
Go with explosions enough. Sooner or later, there's going to be a problem. One dragon, now the last one up for Tai Lu, but only one up. Nimas, as he's trying to go for the res as fast as possible. JDG starting to get some vision on the outside of this. Also encroaching from the south, so the longer this goes on, the more nothing's revealing itself.
This looked like it was going to be a pretty clean fight for AGAL, but it's gone very sideways, very fast.
Sorry, I saw that deny the grenade, and it just reminded me of whenever Barney denied the shot coming up from Polaris.
Oh, yeah, right.
Šta se ko, nisam te čuo.
Just denied, absolutely. I mean, not that it would be hard to stop Polaris. He isn't, you know, the most athletic.
He was trying his best.
Kažeš se
But his best is never going to be good enough, Matt.
Ne budeš se napravio.
I forgot you guys have bad blood.
30, prema 40. Ne budeš napravio 33 kila max
AGAL looks like they should be able to get their
može.
And 401 Dragon lived up to his name as he is all by himself down here. As JDG going to go ahead and move away more into the west. Looks like Full Sense doesn't really want to get too involved in this. Vitality actually calls an emergency just in case. They're not going to need it. Circle pops right on top of them. And good old Supers, now you got to figure out how you're going to auto Shipyard. Of course, a couple paths, but it looks like 17's going to regroup. And I'm more caught up in what's going on with T1, VP, and VC right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, for sure. That western edge may get a little bit bloody. You know, Full Sense now just setting up a bit of a barricade on their edge of the circle to keep AGAL pinned in. If they try to encroach on their territory, Nixie just doing a little bit of a fact-finding mission. I mean, this is incredible. Right into Lee. Really nicely done. Now, if we get to see the follow-up from Himas, it didn't go so good. This right here, that's your teammate there, bud. I mean, I get it. He was trying to get it around the corner to hit the other player, and Delwyn kind of walked into it.
While that was going on, Nixie does get dropped. That's I guess, a minor problem for VP. T1 has a side position just down to the south. That's going to stall out any knock onto VP on this approach. Is really going to throw off the pacing. Uh-oh, Ian flanking back behind this one. Gets a good angle. Luke Rux is going to go down, and VP with 2 players already knocked, and a BRDM just waiting to be stolen.
Yeah, we get some.
For T1, that is such a nice find. I mean, we saw how valuable that BRDM was for VP in the previous game, and they're able to deny that one this game. That's awful for Virtus Pro, who played so well on Erangel. Here on Tego, not going to be able to recreate the same magic, most likely. Yes, BB and Krexy, very, very good, but as a duo, nigh impossible to be putting up double-digit kills. We'll have to wait and see as Heather
Kako se Koreksi provozao uda ako da nikad u životu nije bio. Traži vrat place. Miki Mamić i Ibica. Veliki pozdrav za moju braću.
T1 hears that firefight. Looks like they're trying to backstab, see if they can get a piece of what's going on.
Braća gledaju
Falcons also going to be to the east of this with some minimal vision. Trees are going to deny a lot, but it's
ne znaju, brate, gdje će na pečenje poslije, razmišljaju.
Another knock. Nade from Rex drops on top of Duckmine.
Yeah, he's able to do some really nice damage up there is Rex, because Heaven was really in a lot of trouble. Had to go prone into the smoke to get the heal through. Like this from the Supers, they got to clear an edge, and if they can deal with VC, at least make them weak, then they're going to hide themselves.
Sam misliš koju run će pobedi Merić?
Of course, is going to be that Falcons also going to be up ahead of you, and you got a little bit too far ahead of the rest of them.
Mislim da će naši borci svi da ostvare pobjede, tako mi izgleda, bre.
Meanwhile, the rest of Supers trying to find some kind of safety in the circle, and they're getting
ali ono,
the whole way in.
I mean, there's a couple
druga, treća.
shacks that you can play, but none of it feels super good. At least get you away from the Navi firing line just to the south. Going to be approaching on a similar vector to this, and maybe distracts T1. So with DL down, it's going to be Tig that managed to get the shot, but I think this is pretty safe from that firing line, and now T1's having to focus back on the anyone's legend, so that should be Rezible and Session.
Nemam karte, Ant.
Jack Life, best life for now is it's going to be a circle.
Ja kad sam krenuo da tražim kante, kad sam krenuo da tražim, bilo sve rasprodat. A sad fazon imaš kod onih preprodavaca da kupiš, duže po 700 € karta, ne, a vala da mi se ćaća bori, ne znam bilo ću.
Dotle je došlo u EV-u da moraš po kantama tražiti.
Kopat.
You're a lot of shots. That's going to be anyone's legend getting vision on T1 is where Petrichor Road going for a regroup. They were running a bit of a 2-2 split. Up to the north, we also do have Shadow getting very close to 17. A lot of individual fights starting to break out. It's VC now trying to backstab onto T1. Type just denies out as much of that as he can try to get, but there's nowhere else for him to really go. He's got to deal with the looming large threats in front of him. Heather at least has the BRDM, but Vicious is going to go down. Not too many options as Navi realizes they don't want to push into the circle yet. Instead, they're going to push into the base of all the squads. They're stacked up on top of each other. See how much more they can get.
Look, Human actually gets typed there. It's just that BRDM that's left for T1. They took a prize and they can't do much with it. Supers fighting on a lot of different fronts and getting knocks, but they're also losing players along the way. There's DL back on the ground again. I'm curious if his helmet is even still attached to his head at this point. Rex takes a headshot, so all this gear is just getting absolutely destroyed along with their players. Rex falls to Shrimzy's hands.
Supers just having a chain res while they walk into firing line.
Mas up on top is going to go ahead and get more damage on to Navi and force their line and force their hand right into the Supers. Nowhere else to really go, but Shrimzy's going to get a piece of it. Navi is going to go down, and now that's more space for the Supers to deal with, but Falcons are very focused in dealing with Supers, while 17 feels like they're trying to take shots on the other side of Falcons.
Gonna get a little weird here on this
I
western
od tih
edge.
20.000, 250.000 čeka
Sure
u
who
prva
got the knock. It was Himas indeed who got Heaven. So Heaven out in the blue, and it's gonna be quickly bled out, but Beamy all of a sudden springs to life. Virtus Pro split out very, very wide. Beamy made himself a foxhole, and he's gonna profit from it, almost finds another.
I mean, this is just kind of hunkered down over here. Remember, we saw them take those 2 casualties early, so they've just been hiding over in this location. Human going to be his closest neighbor now, of anyone's legend right on top of him. Falcons can't...
Kakav je Beamy zvijer, brate, Beamy upali Inner Beasta kad ostane sam. Mislim, sad nije ostao sam tehnički, ima korekcija, ali korekcija na drugu stranu.
Yeah, this is nice for the Falcons. They're able to get a kind of an position for themselves. A rock, a foxhole, a little bit of safety. They can potentially get this res unless Heather has something to say about it. Tanadol as well. That's a little bit of damage there to kick. Here goes Heather. Is he just going to drive into that? Oh, he just missed it. If he had maybe ridden into the back of that car, he might have been able to get a knock.
Just a heady play coming up, staying on top of the car.
Oh, no! He's gonna flip it.
Kickstart, making a kick flip there with his vehicles, and it looks like they're trying to see if they can contain Heather. I don't know, just buy enough time maybe to get everybody inside the cars. Do they have a pantry belt maybe in the back of one of them?
Well, now they just have to light it up. I mean, they've got to try to wear through that armor, but look how healthy this BRDM still is. I mean, maybe 75% health left here. Gustav lucky. Oh, there's the run over. He got 2.
That's big. That is terrible. Full sense just watching on the outside of this. Falcons were having such a good game, finding so many kills, and to have it start coming apart this way, now it's just going to be an easy nade toss right to the thick of them all. T1's Heather as a solo takes down the Falcons.
That was such a tricky spot because of that BRDM. The Falcons there. I mean, Gustav got lucky on the first pass through. He had just gotten a health in when he got hit by the BRDM, was able to survive it because of that. and then still the reset there for Heather. He is going to slurp up a lot of good util.
I feel so bad for the Falcons on that one. It felt like everything was going good. 7 kills, 3 players up in the circle. And then good old BRDM T1 rolling right through your life. You can see that they went from feeling good to suddenly like, oh, I don't even know how he could have done anything there a little bit.
Moj mački, to bi tako trebalo da radi u nekom normalnom svijetu.
Got control over to the west-ish, but also kind of to the south as they're running a very wide 2-1-1.
I'm very curious about JD Gaming. What are we going to be doing here?
Ne živimo u normalnom svijetu. Već igramo igru nesposobnog developera.
Has some kind of angle down into him. Petrichor Road just ahead of this as well. Mortars up in the air.
A mislim da ne treba i Wave Craftonu da riješi cheater. Ako smo mi napravili nešto što radi, mislim da multibilionerska kompanija može mnogo bolje. Samo je boli kurac.
There's just a spattering of solos that are over here. I mean, we can see that Human's trying to make a play on it.
To, jo, brat, šta je prodao lik?
Ušto TPP? I mean, usually Human can...
Ali lik 1 na 1 baca nade. Znači, taj dio mi nije jasan uopšte. Baca se nade, već imaš 2 lika, ono, baciš nade da odradi dodatan damage. On baca nade 1 na 1.
It's a surprise from Tigger. It is going to be Human getting taken out. Could not convert. Soul does find
Posto kure sam, a ne, uspio
so Virtus Pro not able to kind of replicate some of that great energy they had from game 1, but that's okay. They're doing just fine.
But look at this. Full Sense already being aggro on the other side with Petrichor Road down to the south. 17 manages to just demolish JDG. There's just not much else that could happen over there. Sharper's got control over to the southeast-ish. They're just now touching over here. But this is a more open section of the circle. Is continuing our theme is trying to figure out how you can dig the best inside of some of these circles. We're going to get a lot more of open territory that we're going to be moving into. The circle does pop over to the north. Jinji's got a compound. It's going to be Shadow having the eastern side of it. And Heather in control of, I guess, everything else with the BRD.
Yeah, Heather's just very, very excited to still be in this game, to be honest, because he's been able to salvage some extra points. We're already in the placement points as well, and that's definitely something that your team is going to be feeling good about as the next couple of days wear on. Another mortar exploding in the backside there, not really connecting onto anything that I can see. My eyes on to Gen G here with 3 players up. You know, maybe somebody makes a go at their kind of flimsy compound they've got up on the north side.
I'm just kind of confused in what you do down to the south. Okay, you're going to be moving into the more open section of the circle in the south. Even if you get there, Full Sense has got a lot of players already set up. Heather's already got a ridge line of defense. You can see that Petrichor Road's having to deal with Sharper on the other side. Double up Blues. A ton of frag grenades coming out. Sharper's realized it's going to be really hard to get in the circle. 17's already got vision on them. So they've just got to take down Petrichor Road, see if they can get anything else out of it. And this has just opened up Full Sense to take whatever they want. Vitality, though, does look like they have the same idea as Sharper, but they're going to go after Sharper. Looks like they're sneaking up right back behind him, trying to see if they can get the backstab up, but it's just a second too late.
A većina firmi traži outsource, ako neko napravi nešto koristi, može se ugriješ. Ne znam što bi ti rekao, to je meni normalno, ali i da igra još 3 meča, prošli su iskreno. I da ne igra još 3 meča, prošli su mala.
The point, and here goes Sharper forced into Petrichor Road. They're falling at the hands of Ming and company. 0-4 getting in there as well. Earth, the only one alive, and Petrichor Road still has all 4 players up.
Full Sense with 2 of their players just keep roaming back down here to see if they can steal anything. Gonna go ahead and pick up 1 of the kills out of all it. Good old Earth Zapuli now in the thick of everything with Petrichor Road. Looks like seeing if he can get anything more out of it. Not going to get the knock. He's outside the blue. He's going to go down. Ming's going to go ahead and send him back down.
Volio bi da Vitality prođe. Oni su na 44 boda. Realno im treba još 20.
Some of Full Sense next to him over there, so he has to start letting loose with the grenades, but all that can really do is Tigger off the mark a little bit. Have this Panzer here. The fact that he hasn't used it just yet, kind of concerning. I'm not sure if Full Sense has spotted this. Maybe Belmoth got a view of it.
I'm worried for Petrichor on the other side. It's been Shadow taking a lot of shots at Vitality, so Vitality just has to go further down to the south, and suddenly Petrichor Road finds themselves pinched yet again. Petrichor Road spins back on it quick. Ming gets the knock on Levante and makes it look easy, but that's going to be a surrender of position coming up from Petrichor Road, and while we do see Vitality fall, Full Sense has got control of the south.
Yeah, this has been a really nice, kind of slow and steady game. Tigger will be claiming Ming, knocking Petrichor down in 6. Yeah, Heather, just vibing. I mean, nobody's going to mess with him for a while. Now, there was that Panzerfaust that we saw in one of those vehicles on the southern edge that Chewy from Petrichor Road had. So I'm wondering if full set...
Prolazi 16 pedi elimination bracket ili 16 prolazi, ja ne znam da li ima, nema, ako ide 16 onda nema elimination. Elimination bi ti bio da ide fazon 8, pa onda iz eliminationa još 8. Ali ako ide direkt 16, to ti je max kapacit, a ide direkt 16, tako da. Imaš ovo grupnu fazu još sutra 3. dan i onda final. Iza finala isto 3 dana.
Very bold plays coming out as I think that Heather's found himself a bit more than he wanted. He's got full sense to the south taking shots at him. Jin G to the east of his position. Poor old Heather. He just wanted to be left alone.
No one's going to be happy with that when you're in a BRDM, though. I think it blew up. Yeah, it's gone.
He has been flaunting it, to be honest.
True.
Možeš vratiti stream pa odradi for.
Look what I've got, guys.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the oligarchy over there. Well, finally, he's going to be going down. Soul will take him down in the end. That BRDM only had so much health and eventually gets blowed up. But this BRDM still very much alive. So Shadow looking to see if he can maybe get a little bit further into this circle digging. I mean, you got quite a way to go here, Hansi.
Brate, Shadow ESPORTS jebote, ljudi prvi turni došli, evo i 44 poena, respekt.
Meanwhile, full sense, full control because they have that BRDM and quite a nice piece of land.
Most of the high ground for Shadow is going to go away.
FS Vina.
Digging more forward, you're going to start putting yourself in a vulnerable spot. So yeah, I like this. Go for the rock. Not quite yet in, but at least now you're committing down.
Meni izgleda kao da će Genji vina. A mogu i FS i Genji. Gledao sam jučer liku iz Thailand da šure igri. Da, oni su i ono...
Over into the east, over down in the south.
Broj 1 kontenderi, najveći rivali ovome Virtus.
For full sense, they've been really good at not like giving up themselves for free to other players. Now, Hansi does go down, but Flash going to steal that point away from Genji's salute. That's huge. You know, that they get these points where they can. Full sense, you know, our defending PGC champions want to do better.
Hvala Johnny.
Up to 36 points now. So far, I think Shadow just knows that this is cooked.
Yeah, Tigger's got a present waiting if they peek around. So Shadow's going to go down. The underdog story is still trying to continue right now.
FS vina, upravo si, ne može ovo vinati. Genji, ništa nisu radili. Ja sam očekivao će Genji da se muva, brate, makar da napadnu, dođite u lijevu stranu, mislim.
So he's picked up some level 3 weaponry for himself. Bean does have that Panzer, so if there's kind of an overstep from full sense with their BRDM.
Misliš da Falconsi ne mogu ništa?
It's just how aware, again, is full sense of that. They might just try to
Beni su Falconsi vazda.
I'm a bit nervous for Gen G here. They do have this.
Ali su Falconsi, ma je danas prvi dan, igraju danas sutra. Sad su na 12 pojena, to je okej skroz. Je 6 po game. To je za prolaz.
Gen G had a plan and it was instantly destroyed.
Yeah, they're looking to try to do that exact same thing to that BRDM, and Tigger's having none of it. Over now, trying to take out the final member.
Bullying for the end of it.
Boom!
Gen G is out and full sense gets it.
Yeah, that's a really just sturdy game.
Brate, koje je ovo pojačalo jebote? Gledajte pojačala tu. Možeš napajat cijeli studio RTS-a svojim.
They're able to just kind of keep everybody else at bay, find their points where they need to, avoid any big damage, any big fights, get that BRDM and get the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a lot of squads kind of stacked on top of each other, trying to go for a full defense, while Full Sense was slower in their roams and approach, and it felt like consistently had control of the southwest time and time again in these very wide controlled angles where they were trusting each other to just really have each other's backs, and if anybody approached, instantly counterpounce, push them off. Gen G on the other side of that, just kind of holding down the compound for as long as they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, Genji there, again, kind of losing that player very early in D. The fact that they're able to get as deep as they do with just 3, not bad. Able to find a few kills here and there, not too bad. Let's listen in. Yep, this nice, yep.
Ja sam pogodio oba meča jebote. Pogodio sam, a ne, Virtus nije vino, je li vino Virtus? Jo, po oba meča sam pogodio, ljudi. VP da će vino prvi meč,
That was
A,
one of the
nisu.
dirtiest things I've seen in PUBG in a while.
Full sense sam stavio svi na treći game. Ali ovo je drugi ili treći?
What are you going to do in that situation, especially when you're
Fuck,
kind of stuck?
stavio sam full sense mi je ovdje broj 2. Ali ne znam kako on funkcioniše, bro. Sigurno će dobiti neke poene.
And Heather, to his credit, played it nicely. That's kind of he has a huge advantage, but
And
still
that
got
was
the
a
job
great
done.
salvage game coming out from them. Of course, we talked about Falcons and the weird BRDM stuff that happened with them, but they still had a decent kill count coming out from that game. Shadow, later stages, time and time again, finding just enough, it feels like.
Well,
Gdje dobio sam 1000 za VP, 500
pick
za
up the
te.
pace maybe just a little bit. I mean, we were kind of talking backstage what we think the point cost.
Dobit ću sigurno, dobit ću 500 poena makar.
We were sort of feeling
I više, i više.
The inherent average that we tend to see.
Exactly. I mean, and so it's
Nije, šta ovo?
pretty standard stuff when you're playing 6 games a day for 12 games total.
Dobit ću možda 500. Ne znam koliko je za drugo mjesto.
A little bit more from them, but they're hanging in there. Their macro at least can be good when they're given opportunities. They can hang in there.
You know what I need to see? Anyone's legend surviving for, I don't know, Circle 4?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with them, but it is just... the rotates are just a problem right now, man. I don't know if it's their scouting. I don't know if they're just more confident in their approach than what they actually really wanted. It's just absolutely crazy as we've got another squad in the hunt.
43, yeah.
Vitality, I believe Dolores has Levante on the stage.
44 moraš napraviti.
That's right, thank you very much, guys. Of course, Levante here, the big man himself here to talk about everything that's going on. So my first question, Levante here, to start things off. This game just now, you're in the compound, Circle 6 shifts away from you. What's the plan for the team?
Найти поинты, сделать игру максимально хорошую для нас, зафармить все и попытаться зайти в плейсмент-поинты, найти киллы, найти плейсмент-поинты, в целом все. Ну, шифт, конечно, неприятный. Двигаемся дальше.
Points to make the game maximally good for us to gather up and to maneuver forward. Yes, indeed, the Circle 6, the form, okay, not so good for us, but we're moving forward. We are going ahead, finding points. That's it.
Okay, fair play.
Ali nema fantasy za PUBG,
bro. Kind of impressions of yesterday, what went down? Do you think that you could have had a little bit more points on some of the certain games? What was your perspective on day number 1?
Конечно, мы должны были и обязаны были вчера набрать...
Šta je reward? A nemaš sa svoj reward, brate.
И в своих играх глупые ошибки, из-за этого где-то не добрали, где-то...
Ne možeš sa svoj reward. Mislim, peo ti leaderboard, ali ti u leaderboard ulazi sve. Znači, pikem, fantasy i sve igrice, sve overall. Znači sad, ne znam, znaš, ko igra fantasy u 5 igrica, prati 5 turnira, on baš ima prednost, znaš. A ja igram samo ovaj pikem, samo za PUBG, šta ćeš? Dobit ću sad 1500 poena, i sad šta je s 1500 poena, a ovaj ima 140.000. Ovo baš moraš biti aktivan na ovoj stranici, jebi ga, velike su i nagrade, nije da se ne isplati. Znači, treći meč nam počinje u 2:40. Nešto nije dobro, nema šanse da je 20 minuta pauza. Sa 20 minuta, pola sata.
Sljedeći game u 2:40.
Pa po ovome, po schedule da, ali mislim da nije. Mislim da je max 5 minuta sljedeći game.
Tired of taking down your enemies with those boring regular frag grenades and blue zone grenades? Introducing the red zone grenade, the newest addition to the PUBG throwables. With the red zone
Ne seri, Real Sociedad, brat, ima svoj esports klub.
just pick one up, throw it into your enemy territory and watch them get blasted.
Real Sociedad, wow.
Your savior when
Toronto, Shelburne.
soon to your PUBG lobby. Visit throwable before using, make sure it won't bounce back into your playing zone and don't use it in a closed environment. Common side effects include friendly fire, blowing up vehicles and destroying terrain.
Ajax.
Team leader or coach before safe use.
Al Rayyan.
I want a red zone grenade. They look so much fun, and I mean, a squad that was able to not
Atletico Madrid, Glover, Monaco.
show up full sends. And for everybody currently watching at home, if you guys haven't already, make sure
Borussia
the
Dortmund.
Esports Foundation Creator Program. You can join it. Go sign up at some point. Maybe a QR code.
Sir?
There you go. Oh, that was magical.
Estrella Amadora.
You just scan that QR code, sign up. You can earn rewards, and we might even end up interviewing you on the final. finals. Check that out. The Esports Foundation Creator Program. Lots of rewards to be earned right there. But talking about earning rewards, a great reward for Full Sense finally showing up.
Finally showing up after catching a few circles and, of course, having a BRDM and, of course, having all the other teams kind of take care of each other. But look, the PGC 2025 champions, they showed up.
We said in the pre-show they need to step up and have a day like the fact that you win the world and then kind of have to make a name for yourself, struggle back, prove to everyone you deserve to be in the final can be a tricky thing. So to get a win here, whether it's by an inch or a mile, doesn't matter. Chicken is a chicken. It cooks the same no matter how you get it, is good for them, and I think sets them on a path to maybe grind it back up.
Do we think they were gifted that because Genji just full sent with no capabilities and got blasted in the face?
U čemu se takmiču, nemam pojem. To su u nekoj od ovih igara, ne znam, ovdje su kao svi klubovi zajedno.
Also, just to point out the fact that
ne znam u čemu se takmiču, čemu bi mogli možda FIFA neka, ne ovo.
The fact that they still had that late into the game with multiple
možda to, ne znam.
Genji could not have expected they would have
FC.
a Panzer there.
Right.
A šta je ovo FC Pro, šta je Pro? Mislim, ja igram ovu FIFA, ali ne znam šta je ovo Pro.
It's hard to move with. It's not the counter that it used to be, so people just stopped using it as much, right? So the fact, yeah, you can't expect that. The BRDMs, it's like, oh, when Batulan uses it, nobody stops him. But here they come. Oh, there's a pocket Panzer. No one likes those.
I'm glad you guys are talking about that stuff because I got a chance to finally see the Splat Maker in action. That BRDM. By the way, yeah, well, you'll get a chance to see it. The one I was actually talking about, it's none other. Wow, this one. Oh my gosh.
That's what we're talking about.
That ending was beautiful. And then there was another one that hopefully we'll be able to show later on because Falcons, my goodness, Falcons. What were we thinking at one point as we look at team stats right here from Full Sense?
Yeah, I mean, we were having this conversation about Falcons before. You know, I was like, oh, they were kind of gifted a great zone, and you know, but they lack that ability to defend their position. And I mean, it just took T1 to sort of use the exploit against them. And Falcons really.
Mislim da oni pretežno FIFA igraju, ne vjerujem imaju drugi. A ne znam, ovi naši klubovi imaju dosta igara. Partizan, Zvezda. Oni imaju dosta igara.
Trolling is bleeding into their gameplay because that was questionable.
I mean, at the end of the day, Heather, I think he knew what he was doing. He was like, I'm just going to try to pick up a little point here. Be a little bit of a, for lack of a better word, a butthead to these guys. And he drove around them in a circle. And yes, Gustav and Kickstart jumped out at the same time. And I think it just was a miscommunication. Trimsy had the right eye. He's leaning out of the car. He knows he's not a threat to being run over. And I think maybe the other two just thought the other guy's taking that seat. I'm going to jump out and try to make the assist here. And it was just one of those situations where when you're in the smoke, you can't see anything. We've all had this, right? The fire alarm goes off. You wake up. The whole house is dark. You try to run to the door. You smash your shins on the side table. Like, it happens.
Where are you living?
America. This is what happens. America.
I don't think I've ever really experienced that, but this
but it doesn't look like this.
This was just a mess. I don't really know what else to say. Heather, I mean, Heather played well. He
kills
off the Falcons.
A šta će, mislim, ovi tenkovi su odvratni.
But I kind of expected a different outcome, but you know what? Heather takes those.
PUBG happens.
Yeah, PUBG happens.
And the thing is that Heather just kept running into trees too. He had so much time.
This is what I said about decision making from the Falcons.
Well, I don't think he thought he was going to last that long. Like, honestly,
exactly.
I
think he was just trying to harass his
100%. Do something before he goes down. And I think he may even thought, like, you can kill me and take this BRDM. But you're not taking me until you blow it up, kind of thing. And he was surprised. He hit the tree because he didn't think he'd make it around that circle.
And Gatsby, we were even saying, why didn't just Falcons go on top of the rocks? They could have just ended up.
Well, they couldn't go to the very top because I know they were getting shot. That's why they had so many smokes out in the first place. But I mean, to stay on the ground level, especially with that thing just circling, it's rough. They had a ditch. Look, it is what it is. I don't want to harp too much on that.
No, but I think the key here is I wouldn't call this like a call problem, and I wouldn't even call it a positioning problem. I would just say that was like a comedy of errors. It happens.
Yeah.
And that's where, like you say, PUBG happens.
That's
the beautiful thing about the game, right? With your friends at home or on these teams. Sometimes you drop, sometimes you have a bad match, you get back to lobby, you reset, you go again. So that's what these guys are, professionals who can do.
That being said, they at least had, I think, 7 kills in that game. So they still had points. It's not like it was just a complete donut for them. So yeah, it wasn't an awful game. It just ended unfortunately.
And for Falcons, they're kind of allowed to do that because it is their first day of groups. This is only the second map. They still have a lot more to go. As we're looking at now the overall, obviously for everybody tuning in, for some reason you missed out yesterday, you missed out on absolute dominance from Myth, but they're currently not playing here today. We have Virtus Pro now being able to pop up. Lace Virtus Pro in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is pretty much qualified at this point.
Yeah, like it's just like an exceptional game from the start, and this is what like a lot of teams are sort of lacking focus on, is taking those massive games in the early stages, and that's exactly what VP are doing. Like I said yesterday, that was kind of like a mid-range game for them, but they're sitting up in that top 3 because they know their competitors from yesterday.
Let's talk Shadow Esports for a second, all right? Because they got to the late game that time. They're at 44 points. Here's why we have the conversation. This is an example of, can a team make it work? They are shocked by how they walked away yesterday. They actually end up with a decent game too. They've got 4 more to grind out that extra 20 points. Do you think they can do it, Godspeed? He's sighing. He sighed loudly. You guys couldn't hear it at home.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this lobby, as it continues to manifest, I think the teams that are better than them are going to figure it out, and I think they're going to get trapped in rotation mainly. I'm calling it now.
He was much more polite here on the desk than he was in the green.
They're going to have rotational issues. That's my guess for them.
I agree with that. I think as much as we go all in on them, I don't know that I can do that just yet.
Yeah, you know, I ended up saying that my predictions have been going off on the pick'ems, but to be completely honest, Lace, I kind of just want to see them in the finals. I know you guys are saying that it's going to be hard, and honestly, we kind of saw that in the first game as well out of that squad, as they ended up with a big old donut on that first game. Here, being able to bounce back, but if they can maybe just string some good performances, they just might end up doing it.
Yeah, well, let's talk, if we're talking about donuts, let's talk about another team that's been sort of sending those in, and that's Na'Vi. We're 2 games in. I know it's early, but I've seen 4 points, I think, total coming out of them in 2 games. I expect better when it comes to a team like Na'Vi.
And I would agree with you, but for whatever reason, they just haven't been able to get it together. I don't know. That team, it's difficult for me to pinpoint what exactly the first 2 games. The first one, the circle was rough, right? Second one, still, it's rotations. They couldn't even make it in. So I think that's definitely something, as long as they can just, maybe the first 2 games, they weren't feeling it. Maybe they kind of had to go a little wider on their rotation than they wanted to. But either way, they should. I still think Na'Vi is okay. I'm not super worried about them.
They didn't really get to capitalize on like many eliminations in match 1. So that was probably their sort of time to get points on the board, but yeah, game 2, I just didn't even see them show up.
I saw Vitality's get sent in. Their last player getting, patted on the back by the coaches, looked like he was masked up and not feeling great. So that could something maybe get our team on the floor to go look into, because again, Vitality in that race needs to be on their game, and if they're doing it with a player who's not feeling at the top, like that is something that can have a massive effect on the team. It hurts your comms, it hurts the speed of your thought, it really can get in the way.
Yeah, well, for this squad, especially for all the squads that are in Group A, you do have 4 matches left. For some of the other squads in Group C,
a traju pauze dosta.
Falcons will let it slide. You did end up getting
5-6 minuta, 7-10. I evo te na kraju možda i počne u 40 po skedžulu. Jer ovdje na skedžulu ova ekstenzija je brutalno oduševljena. Znači, po skedžulu je 2:40 PM. Znači, za 20 minuta. A iskreno mislim da nije toliko. Juče nije bila tolika pauza. Bude 5-10 minuta pauza. Veliki pozdrav naših strana poslije bake prasiti.
Changing into the French kiss, getting 18 kills in
Ikiću, jesi došao vete da predviđaš ishode? Se pripremaš za final. Koliko traju ove... Šta je kvizi nešto kao da je pokus? Jel kvizi bio? A meni izgleda kao da je bolesan lik, bret. Neko mi izgleda kao da je bolesan, nisam obraćao pažnju ko je. Bate, koliko je ovaj Avenger zapravo, druže, šta je ovo? Ili je Kelaris mali ili Avenger ogroman, ne mogu skontam. Ali ova jakna je brutalna, bet. Imali oni store svoj. Prestrom, news, fun, pes.
Alright, well that's the prawns. Let's talk about some of the brains here as well. I mean, I'm not going to stick with Twisted Minds right now. I'm not going to talk about Batulas because he's always kind of in the focus of all of that. I want to go back to Myth, because Jacob really, with what they've been able to do so far, with PGSs as well as yesterday, that's a scary formula.
Yeah, every time we talk to them, every time we hear from kids, like, they're praising him so much, the way that he's putting them into these situations where they're able to frag out and get into positions where there are 3 or 4 alive. So Jacob, very much so. For this year, I've been so impressed with him, so hopefully they can continue to push that on.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Kako je dobro ovo, bret. Ovo mi je najjača stvar koju sam vidio do sada u esportsu, bret, ovaj i sajt i sve. Imaju sve živo, sve šta treba da li pratiš.
And 4 games left in the livelihood of a whole group. They've got to make sure that they get.
Ne znam da li trenutno ima neka jača orga.
And the capabilities, but this is a guy that's
going to make sure
he gets points at the end of the day.
Jebeni Arapi, brate, unlimited budget.
One of our top fraggers here throughout these first couple of games. So that's a nice start for Vitality and Levante, but still work to be done for sure. I mean, you can't take it easy right now. You got to keep up the pace, got to keep pushing to make sure that you finish this day as strong as possible. You don't want to leave kind of that.
Kreće, znači schedule nije dobar.
And I'm scared because the desk was talking about it. Navi has been
16 minuta razlika.
So far, there's going to be a point where that stops being a thing. And once that happens, they're going to start eating up the points around them. I mean, there is a world where maybe that Navi just doesn't have anything big that happens on the day, but that would just surprise me. AGAL needs to get something big going. We can look on the other sides of this, and if you are a Shadow fan, and they are in the hunt, they only need a little bit more. They just need to find something. It's really them and Vitality. Can they find just enough to really squeak in about another 20-ish points?
Yeah, for sure. There's still hope for Shadow Esports and for Indonesia. I mean, definitely something to be said about this team.
Ne znam šta pričaš.
Deep into games, like they're relying a bit on placement points. That's good enough to at least get you into that grand finals. Potentially, we'll have to wait and see. I want to talk about Navi just a little bit more because I think this is a map where they often can really start to rack in the kills. We've seen it in the past with Hakatori, and especially where he'll drop like 9-10 kills on this map, go absolutely crazy here. So definitely going to be one of those teams on this one that I am keen to see pop off.
Weird circle into the plane path that is going to bounce pretty far down into the southwest. So that means that T1's going to be in a pretty decent position. Petrichor Road is one of these squads that we're kind of thinking about is Petrichor Road. They're going to have an odd rotate into this one. It's also another squad that, I mean, since Axlift has always been kind of a face for it, a lot of people are very focused in on what's going on with Petrichor Road. And so let's go ahead and hear with Ming Ming what's happening.
然后转移路线什么，我感觉也都挺好走的。你可能就像教练说的吧，然后周围其实没有什么很大的很多人嘛，周围可能就我们的一座主城。
Quick, easy, efficient. Petrichor Road. Pull that into your game a little bit more. Quick, easy, efficient. Find some stuff, man.
That's all I play for. I just want easy and efficient. That's what I'm all about. So I'm glad to hear that. You know, one of our all-time great players in Ming Ming definitely knows what's up and definitely keeps it simple, and that's my kind of gameplay. So they start out in Impala here, but the circle went west, more Monte Nuevo. Okay.
I got a hard question for you.
Okay.
Is it good for Petrichor that they're tied up with Anyone's Legend right now, or is it bad for Anyone's Legend that they're tied for Petrichor Road?
I think their power levels aren't too far off in a lot of ways. I think it's
really?
Well,
really.
Here's the way I'll say.
Look at me, Asia Paper Thin, and say that sentence to me again. That you think that Petrichor Road and Anyone's Legend are comparable.
Hear me out. I think AGAL probably has a little bit more firepower, but I think the brains on Petrichor Road are maybe a little bit better.
Okay, I think I'll kind of give you that.
Yeah, I think Petrichor Road could play a little bit safer and be a little bit more reliable, but when it comes to who has the higher ceiling, it's AGAL.
Yeah, I mean, if Petrichor Road doesn't qualify, I'm not going to be hurt. If
Šta je bilo u gitari?
There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be really surprised.
Kako se zove ova puška, brat?
Those are two teams that I had on my radar for today, you know, when we were doing the
Zaboravio se ova krmača na sedmici.
Teams have a lot to prove here today and for various different reasons, and they're very good. You know, each team has a superstar fragger with Ming Ming on Petrichor Road.
Machine gun. Machine gun carry.
Players who can take over a lobby when they're feeling it. It's just we haven't seen that big pop-off from either of them yet.
How stylish is it?
Gle Levanta, bez krovića. Ostaće kraći za glavu.
He's just flexing on everybody.
Yeah, it's a natural fit for the man. I think we should find a way to get him a gold card in real life, yeah?
Okay, we're going to have Vicious in the center of the circle. JDG's December 12th, also kind of getting over there. The area east of Monte Nuevo is getting a lot of the attention in the rotates right now. A little bit further east of where we can see Vicious going is going to be 17. North of that, T1, Falcons, a little bit of Vitality over there as well. Coming out of Picado to the north of it is going to be Supers. To the south is going to be Na'Vi. But VP's making a wrap right in between Na'Vi and JDG right along the road.
Ooh, that was a good grenade there. Did 40 damage to E-End, so the Falcons trying to put some pressure onto T1, but this is the strong side of T1. They're in a 1-3 split with Reigning quite far ahead of the rest of them, and Falcons is just committing to this. Shrimzy leading the charge with the M249. The grenades are going to splash out, but they're not hitting the Falcons, so far, T1.
I'm scared. It's Heather on the side of all players for Falcons to be going against right after that last round. Heather, though, not finding the opportunities they got inside that last game just quite yet. In some trouble, and their couple of shots going to connect and not going to get the knock. Seeing if maybe a repeat was going to happen, doesn't find it. Nade's going to be prepped up. They're a bit flustered, so it looks like they're trying to get some space away. Shrimzy is going to get the knock on the E-end with the molly.
I was just about to say, if that molly flipped into E-end, he's in trouble. Type trying to get in here to do something. Heather trying to hold the line, but now Falcons is kind of dug in. I mean, Type's got to get Tiggleton down, and he hasn't just yet.
See if he can find any more. Just a couple of taps from the bullets. Tig's doing a good job on juking away, but there's just too many T1 players on the outside. Tig's gonna go down, so you've sacrificed Tig to get control of the building. Can you get anything else? As Heather is now close.
Falcons.
Type now regrouping.
Now Reigning had to drive back to try to relieve some of the pressure here. And so far, Falcons haven't been popped. Oh, what a bunch of shots from Heather. Gets up into the window, and Gustav had no idea he was there.
Man, Heather is just like Falcons kryptonite right now. See if they can get enough timings on this one. This is very far to the north. No other squad's really capable of third party.
Kind
of take their time, dancing around the outside. Maybe Sharper could go for a wrap back around, but sounds like we have a C4 being prepped and ready to go. Runs around the outside, but it's going to be Type on the defense. Falcons out real early.
Like that C4 there because it forces.
Ja rekao Type spršao, brate, on nikad debi.
T1 has control. That's beautifully handled. And they could even potentially get a revive. There is that station that's just to the north of this that they could go for. We do have Vitality, who eventually made their way over here, but if they were looking to try to third-party this fight, they are a little bit too late. They will at least be able to take the space for all the trouble that T1 just went through. And Falcons as well, out early again, a tough go of it.
Yeah, right as soon as we saw him walking over.
Jevi ga Levante u zlatnom.
Person driving the car, I'm assuming.
I mean, we were just big enough with his cool car, and then he does that.
I mean, look, when you're vibing and you're just kind of like rolling around, yeah, you know, sometimes.
Maybe he's hating.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Bitan fight sad za Vitality, ako dođe do fajta uopšte.
Showing age here as Petrichor Road is going to be wrapping down to the south. Full Sense is going to have the upper area of Chumacera under control, but nobody else really holding down Chumacera. Monte Nuevo is going to be Tai Lu, and then it's going to be Brickyard for 8.
Prodao je lik.
Kind of
Ja mislim da T1 nije znao za Vitality.
ESPORTS way up on the north doing a very wide wrap, but that's off map, and that's kind of like them playing for Circle 2, you know, trying to get a pre-rotation in potentially. You know, 17 and kind of a normal split in the center. They're going pretty wide. Most teams are. The Supers as well. Split along the Picado Mountains on the south edge of the power grid. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road trying to a little bit earlier, see what's available around.
Ja kontam dođe do 70 da su mirni, ali tralovi su već mirni.
Two different ways that we can kind of see this. Well, really three. If we pull back over to power grid, that's going to favor Vitality, T1, Supers in their positioning. Go more of that Chumacera staying center area. Really, that's going to make the power grid players a bit sadder as they're going to have to come down from the hillside. And we go power.
Ovo je dobar shift za nas. Možemo full desno ići.
Look down into the southwest. All those squads are now going to be wrapping into a more open area of that power grid hillside to the west. I mean, sure, there's a couple of trenches, or you have to commit back in the lower sections around Picado Graveyard. This is really weird because we've got that giant hillside that comes south from San Martin leading into Picado.
Yeah, this is a tough circle because, like you're talking about, Matt, that area in between Monte Nuevo and Picado, you want to take space early, take compounds early, because if it ends in there, like you were mentioning, that it becomes really difficult if you don't have a compound to fight through that part of the map. But now there's a lot of mountain in place, so there's actually quite a bit that teams have to work with. Ukarux is getting tagged up just a little bit by Navi from range. This has opened up an opportunity for JD Gaming to keep on keeping on. There were some helicopters up in the air, some emergency pickups being thrown into the mix, but maybe AGAL the only one who's going to commit.
17 heading back home to Picado after being gone for all of a circle. Other side of Picado, looks like Gen.G is going to be trying to take that to the south. Full Sense is going to be wrapping it back behind Petrichor Road as well as Na'Vi. AGAL with their emergency pickup could be going literally anywhere. Shadow still nowhere near the circle. They're going to be coming on the other side of Monte Nuevo, as it is going to be Vicious going for more of an approach onto that lower hillside coming out of Power Grid to the west, as well as Tai Lu taking control over that just a bit before them.
I want to talk about where Sharper is right now in relation to kind of the circle and how much control they have. I mean, they have everything from San Martin all the way down to halfway into this phase 2 circle. That is a huge amount of space they've given themselves. They're very spread out though, so there is opportunity maybe for a wide wrapping team to punish them, but if nobody does, I would expect that Sharper is going to get pretty darn deep into this game potentially.
Bolja su više des. A znaš kako, vidjet ćemo kasnije. Nikad ne znaš kako će sezona kretat, ali da. Ista stvar kao juče, nisu uzeli žute kuće. Ja smo rekli odmah da je trebalo žute kuće na pop. Spostilo se desno, sad isto mislim da treba desno, ali opet i zavisi od shiftova na kraju dana.
Was it enough to get the knock? They do manage to make landfall. So crash into a great position right above Gen.G on one side. Well, I say a great position. It's at least a safe position now, and it gets them away from all of those crazy wraps that they wanted to do. Is this just the solution? Anyone's Legend, their rotates have just been detrimental, let's just call it honestly, every single game. So maybe emergency pickup, just crash somewhere and get control over it and just start fighting your way out of that.
As you can see, AGAL recognizing that their eastern edge is dangerous, so they have to put up those smokes so they can try and find a way to not fall underneath Sharper's grasp. You know, they're worried about players getting into grenade range there. Jedi looking to see if he can get anything, but right now AGAL going to use those rocks nicely. The problem is staying on that edge of the rocks can be a little bit tricky. You can find some holes to hide in for sure as AGAL.
Evo ti shift gore i sada su desno otišli za jebanci. Znaš, tako da, pogotovo sad sa ovim valj shiftovima, nikad ne znaš. Pogledajte ovoga ovdje, JM Sud, može Nixija uhvatiti, ne, prošao Nixija, dobro je.
The western section of what's going to be going on VC, and I don't necessarily fault that. Gen.G looks like they're mirroring it over into the east.
JDG is losing players in the air. I'm pretty sure that Levante got the kill as they were parachuting in. Yeah, indeed. So that is a rough go of it for them. They're trying to just find something inside of the circle. Now there's a few dips and dives on the outside of the power grid that you can take, but Na'Vi is crashing right into them.
Oh, rolls right into the face. Suze doesn't get the knock, but Hakatori, a boost stick will. That was just an aggressive play coming from Na'Vi. They lost Ferris for it, but that was a power play.
Yep, that's kind of maybe what you needed here as Na'Vi to start getting a little bit of wind behind your sails for this match, for this day. Here comes some mortars. They're not even going to land on screen, hitting behind all of this. VP is making the wide wrap around to the north side. T1 still dug into the firehouse on the north side of Power Grid. They haven't moved a muscle since they won that fight against Falcons. Meanwhile, I really like this from VP. They had two options there. They could have gone for the emergency pickup. I think if the circle had gone east, maybe they had done that. Instead, they want to go north because they realize that there's going to be some open space up there that they could rotate into.
Well, we were talking about VP as well as Gen.G going for that more northern wrap. They are going to be right next to each other now as Gen.G is going to stop off, get some vision of VP right in front of them, with Vicious going more north to get away from the firing lines that were happening down to the south. That's going to get even dicier as there is nowhere for Shadow to go, and they're going to be bumping into Full Sense down in the south. This is the test for me with Shadow. This is a circle that is very hard to deal with. If they can find points and a way to get into it, this might be proving that they deserve to qualify.
They're at least able to punch back here. Jexy did take down Tanadol. So, you know, for Shadow, kind of a tough couple circles where they were trying to make some, you know, later rotations to see if they could catch a hard shift. Instead, it hard shifted away from them. So now they have to do a little bit of fighting. But again, good news is you at least made Full Sense pay the price. He took one away, and Full Sense does have one player in the circle. Tigger is there. Let's take a look at how this happened maybe. There's the crash from Na'Vi.
Za malo Nans da opet reši. Nans je prije dvojicu nabo iz Falcons.
On the ground. You're right, Ferris actually falls to Tai Lu there, but overall just a clean drive-by.
It gives them center of the circle in a great position on the outskirts of Power Grid to work with pretty much whatever they want. Here's Shadow continuing their roam into the circle. They did manage to get away from Full Sense, but can they survive the new set of threats that are going to be around them? Petrichor Road coming up a very close range. Back behind all of it is Power Grid yet again, being the focal point, and Vitality just loving every moment of it.
Oh man, maybe we get a little Power Grid finish. We get a little death match going there. In the end, that would be rather fun. I think, let's see, VC circling the wagons, looking for an opportunity, but really they don't have a ton. They've got a little bit of safety at the bottom of the hill, and Tycon up in the top in a shack. Not ideal. You got to kind of play a little bit of defense around the backside to make sure that, you know, you can't jam enough players in there. Really, one is only going to be safe.
I mean, the way that this is set, we've got some very big rotates that we're going to be looking at. 17's got to force their way into the circle, and that's going to be kind of close to the supers. I don't think they can really avoid that. AGAL has to force their way in a much more open section of the circle over into the east, where Sharper has been holding them back for quite a while. And then down into the southwest, we've got Shadow, we've got Tyloo and Petrichor Road. Yes, there's a couple of ridgeline sneaky areas that they can play, but it's also a lot easier because they could be in much closer range and a bigger firefight and nade range, most notably, than I think any of these teams want to be.
17 might actually find the
Znaš, na ovaj krug sad ovdje, to odlazak udesno donosi malo bolju poziciju nego ovo što su izabrali. Ali nije kao juče. Juče su sa kuća kontrolisali centar. Onda zavisi malo i od zone, a opet shiftovi, što uradi.
Maybe that digging could be important for him in just one moment. Shots now starting to come out on the 17 on all of their approach over there. Jin G is also going to be the new target of 17 in their wrap. Petrichor Road at least finding some safety, and here we go. We've got 17 now stacked up. Jin G going to be right in front of them. They did at least manage to bypass Sharper as well as anyone's legend, but Jin G, where are you going to play from this one? They've got to be careful. They don't want to overpeak because it's going to be T1 with supervision of this.
Yeah, those are good shots, though, by Soul. He did more damage than he took there, so he's at least able to afford himself the opportunity to move his car back just a little bit while 17 has to regroup. Knew he was in grenade range, so wanted to try to get out of that as best as he could. Get a better firing line from the rest of his team. Meanwhile, VP cutting in towards Full Sense. Full Sense trying to dive into the power grid proper. Nixie running out of bullets there. Might have popped a tire, but Full Sense at least gets to the fences.
Where we started with Falcon's death is where everybody seems like getting to. Full Sense does find a nice little position to play for now. VP is going to now have control over everything into the west. Tyloo still got to get into the circle, and it's going to be Shadow. Actually, Henzi he's gotten all the way into power grid by himself. The other players for Shadow are right on top.
Shift. Ali vrlo moguće da ih ostavlja.
Tyloo's literally driving over them right now.
I mean, I wouldn't think that would be possible, but it is. I mean, they've done it, and Jexy actually finds another kill there. Type knows that Full Sense is out there. Jexy gets two, one with the barrel, one with the Mark 12. Looking to see if he can finish this off. Tyloo getting absolutely shredded. Another angle is found there. It's actually Beamy from VP who gets that. A grenade almost finishing off a player of Petrichor.
Prvi kill.
We're keeping in most of power grid, but we're going to move into the sections of the south and the hillsides into the east. Petrichor Road still has to vault over what's going on with supers as well as Vicious in front of them. Luckily, Tyloo falling off to one side has denied out a competitor onto one angle of approach. But I don't know how Petrichor Road can fight their way into this. There's just too many squads around them holding too many angles. If they fight their way into the north, they're going to have Ewan back behind them. If they try to go east, it's just going to be VC holding them out.
Yeah, Rex is driving way on the southern edge of this right now. DL was watching from the high ground. A little bit of yeah, so he's going to go down, and Human trying to do what he can here, but now the supers are
Ivane Žemberi. Desi, brat moj.
Not going to do much there to our IGL, and he looks over towards Chewy. Can't do much. It's actually VC putting him down.
Okay, Bob saying head needs to start popping some heads as it's just him and what angle of approach you go for. VP with nowhere to go, they're going to run back down into the Shadow defensive line. Good shot's going to find or at least one knock off the start onto Lucarux, but you can see VP already has the information. They know exactly where they need to focus their targets, and Nade's already running right down on top. Jexy doesn't get the knock, but running in, it's going to be Kamal's right into the face of VP, not finding the angles yet, at least getting some damage though.
Oh, actually, I think Hansi is getting some damage into the backside of Virtus Pro here, who are trying to fight tooth and nail. This is kind of turned into a tricky situation for VP. Looked like maybe they could have taken a favorable fight, but Shadow, little do they know, had an extra player already up towards the power grid proper. Jexy going to confirm the point and use these blue zones to scooch ever so much closer. into the threat range. There is a res that happens for Virtus.pro.
Okay, also Vitality has some angles of vision what's happening over here. Nixie, though, just shuts down Kamal's. Nothing to be had there. VP on a rampage, trying to push their way forward. Jexy taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down.
Ma da, Bimi čisti.
Just one up for Shadow right on the edge of the zone, but VP still needs to get in the circle. They've got VC in front of them, and they're trying to avoid the Vitality firing line.
Look how weak Bimi is. I mean, he's 1 HP here, so anything that hits him is going to put him on the ground and basically put him out of the game with the circle that close to them. Meanwhile, somehow the Supers have kept themselves going, took Petrichor Road out of this. They only get a couple kills out of it, but still in the game. Maybe can get into placement points if they can find some level of safety there on that eastern side. And there's that shot connecting into Bimi. He's down. Nixie in trouble as well. Tycon springs from the shack, instantly deletes Corexi, and Nixie just gonna go
Nice try, nice try. 6 kilića, to je okej.
VC just too defended in their position. They were having to hold down this for so long just due to the way the Supers were playing this. Supers are just sitting at center of the circle. Well, no, maybe let's just go all the way to the north of the circle. So let's make it full on Korea over here, as it's going to be T1, Jin G, and now Supers all right on top of each other.
All right. I mean, T1 is now going to finally have to make
the
circle. Has kind of kept that.
Pa ne, mislim, oni su treći sad sa 70 bodova, ima još 3 meča.
That they can, but these are outside of the news.
A Mit igra sutra. Mislim, ono.
Go into that northernmost warehouse.
Nema šans. Jedno ovi sutra polome noge pa ne dođu. Ali na kraju dana nije bitno da si prvi ili 16. To je bitno u finalu. Jes bolje jebi ga, dođeš u finale kao prvi u grupi, ono samopouzdanje se stoji, ali nebitno je. Lagani su baš još 3 meča dana.
Quick counter move, and Soul is going to be able to get the knock onto Heather. That's going to start the catalyst of things happening into the north, as a couple of shots are going to be enough. 17 now moving closer to Jinji on one side of it. Dion just walks right up in the face, gets the knock onto Soul, but it's getting dicey over here. It gets counter knocked by Bean.
All right, Bean at 5 Bean. To the barrel, but he's going to get backstabbed by EN. D trying to hold T1 back to save his team, but he's the only one alive. He's in the blue, and he's in trouble. 17 ends up getting taken down by Destroy's grenade. D just trying to throw everything he can at this, but it's not going to happen.
AGAL wanted a piece of that and couldn't really get it. Delwin still having to hold back Sharper, and
T1 je treći, šta se stavio, ko će treći da vina?
8 kills already, and they're starting to stack them all together. Anyone's Legend doesn't really want to approach on that angle anymore. Instead, use the hillsides. They're starting to focus more down onto Sharper in the defensive positions that they're playing, while the Supers, who were all the way up next to T1, use the fence row to come all the way down and get into a great position.
T1 doesn't lose any players here, and they can keep those vehicles relatively healthy. They're going to have a lot of outs potentially.
Dobro se to uradio, već 17. Odavno nije u planu.
If it does a hard shift to the west again, AGAL swinging back down towards Sharper now, looking to take more fights, looking to rake in more kills. They've only gotten one here for being so fighting so heavily out on this edge for so long. That's not much considering the caliber of this team, and Tanawat putting him back down, and he's getting shot from a bunch of different angles. It's EN who gets the knock.
A lot of squads that need big games since they played yesterday and couldn't really find anything. Going to be in good positions for the circle. Anyone's Legend, though, just getting picked apart. Too many different angles, and it's going to be Sharper finding everything. What do you even do off of this? Now Sololzi looking at T1. Type's got control over the warehouse.
Nema pop streama.
Looking at everything, but Vitality's got such a great position in the circle as well. It just feels like Sharper's got all of the east on lock, and there's nowhere for Sololzi to go.
I'm loving the way Sharper's been playing this game for the most part. They know Sololzi's on his own. EN wants to finish what they started. Don't want to let him go over to the blue, and not going to happen. Heather's grenade is going to do it. 10 kills for T1 in this game so far. EN immediately has to prone down. Here comes the grenade barrage from Na'Vi. Knew that VC was going to be getting close. The follow-up, still not going to find any knocks. Good movement there to avoid much damage.
T1 active, really quickly running into the face of Sharper, realizing the way that this circle's popped, they want to go for it. But Denawat's going to defend. Ian's going to go down. Akatori's got eyes onto VC, trying to get control of the southern area, while it's going to be Na'Vi trying to keep control over everything in the center. We also have movement happening for Vitality, going to be keeping eyes on what's going to be going on with Supers. All of this just stacking on top of each other, while VC finding an angle of approach.
Yeah, this fight, though, for Na'Vi's position, one of the most important in this circle. Supers are going to go down to Vitality. Tanawat getting over there, taking Raining down with Earth. And all of a sudden, Sharper continuing to thrive. T1 a nice game in the kill department, able to get decently deep.
Ovo Navi može vinat tam.
Sharper has put themselves into a spot where they can continue to cut through some of these other teams. Navi 3 players strong.
Mada će Navi će se u sandviču bi.
How long can Shadow solo survive, and how much can Vitality get here? The solo is going to be creeping up in the warehouses around Power Grid, while Vitality just wants to make sure nothing's going on over into the north. Sure, Navi's got control over the circle itself, but really it's going to be Vitality and point totals that we're going to be keeping an eye on as, yeah, Hansi, I think they know where he is. Picks around the side, and that's going to be all she wrote for Shadow. At least managed to make it into placements. Very decent, but here's our top 4.
Sound cues gave that away. I could see Hello My Bad tracking him with his arrow from the map, so he knew and heard him. So Hansi not able to keep himself obscured long enough from Vitality's detection to get any further into this one. Decent salvage game, again, up to 50 points here for Shadow Esports, so they very much could be in that grand finals. They're on pace to get there. They get 6 points in this game, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, and that's plenty to continue to have the point pace you need to find yourself playing in the last 3 days here at EWC 26 and PUBG Battlegrounds. Tanawat takes down Hakatori. This team is on fire right now.
Yeah, Hakatori going down is going to make the defense of the center so much more complicated, but Boostik's still up. He's in a vulnerable spot. He goes for the peek onto it. Sharper going to be trying to put the damage in. That unlocks VC to counter-wrap to the south of this. Navi's position that they were playing from was so strong, but VC's got a man advantage on position, and this has also drawn all the attention down to the south and allowed Vitality to get out of Power Grid.
Tycon here looking to take Spyro down, but it's Tanawat's blue zone that is going to find it. Tycon looking to steal the point. Clicked on the head once, just needs a couple more bullets to land there, but there's pressure from Vitality. Navi gone. Tycon doing some heavy lifting there in front. Sharper needs to recover.
And it's Levante that got the angle onto them. So we're looking at this hillside, an approach to the north from Sharper, down to the south. It's going to be VC and Vitality that wanted to go for the center. Maybe balled off a little bit too much. They're going to retreat, try to get Gadrox back up, as it looks like it is going to be a 4v4v3 to end this all out.
This is a key game for Vitality.
Yeah.
Getting deep, getting some kills. If they can get the win, they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable about that grand finals positioning. But Sharper, VC have something to say about it. VC's looked really good to me, taking some really nice fights, being really disciplined with holding their line, not giving up some of that space. You know, their spacing's been really good. That's the biggest thing here for VC. They're not opening themselves up to some opportunities to get just, you know, fragged out, shot down. They're being really proactive.
Saw Quizzy with a mask on, and we also saw him in between rounds with that mask, seeming like he doesn't feel the best right now. Getting a good game here is going to make it a lot easier whenever you're feeling sick. So Hello My Bad with eyes on to Earth's positioning. VC, though, just using the standoff in the north to take more control over everything. Tycon going to be the guy leading the way. Sharper one side, looks like they're making the focus onto Vitality. Vitality doesn't have much to play in the circle, just the outer walls, and Tycon going to be corralling him in. He does get the knock onto Levante, and that is a big knock onto Vitality. Sharper looks like they've got a good lock on position, and Hello My Bad now also under duress.
Great read here from Sharper, knowing that there wasn't going to be much of an opportunity for VC to swing the other way through, but Tanawat, he's going right into the mix. Tycon finds Gedrox, one player left. Tanawat couldn't quite see him. He tries to go pro. You're out in the open. Hello My Bad going to get one before he's taken down. Quizzy gone. That is the end for Vitality.
Time to be vicious. 9 kills up on top. Sharper stacked on top of each other, and with the car push, they managed to get some kills, but they are now in a very vulnerable position. Earth just back up against the blue zone along with Jedi, as it is VC with control over the center, and they realize this ain't gonna work. They're gonna surrender over the blue zone, and that is Vicious Esports with the victory.
Yeah, again, really good spacing in a lot of those fights, and they play that game really, really nicely. That early setup they had, I really liked, where they had Tycon up in the shack and 3 players down below him to guard it, because that's a really tricky position to defend if somebody gets underneath that shack. So really like their setup and the way they're able to use that to catapult themselves into the late game.
But it's the big game for
Ljudi, jeste vidjeli? Jeste tu?
They want to qualify. We love Levante and that crew, and this was
za ovaj kick event.
Shadow also making it into what, 5th place overall after what was a little bit of a dicier.
Za ovaj kick event Hibako. Evo čitam sad damo na hubu Hibako. A imate, znači uđe u partiju. Uđe u partiju i protiv ima koliko ima? Če je ova slika?
Also sharper, again, I talked about it in the very beginning of this game, around phase 2 where they
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 akaunta Hibako sa 8 igrača igra, ubije ih i onda se ovi revivaju i tako 3-4 puta u game.
To je banable.
Pa ako dokažu da je banable. Ovaj skum provalio što je bio nekad coach u Liquidu. U ovome je Virtus.
To je isto Marcelek nešto radio kad je bio onaj prvi Xenopoint, onaj. Nešto je glitcho. Pa mu je PUBG uzao pene.
This is absolutely ridiculous, but we're going to go ahead and try to get game number 4 all set up. We'll be back in just 1 moment. We book ESPORTS World Cup.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Oh, hello. We are here for the Sony Media Tour at the backstage of the ESPORTS World Cup 2026. So let's take a look at everything that's going on, as we have got some of our players already getting their hero shots done as well. As you can see here, made in Thailand, 2 times BGS champions. Look at the size of that tripod. Whoa! For such a small phone. Size does matter. All right, let's take a look a little bit further on. Kiss, what a legend, what a legend. Maybe we'll chat to him a little later on. Let's move on further down, of course, though, as we've got a lot more other stuff going on. I can see Team Liquid in the distance here, getting all of their media sorted. We're getting a lot of introductions into how all these players are setting up, how their feeling is for the tournament as a whole, of course. And you can see they're getting mic'd up as well. They're going to be talking about some stuff. A very different setup here for ESPORTS World Cup 2026. As you can see, another lovely stage. And over to my right-hand side as well. Actually, I could even sign this myself. This is for all of the players to sign as they do come along. But right next to, don't know who that is. I'll just put myself right there. The real goat of esports. So we can now make a little bit of a move on into the quiet zone. Come in. All right.
Kad se te, pa to je haksanje, da me jevi ga, znaš, sad ima taj event $100,000, morate gledate na Kiku, imate link Kika, gledate na Kiku 6 sati, dobijete in-game skin veste, tu vestu ekvipate u igrici i onda uđete u normal mod i igrate. I sad, znači igrate samo na killove i ako na leaderboardu upadnete, ne znam, u top koliko, dobijate dio od $100,000, znači $100,000 podijeljeno poziciju u leaderboard. I sad fazon, tamo pre svega ima haksa masu, a onda imaš ove igrače s prohuba koji haksaju. Znači evo prvi ovaj Hibako, razumijete, lik uđe sa 8 igrača, ubija ih konstantno, ovi se revive, on ih ubija. Znaš, kad to rade pro igrači, jel? Znaš, znači taj Hibako je očito lik koji ne igra legit. Ako tu radi, šta je za vjerovat da neće haksat u igrici, ili da nije haks u igrici? Znaš, to ko radi, to su pičketine i to je to. To treba banova.
I'm doing fantastic, and you?
Not too bad. Feeling great. Awesome. I love the pajamas. They're awesome. All right, let's get these boys in here. We're going to film a little bit of media with these guys as well, as we're going to have them guess some of the plays from previous tournaments. Anyway, that does it here for the media tour as a whole. So I'm going to get on with the Falcons, boys, and we'll see you next time. All right, guys. It's going to be the quiet. All right, let's try that again. Absolutely not. Absolutely. One more opportunity to see players in their natural habitat. Nothing. spectacular scenes here at the ESPORTS World Cup.
Welcome back, as we have decided to just go and explore Paris a little bit more. We find ourselves on the rooftop of Novotel. Shout out to them for actually letting us use this spot because it's amazing. But as we have hit the halfway point of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 group stages, honestly, we got to recap a little bit what's been going on. We just saw the Vicious being able to get a chicken dinner. But if we go back to day one, I mean, that storyline was just straight up myth.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what we're doing, if we're saying let's take that halftime, let's look at where we're sitting in the tournament right now. Myth and particularly Twisted Minds we can get to, these two are insane. But Myth, 3 wins on one day is unheard of. And the fact that they could come back and do it again tomorrow, let me tell you, every legend starts with Myth. And these guys are close to taking that title for themselves. Name change in the future, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they sort of started out after match 5 at like about a 7.2 elim average, which is it's not bad, okay? That is exceptional. But before that, they're actually on a 5.5, and that was because of the several chicken dinners that they have and that amazing match 6 where they got like 5 eliminations and that win. And I mean, that's exactly why this team is bringing it home.
They are going to be bringing it home. And the scary part, if you're a Myth fan too, or if you're just scared of Myth, what they're performing, is that today they're getting a break. Yeah. Today they're getting a chance to see what everybody from Group C is going to be doing. And Myth is just looking at them like, all right, chill. Let me see what you guys got going on because we're going to come in hot tomorrow.
And they got no stress. I mean, the fact of the matter is we've played 3 games so far, and Myth and Twisted Minds still haven't been caught by the 9-game teams, right? Like VP, yeah, they're having an okay catch-up time, but they still haven't closed the door on those 2. Like, it is crazy how far ahead Myth was at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, and for some of the other teams, we talked about it earlier, but we need to touch base as we're kind of recapping everything here. Full Sense finally ends up showing up. They get a win today, but they need to start being more consistent because now they're going to be going into their final 3 matches, and if that consistency is not there, tomorrow they're just going to be sitting down, watching the show list, just biting them nails.
Yeah, I mean, today is all for them, so they need to really do something there. I mean, it was a little surprising, I guess, from the first kind of group stages that we had, but, you know, they do know what's ahead of them and what they need to pick up on, and look, it's an okay job, I feel. Like, it needs to be a little bit more aggressive, I feel.
The problem is when you look at the leaderboard right now, you think, oh, maybe they're okay, maybe they're in 7th, but you got to remember, they have 3 games up on 16 of our teams, and that is time that has to be made up somewhere. So for those teams, even Shadow, our defending world champions, everybody who's got those 9 games played, just because they look like they're in a good rank now doesn't mean it carries over, which is even more stress-laced because that means they don't know what happens tomorrow. They have to put up, I would say, easily 12 to 15 points higher than they expect to make sure that they are still guaranteed the advance.
Could you just imagine playing this and then watching the games just from your hotel room going, oh, no. Did we make it enough? Did we make it enough? I mean, it's crunch time right now, but yeah, I would not want to be in that position. They definitely need to amp it up.
If they have the Novotel view, honestly, it might not be that bad.
You're not wrong. Actually, I know teams who, when they're in that situation on the 3rd day, they'll just go to lunch, or they'll take a day at the zoo, or they'll do something like that. Their coach obviously is like watching the whole time to give them updates, but I've met teams who are like, you know what, we don't even look until the very end, and then let's enjoy our day. Let's not have that stress looming over us.
How about some of the other squads that have came in today? 17 Gaming. I mean, they've been putting up some points. We just saw what Team 1 was able to do in the last one, and they ended up eliminating Falcons early on as well.
Yeah, I was sort of touching on this. Like, we looked at match 2, and obviously Heather just being able to pop that grenade into their situation, and it looks like T1 is just clipping the Falcons' wins at the moment because coming out of match 3, it was just an obliteration from them too.
I mean, they're from my region. I love the Falcons, boys, but this has been a very rough start. Now, I'm not going to write them off. How many times have we seen the Falcons sort of thrive up and go full phase Sunday, if you will, on that last performance day? So I'm not going to write them off yet, but it's been a very tough run for them. T1 looks so good to be as high up on the board as they are. 13th place with only 3 games played at 30 points. That's the same track line that we had Twisted Minds and Myth on yesterday. So these guys can feel very comfortable.
Another team that's in that same situation in regards to what we were talking about, being in that Group A, maybe not performing as well. AGAL. You got to remember, for AGAL, this squad, yes, you have been able to step it up a little bit, but it hasn't been to the point that we expected to, right? You're thinking about insane players that they have in that roster. Hey, Mass, we need to be able to see them being able to bring it up. So you know what? I think it's time. We want to continue talking on. We might stay here at the top of Novotel a little bit longer, but for now, I want to see what's going to be happening at the stage.
But Bosh, it is time, of course, as we have a few more games coming up here for the halftime. But we want to kind of touch on exactly what was going on really there. For the Vicious, I mean, you've got Tycon finally being able to step on up back on the international stage here, Match. I'm always good to see Tycon.
I mean, dude, you gotta love Tycon. I always have like mental images of that clutch that he managed to do where he got like, what is it, like 8, 9 kills, 10 kills by himself and then clutched out the game. I got in trouble because I think I said some naughty words at the end of that cast, but I mean, it deserved. Tycon's that good of a player, so it's great to have him back in the forums.
Yeah, look, and especially you and I had casted Tycon, I think, in one of his first games, right? And we go back to those times we said, hey, this kid's going to be a superstar. Now I'm hoping he has the team behind him. And so far, the way they played that south edge, the way that they kind of pushed Vitality out, they watched for the other team coming across, which of course was sharper, and they were able to capitalize. And winning that game is going to be a huge boost of confidence for them as well.
I think the first time in Fantasy that we ever played, and Tycon was a sub on that. There is 10K. Do you remember?
He was the cheapest.
Didn't you also pick him up like super early and rub it in our faces?
I may have heard.
Sounds like something James would do. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've got my ear to the ground, as it were. But let's.
You're so low. You should. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, because you're so much shorter than me, I'm going to enjoy this job.
I don't know if I should be speaking.
Let's talk about some of those teams that are on the bubble here for this one. Of course, as you've got teams like Tyloo, AGAL, and Petrichor Road all really needing to step up. It does feel like Tyloo's probably done here, though.
I think Tyloo is done, unfortunately. I mean, even if they have an incredible last 3 games, they're still going to be behind by a full 6 games of the other group coming back in. On top of that, I haven't seen anything from them that makes me think they're going to do it.
Final thoughts?
Same. I mean, Tyloo's just not getting there. Petrichor Road finds something. Anyone's legend, pull a trigger, man.
Yeah.
Please, AGL, I'm begging you.
Just shoot.
They're
That's
the
all we
kind
want.
of team that can have 30-point games in the past. We've seen it before. It's time to head on over to the commentators here for game number 4 of day 2.
Hello, friends. It is I, Porosaurus, joining Mr. Avenger on the cast for these final 3 games of Groups A versus C. And it is last chance saloon for those teams in Group A that may need to make that cut line, which is looking very, very difficult for some of these squads.
Yeah, the fact is, I think we're going to be sending 2 or 3 teams home, and they're going to be having no chance, even being outside that top 6 team. The bottom 8, of course, are going to have their dreams crushed in our crusher. But yeah, 3 more games to go here for them. And we're going to be kicking it off on Rondo, Paul. What's your thoughts on this?
Never would buy a condo there.
Okay, too much violence there? Or
Too much violence, too loud.
Right.
I got a dog, you know, he's just
I need sleep.
Barking all the time. But, yeah, not a great map to want to start on if you really need to make a push to get some things going here, especially if you're looking at what we were talking about Tyloo. We were talking about who are some of the other Group A teams that we've got our eyes on here.
Virtus.pro's not playing more of these 3's next one here. Tyloo, AGAL, Team Vitality, Supers, Full Sense, Petrichor Road, and Shadow has their last 3 maps to be played here at ESPORTS World Cup 2026 in Paris. And honestly, on Rondo here, back onto over to Tego, and then on Erangel, finishing things up. We were talking about the hypothetical cutoff line yesterday, Paro.
Yes.
I said 55-60. I think 55 is going to be plenty safe, considering how much points the top have taken. It took Virtus.pro 3 more games to catch up, and they have now tied Twisted Minds on that 69 points. Nice.
Yep, nice. Virtus.pro has been having a bang-up day, for sure, as has Vitality. As has, who else has had a good day? T1. T1 has been popping off today. 30 points on the day so far. But, yeah, I mean, still work left to be done, obviously. But with 3 more maps to go, I think those guys could be feeling a little bit more confident.
Yeah, we're giving a little bit of a hard time to Falcons here, but the fact is there is 6...
Top im je produkcja. A, produkcja top.
First performance that is Gen G's, Navi, and it's AGL. But let's hear what Tyloo has to say.
船厂的仓库物资比较丰富，然后转移的路线会比较偏多一点。
Well, there you go.
Yeah. It's a short interview, and it's also been a short pleasure of them today. Unfortunately, 1 point in 3 games. 19 points yesterday. They're on 20. currently very far down the leaderboard. It's going to be a little bit rough for them. Sure, there are some other teams that have obviously only played 3 games so far. Navi, Gen G, AGL, Petrichor Road, and JDG have also a very low amount of points today here. 12, 12, 10. It's somewhat low after 3 games, but then again, we've seen it before, Paul. We have seen these chicken dinners with double digits, and it can definitely be happening for JDD here with a Jiaotin home turf circle for them. They've only had 7 points so far today. This is their game. This is their chance to turn that around.
Yeah, this is, you know, we were having discussions in the green room prior to the game and talking about teams like Tyloo. You know, China as a region have delivered some very impressive performances this year so far. The switch to TPP obviously working out really nice for Petrichor Road for 4 a.m. But it feels like that region is getting very top heavy. And once you get past, you know, Petrichor 4 a.m. 17, it starts getting a little loosey-goosey down there as to how much success you're going to see from them at an international level.
Yeah, and 17 Gaming has had uncontested spots most of the time throughout today here. They only have 2 more points than Falcons. They've not had the best of games so far, and they have fantastic loot spots. For this circle here, they have a pretty easy entry towards that central stadium area here. JDD's always getting ready, and they're already taking some of the best spots right now, looking to see if that gas station is free already. AGL coming in from that northwest side over to Bailey. They're going to have quite the space here, and considering how far northwest this circle is, Poro, I'm really wondering how many teams are going to try to backfill it. You know, we have Falcons in the north, sure, they're going to come in from that, but how many teams are going to try to swing around?
You typically see this on stadium circles like this, where everybody immediately tries to send. You see such a cluster towards the center because those positions of power, those strong positions, are comes at such a premium that these teams are willing to make those high risk, high reward sends right towards the dead center early because they are so convinced that it is going to end up paying off for them. So we'll see now that we're getting a little bit later in. It's 4.5 minutes. That's late at this point in a circle like this, but so many teams still outside, still fighting their way in. It's going to be interesting to see how many try to go and still send towards that center or who will just kind of play around the fringes.
Yeah, about half these teams already looking at how can we get into this circle, try to get some of the priority here. And also, let's break it to you guys. Rondo in general, especially for land ratio, this area has so much unplayable terrain that is counted in land ratio. It has water, it has these high ground, it has these pillars. Now with this, we're gonna have some wild circles. We could be ending on straight next to the stadium. It's gonna be really interesting to see how the teams apply the strategies that has changed just since this meta has just updated just a month ago.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to keep an eye on as we see the stadium already starting to get a little bit compacted here. Mr. Guman all by himself as Vitality is arriving. The rest of the supers nowhere near here, so Guman
leaving.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah,
be pretty quick on the trigger there, and trying to get out, and he's just going to go ahead and reach.
That's an alpha move, to be honest. You just the stadium, assuming that the team that's looting there is already spread out, split out to some of these compounds on other priorities that we have here. T1 rolling in, trying to get topped around. That actually works. So. Someone's going to be able to take that later on. And he leaves it. He doesn't want it. You want the electric bus. You want the Dacia. You want to get that rolling.
They're not creeping up on anybody anytime soon, right? Well, this is actually kind of surprising to me that this compound in particular is just completely wide open. Whoa! You do see, there you go, Winbo. Nice shots there to start things off. But yeah, 17 just kind of coming in a little bit on the later side, but are, again, as we were talking about earlier, sending it really close towards center. Not playing around on the periphery because they know the likelihood is that this area is going to be in now, and you want to get something hard cover that you can play. You don't want to be forced into playing any open areas this early.
Yeah, I actually thought Suse from JDG is going to take the gas station, but yeah, 17 just rolling in aggressive. We've seen so many endings close to that.
Ajde, brate, koji je ovo kvalitet, jebote. Ne znam što Twitch ne loka samo na 1080p i onda, a ne svaki put kad šaltaš izoštrava.
That might change. We can see it go absolutely anywhere, and it's going to be amazing. We've seen some of these crazy circuits where it ended up closer to the river as well. Falcons is definitely hoping for Hardshift North. They're coming in somewhat late here, you know, 10th team or so to get in. They have no information what's ahead of them. They're going to be spending a lot of time gathering that information.
Oh no, not the time to go to a replay. Well, T1, it looks like it will scare Navi off, but Navi will be okay as we see 04MB just dying to nothing. But it looks like he was able to get res once again. But T1 able to keep Navi at bay, so Navi will continue to roll around on that eastern side. They know that the door is now closed. Don't want to try to get any further into the circle. We'll just play here from that southeastern side. See Falcons, as you said, coming in from the north. But yeah, I mean, you keep bringing it up, and for good reason, right? Like this, the way teams are playing this right now is based off of old circle logic.
Yep.
And now that we have the new circle logic, those hard shifts could come into. It almost feels like an inevitability at this point that we're going to see it break away. Now, if it goes hard north, hard south, it's going to be interesting because they're so compacted on each other. So if they do end up having to move, it's either going to be you got to do it instantly and try to get out of there quickly, or you play it slow and just don't want to be the first one to get caught out.
Yeah, and you're kind of, you know, innovating as you go here. New positions are going to be power priorities, and you're going to have these high grounds, you're going to have these area around the rivers and the floods.
Oh,
look at that northern shift.
There it is.
Oh my God, Falcons are laughing. They're loving this. This is their chance. You know what? I can give you the live commentary of the comps right now. It's going to be like, guys, we're fed.
We're fed.
We need to win this.
Blessed. Hashtag blessed. Well, immediately you see them turn back around. They're going to go for whatever high ground they can find around there. You can see just off to the
Fix.
northwest are those pillars
Minimum fix.
that they can play around.
Yes,
It
but-
looks like Kickstart already in the glider, kind of looking over in that area. But they're
Oppa, Nixi, direkt no miss.
down to their south, starting to head that way. So they need to make
Ai,
it
oi.
quickly. As Virtus Pro is going to run into Sharper. Sharper had a great game last round, and they're going to start off here by getting the knock on a Nixie.
Getting a big name down right there. He had 2,500 damage when he started today.
Ah, gott av look.
Lukarooks also has been found. Noxon confirms it coming through. VP, sure, they've already gone through. They're already in the final here, but that they still want to get points. This is still the absolute best practice you can get if you're already qualified for the final.
Goodness gracious, once again, just a portable red zone of grenades being sent over here. The utility being such a major factor. And Sharper not scared to go ahead and send everything they have in the bag there to go ahead and secure those 2 points off of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, the rest of the team will go ahead and escape as now we see 17 running into Supers. They've got Falcons just off to their north, and you can see Shadow just off to their east. So this is not a fight that I think either of these teams really want to invest too much time in. And yeah, there you go. Both of them are going to pull away immediately.
Smart. That's the way to go about it, right? You want to make sure you can stay alive as long as possible.
Yes, okay.
This is interesting.
This is huge. We could see so many teams coming in and taking away these pillars from some of these teams that are on the lower ground, right? Kickstart shows. If 4 guys land on the high ground pillar above Falcons here, that's going to put so much pressure onto them, actually. And we have the river in play also.
Opet bi mi korek sami.
But these 3 or 4 really tall pillars around the compound.
A lećeli su full for man. Rotacijom su mu lećeli u full for man.
That's what they're going for right now.
I would if I was them, and they're going to actually, I mean, if they can get up there, they're going to have time to set up too, because we also have another E pickup that's coming from east to west.
Yeah.
A little bit farther distance, but I mean, they're going right over the top of the same spot, right? So if Full Senses has the time to really sub, and now T1 has popped one as well, so multiple E pickups there. So Sharper, or Full Sense rather, could find themselves in a really good spot, but you see immediately upon landing, they're just going to have to drop down on their bellies as a number of teams already looking over in that direction.
Yeah, Falcons hunkering down this compound. This is quite a strong compound here. You have multiple sides of cover. You can be in the Bruce. And it's really difficult to breach unless you breach from that northern area where the rocks is. Just this direction that Gustav is looking at. But they're fully aware that Folsons is taking some of these northwest pillars. But we're going to have this next circle pop. Let's see where we go, Paro.
All right, we're going to get another hard shift.
Wow.
We will. Going to cut all the way over to the west. And that's going to leave a
look at all the
pretty big chunk of Bailey in. Where's Vicious going to go? Where's T1 going to go? Obviously, Full Sense has landed on top of that pillar. Right now, you see Falcons currently content and hanging in their compound. Why wouldn't they? As you see a number of teams trying to make their way past. It looks like they're going to be able to do it. Vicious not going to pop the chutes by the towers. Instead, they're going to continue going all the way over to Bailey.
Yeah, Falcons hunkering down his compound. This is quite a strong compound here. You have multiple sides of cover. You can be in the Bruce. And it's really difficult to breach unless you breach from that northern area where the rocks is. Just this direction that Gustav is looking at. But they're fully aware that Folsons is taking some of these northwest pillars. And now it's going to leave a pretty big chunk of Bailey in. I'll have to admit this. I've never seen such a Northwestern circle, especially with the back-to-back hardships like this here. Look at that, all the fans here in Paris loving the games going on the Qiddiya City grid.
I need to get a beret, man.
Yeah? Red or blue?
I mean, honestly, the red one is looking pretty nice.
You have to go with the lipstick as well then. That's kind of crazy. But look at this, 17 being absolutely getting in here as T1 is flying in above them. Delvin finds 0-4 and B from Petrichor Road. Shots coming in. AGL, they need to have a good game. We have just 3 more to go.
Happening on the south side of the circle, you can see there's still 60 alive left in this game as there are a number of fights going on here. T1 have run into 17, and 17 proven to be a little bit more of a hassle to clean up than Falcons was for T1 last time. In fact, they will go down as T1 gets eliminated in 16th place. We'll see if 17 has the time to get those revives on before they get crashed.
T1's had a good day so far today, so they can afford one, but now look at this. Vicious also finding 17. Beamy finds JDG as well. So much fights happening here in the northern side. 17 Gaming's out of 15th place as well. Tycon is back to being him old self. 2022, 2023, Tycon is back.
Beautiful timing there by Vicious. They're able to get there before 17's able to do any type of reset whatsoever, so they'll pick up a couple of kills there as I-26v6 will get the knock on a Rex. That's going to force Supers to pull back off, but they don't have time for this. Vitality is coming in, Petrichor Road is coming in, Tai Lu is sniffing over in that area as well as Falcons, also third party on this fight. So the entire south side all kind of playing a game of chicken right now to see who's going to commit to a fight so that the other ones can then third party on there.
So many sharks in water driving around, just being ready to pull up or drive by. Team Vitality here trying to maintain control of that eastern side just of this high ground road here. It's going to have quite the impact on DN Supers. Nice to see them driving around here. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Deal and having
them back.
Yeah, they're going back south here. They're actually going to go straight towards AGL and Petrichor Road. And maybe Tai Lu on that southwest side here. Heaven popping some tires. It's going to be annoying for Vitality. Also a headshot coming his way. Damage is done. Difficult for Vitality to recoup. Hello, my bad if he's going to go down out here, but I think he's going to be fine. The blue zone is not taking more than 1 damage per second. Until we get to the next one, just 10 more seconds. We're going to go to triple that damage, so you need to get into that circle just now.
Super's one of our teams that's on the clock. 43 points overall right now. And only this game with 2 remaining. To try to make sure they're above that cut line as the circle will bless up just a little bit here. That's great news if you're full sense, as they still have 2 on that high ground, but they've sent Belmoth and Thanadol down low to kind of that as well. We'll see where Falcons decide to go and when they decide to go really is more the important question. You don't want to be the first one there, right?
Yeah, Fulson's also on the clock. 3 more games to go for them here, and that's exactly that. Need 10 more points so they could be safe, and they could definitely get it from this game here, or with having high ground control and also having all the eyes in the sky. Being on 2 pillars here is quite insane. Now Falcons are moving on the north side of the road.
Yes. Čekaj, na koje skinove misliš? Neki su došli.
Just shortly happening here.
Od full sense, da.
Petrichor Road is sent towards the middle as we get a quick replay here of 17. Quickly
Kakav gift.
T1 did manage to get a couple in return, but that was very well played there by both squads. It really just turned into a 1v1 at the end as we see a number of teams just kind of playing along that roadside. The high ground on the east and low ground on the west. Kills just picking one off here and there. Now Navi focusing down on Kamal's. Coming in from the south side, no one really there to support Kamal's. The rest of his team is a distance, and there you go, he is going to go down.
Yeah, there's Heads just trying to drive straight to the center. Vitality out in 12th place here. They were way too aggressive at going too deep, and they lost out on everything. Himas with the links as well on Gedrox. Jedi finds Ming Ming from Petrichor Road. And Navi lost Ferris here from this position on the north. Shadow really trying to hold them out here. The usual Navi would do a straight pull up onto this position, but they have so much strong terrain here from Shadow. They're inside the circle. They have rocks to peek from. Very difficult to take away from them.
That actually might be a come up for AGAL as well, as the Lynx, he was able to take him out of that BRDM that Vitality was working with earlier. So AGAL may have acquired themselves a new toy as Falcons will play just underneath the continuing the push up, but you see Shadow. Oh, you don't want to stack up like that. Boosting cooks a perfect grenade. Hansi now the last player left alive as the utility continues to stream over the top.
One more for Boostic. Could get a triple nade. Nah, it's just more damage than the knocks already, and they're going to try to make the most of it here. More damage is being done to them. Nade coming their way. That's a great peek. He gets Spyro down. It's just Boostic.
Jebem ti, zamalo i Boostika da rolne.
Shadow Esports out in 10th.
No, Boostik je zvjerina.
Good work there from Boostic. 480 damage for him. 4 kills in the bag. 7 total for Na'Vi as they start to find their
Pičku materinu.
Pičku materinu, Markane.
Ko je to radio?
A Markan idiot.
Samo da ga banan, samo seku.
Jebo ti.
Prepade
me to.
Prepade me, jebo. Ti se retar.
Se do pičku. Vi ste udaraj vamo na nje, jebo, ovaj pustio u vrisak.
Kaka retar, usro se. A koji ti to promijenio mikrofon, Marka? Nešto drugačije čuješ?
Ja, slušaj.
Ko je? Si uzeo?
Nova 3.
Considering, are we going to make a move here? Going to try to make more control here in that eastern side. I don't think they're fully aware that Thanadol is.
Gle ti, brate, full sense obje planine uz.
Full sense is up there. Let's see what AGL does there.
Kurac real.
Tri jel? Nije ovaj dolje ispod. Činilo mi se da je uzeo ovaj Thanadol je u nižu dolje, ali tu su Falconsi. Čak nisu ni Falconsi, ni niko na ovu nižu. Ili jesu, možda jedan gore. Ne. Ti su ispod.
Sharper trying to get close, yeah, to VP, as you say here, with 2 guys just being alive, Corexi and Beamy. Shots coming in and connecting. Coach is on screen here. You can see Gunnar. Somewhat nervous in the
prvi dan, jel?
but he knows how important
Da.
this game is for them. This
I
is
full sense.
definitely a double-digit.
Jel full sense isto prvi dan?
AGL is setting up quite aggressively. Tyloo actually getting close to sniffing
Evo
this
te
out as
50
well.
pojena otkucali ljudi.
Trying to boost up and survive. He's got an AUG and a Panzer in the back. Virtus Pro don't need the points, but definitely want to try to compete against these teams as, of course, can they get more kills in the stat pad and get a little bit more confidence.
Ja nešto mislim.
Look at that, beauty on Delvin.
Mislim da nije.
Nije.
Ja ne Loki, ja sam imao.
Ma prošli su i oni, bet, svi su oni prošli, nema šta. Brate, 16 sad ima oko 25 pojena. Prošli 100%.
Nobody really looking at them, and now Falcons actually has a line of sight on them, so more shots coming through. Tyloo has wrapped around on the south side as well. So eyes on here, shots being taken from range from one side of the circle to the other.
And honestly, Full Sense and Falcons could...
Kako je krenuo meč za VP, izgubili Luku i Nixija, kasno misli sam kraj, vete, gled Bimija i Corexi. 100% lagano.
The Na'Vi is down to just Boostic. And have quite the impact here, and Vicious also in the northern side. They have quite the control. Sharper in the west, Tyloo in the south, AGL in the southeast, and the road, so much control. And Falcons, Full Sense, just next to each other as Belmont finds it. Look at that, him as also in the mortar. They moved it, they took it.
Da.
Where is he going to land? It's going to have an impact.
I don't know if he was dialed in on that Pagoda, but the first one landed. Oh my goodness, one dragon. He gets knocked out of that. I'm not sure. Was he in the car? Did he get knocked out of the car? I'm not sure. Either way.
Na'Vi out.
But yeah, Kong on one as well. So Tyloo sending orders off somewhere. We'll see where they are going. Just a little bit shy of the high ground. I think that's, kind of aiming over towards Full Sense. But the new circle is going to pull Full Sense in once again. So this might be a Full Sense Falcons fight.
A gle ne ide. Bo, molim. A daj, mene seri. Ovo je trebalo biti 2-0.
Oh my goodness, the one bounce off the rock, keeping them alive as Falcons just hear explosions ringing in their ears.
That's going to be rough. You're going to have to spread out just a little bit more. You cannot have 2 guys that's that close to an 8.
Realno je zaslužio da uzme 2 noka ovdje.
Trying to spread out, trying to apply some of these utilities that they have. Headshots are coming in as well for Shrimsy. Now all the smokes are being applied here. They're slightly in on the lower side of this rock here. But now peeking over, peeking across. Ticket gets found from Destroy from AGL from the other side of the road here. Lots of impact. Beamy finds 2 on Vicious. Simon and Tyken is down.
Of course, Beamy had the Panzerfaust, and now Beamy's got a BRDM. of his own to play with. Well, what's left of it. Either way, he's by himself. He can maybe survive just a little bit longer. We'll see. He'll at least use it for cover, if nothing else, as Vicious will try to make their way in, see if they can finish him off. Meanwhile, Falcons trying to take out what's left of Full Sense. They have just been hanging around, getting shot at by AGAL from the low side. Gustav will find one, he'll find two, and now it's down to one for Full Sense.
Tigger left alone here now. He's gonna have to make a push for it. Can he make it happen here? Shrimpsy on the absolute front here. Utilities being deployed. Now nades are coming out as well.
Cook it.
Shrimpsy might have. Oh, great peek on him, but the nade's gonna do a little bit of damage, but they're gonna be fine here. Now they're inside the zone. They're gonna be able to reset a little bit, and they're taking the PGC 2025 champions out of this game. 6 teams left, 20 players left alive.
That was a good fight for Falcons there. Clean fight. And obviously, AGAL was kind of pressuring them, so they weren't set it up the exact way that they wanted to, but they were still able to come out on top. So well played by them. AGAL just exerting so much control over this lobby from this southeastern side right now. They are a problem that everyone is going to have to deal with here eventually.
Sad imaju full WC na sebi, na šanse preživio. Ide, ne ide, GG. Op, fullo ne ide.
Tickleton finds Dogma. Virtus Pro is out in 6th
place. NT.
An effort from Beam here. Well played by them. Now we're down to AGL having this much control here. It's going to be so difficult for the rest of the lobby. Falcons trying to survive as much as they can. And look at that. Southern shift straight onto AGL. This is their chance to make it to the finals.
If ever you needed a game to go your way, AGAL going to hit this one as Delwyn gets the knock on the kickstart once again. Falcons just getting pressed from all sides. Now Vicious taking shots over there, but now Sharper has actually got a flanking angle over here onto AGAL, so they can't focus fully on Falcons anymore. They have to be looking over towards Sharper. 642 damage there on, I think that was our Zapalui that we just looked at, but you see what Falcons are having to deal with. It's not great. It's not great at all.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
No utility left, no smokes in the M7, everything, just nothing.
Obviously, their focus now is trying to get out and get Vicious out of the game and eliminated here. There's 2 potential kills on them, and also the point for placement. That'll be a 3-point play for them. But let's see how this applies here. Sharper also a potential big game for them here, and they need it. 18 points so far before these 3 games here. So now they're going to be pushing up even further. Gustav finds Tanawat from Sharper. He's going to be able to confirm the point. I'm not sure, though.
Tanawat kind of getting caught in no man's land there as the rest of his team still playing on the other side of the hill. They're going to have to move eventually. It looks like they're focused in on Tai Lu right now. They've kind of given up, then it all for dead. Can't really blame him as Tycon will just spray through the smoke, see if he can find something. He's going to get some damage.
Nije AGL. Nije im prvi dan, igrali su juče. Nek si loše igrali. A ne znam da li će prvo 40 bodova je malo. Nes, ali oni će ima, naš, poslije ovog meča, ako vinaju, proći sigurno. Sad pričaš, nisu nikakvi došli u store. Jesu, brate, Full Sense ima skin.
Talking about them prior to the game, saying that they don't really have much of a chance. We don't have a lot of faith in their abilities to come from behind this point. But yeah, good night, sweet Tycon. Of course, it's going to be Delwyn that gets them too, isn't it? Well, AGAL, we were saying earlier that they looked to be in a fantastic position to secure a win here. And now they have complete control. There's a certain
nema šanse da izgube ovo, brate. Pogledaj.
Tai Lu is up against the wall.
Tai Lu's on the clock. We're talking about them. This is their chance to put points on the board. And they need to win. They need the points. They need the kills.
They need a lot.
Yeah, they need everything, basically. Especially considering they had 1 point in the 3 first games of the day here. And so far now with second place, 6 points for placement alongside the kills that they have. So it's a good one for them, but I don't see them winning this game here. There's a 4-man strong with full 3 gear, with FAMAS, with Lynx. I don't know how many bullets Hennis has left, but Housker is taking lots of damage here. He has a Panzer, could have an impact. I don't know if Delva's going to be too greedy with that beard aim and getting too close.
I don't think so, yeah. I mean, you could see just the way that AGAL is posturing right now. They're They know they're in a 4v3. They're not going to take any super high risks here. They have control of the circle. They have everything they could possibly want.
Oh.
And we'll see Ty Lue. They're going to put 2 in the vehicle, try to send it, but that's going to get absolutely lit up immediately. Kong Kong going to have to hop out, and he's going to get spotted by Sololzi. Somehow Hausker is still alive. Is able to get behind a tree as the Panzerfaust comes through, but he will get the knock on the Delta.
Ovo je više gusto, no što treba biti gusto.
You have to imagine Ty Lue kind of in a tough spot. There's no way you're not going for that res, right?
That's crazy. Delwin with a, oh my god, the confirm from Hausker and Ty Lue here. Great utility usage from him. 6 kills for them so far, and a 12-point game considering they going to be pushing up to 13. Still going to have 2 massive games. Shots comes in. Himas gets so much damage done onto Hausker. You're not going to get that res. Surely One Dragon is going to get absolutely slaughtered with all the utility being in direction right now.
The red zone comes through, and that's going to do it. AL clutch out a huge victory for themselves here at EWC.
Absolutely cinema here for them. They were looking
pretty
rough so far today, but that game was their absolute victory here. What a way for them to do it. They were in 33 points going into the chicken dinner with all the kills they're able to get here. They're going to put themselves into 50+ area here, so that's going to be close to finals.
That was a team that we had very high expectations of coming into yesterday, and obviously not really delivering in a big way. I mean, it was an average day for sure, but they needed more if they were going to secure their spot. Well, more will they deliver here today, and they've still got 2 more games left to play, but fantastic work by them all the way throughout this game. I mean, taking that roadside, and honestly, just as soon as they were able to take out Vitality, it was almost just set in stone from that point on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ali ova orga je poprilično jaka. Ja sam vidio pre na leaderboardu, gdje je leaderboard? Evo, na rankingu. Evo ih. Top 3 orge, vrate, na IVC-u. Da.
Very cool, calm, and collected there, aren't they?
Yeah, I felt like that's so expected for them from that position. We were talking about it already, you know, minute 12.
Oh, yeah.
They are going to win this game just based off that position with the utility they have, with the links, with the FAMAs that Delvin was able to get, and also at BRDM. It's so strong. It's, you know, it's, for me, it's almost like a guarantee for BRDM.
Sometimes. Well, we have seen teams kind of run into trouble with them sometimes here and there, but I mean, when the position that they had that time around, it was going to be really, really. I mean, I don't think we saw anybody even take a shot at AGAL there for about 15-20 minutes. Well, there you go, 23 points for them, and that's going to do a load of work to securing their spot here in the grand final. Vicious Esports and Ty Lue, though, showing out here at the end.
What a great day and start for Vicious. So I actually didn't have high expectations for them, to be honest. It's a situation where Tycoon is just back, maybe? Like, it's a newfound motivation.
Did he ever leave?
I don't know, man. Last year, 2025, 2024, he was a former shadow of himself. Remember Dubai, remember 2023. He was an absolute beast. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue to do this throughout the final, but Vicious is looking great. They're looking poised.
Absolutely. Well, we have a quick interview, so let's throw it down to Mr. James Colares-Carroll.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. I'm here with Shrimzy to check in on what's going on so far here for the Falcons boys, one of everybody's favorites and one of my favorites in Shrimzy as well. How are you doing so far, man?
Doing good, and you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I want to ask you about the first, well, half and a bit of the day here, of course. A lot of people are looking at Falcons as one of the big names here for EWC. So what's been your perspective so far on how the games have gone here for Falcons?
Games have actually gone pretty decent. I think we're playing pretty well. A few things haven't gone our way, and it's led to a lot of points not being acquired, but I think that's just PUBG sometimes, and you just have to keep pushing.
To su dobri dresovi Falconsa, ovi zlatni.
You guys had a decent shift north onto your compound and be able to take that spot, but then the circle starts shifting away. You send Gustav forwards for that scout, but then beyond that, you're kind of stuck up against those rocks. So what's going on communication-wise, etc., in those kinds of moments?
It's just pure chaos, you know? Like, there's just so much going on all the time. Mortars, BRDMs, people above us, you know, we're just trying not to die and trying to see get as many kills as we can, but I mean, it's just crazy. There's a lot going on.
confident about your chances to be able to move on? The 2 more games here today. Obviously, you've got another day in hand as well. You thinking it's going to be okay?
Yeah, of course. We're one of the best teams in the lobby, and we're going to perform like it for sure.
If I get you some waffles for the Breakfast of Champions compared to our previous breakfast, do you think that'd work?
I need it. I need it.
The Breakfast of Champions, very important here for Shrimsy. Thank you very much, mate. You can get them back, as now we head on over to even more here from the EWC.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Another week of EWC means another week of club championship updates. We've got new games on the table, and we're hanging out with Tun to give us a little bit of insight about what's been going on over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Yeah, MLBB very much underway, starting with our group stage, which we've got going on all week long, into playoffs next week. But we're very early doors here in MLBB, but it's going to be really interesting, especially when it comes down to club championship. We've got a lot of the big boys in there, and some of the teams that actually really need to start putting their foot down.
I mean, similar situation to what we've got going on for PUBG as well, which means that when we're looking at the Falcons, AGALs, the squads that need that win in order to be eligible to claim the trophy, this could be a huge pivotal week for them.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, speaking of them, they've got 2 teams within our tournament. So one of them did come through in week 0 of WC, actually. Managed to make it through the qualifier. They've got those 2 different teams coming through, but only one of them is really in contention to be going for the win. For them, not being the greatest of starts, though, for both the Falcons squad, you would have liked something maybe a little bit more clean cut. But teams like Vitality, Team Liquid are our favorites when we're over there. They need to start getting going as well. They're not quite putting up as much of a fight as they have done in 2024 and 2025. But realistically speaking, they are a team who should be getting 1,000 points in MLBB. Whether or not that happens or not is another thing.
Yeah, and they're one of those teams that have done well in years past for club championships, so we'll have to keep an eye on them and see how it goes. But of course, lots of gameplay left before we can even get into that, so we'll check in just a little bit.
Well, if you had AGAL, one of those club championship teams, on your pick'ems, congratulations, because they are bouncing back, getting over 10 eliminations in that last one. If you haven't been able to put in your pick'ems, make sure you go ahead and do so. Go to the EWC website or the EWC app. And if you're sharing stuff on social media, don't forget to use the hashtag EWC. I want to start featuring some of your guys' stuff that you're sharing on social media. But, I mean, the main topic right now, Toffees, AGAL.
Man, they needed it real bad, right? This is one of those, they're not only for this, but for the Cup in general. You heard the Cup update. They're a team that has to sort of put some points on the board for the organization. They actually managed to do it that time. Now, they did it with all the tools that they could possibly get on the map. The BRDM, they had a Lynx in their pocket. At the end of that match, I think there were 8 grenades left on Himas, so that was crazy to see. They played it really, really well. And while Tycon and Himas aren't on the same team anymore, it was nice once again to see the old Tycon-Himas show as those 2 teams went head-to-head at the end of that match.
Ladies, we're enjoying this rooftop so much. We decided, you know what? Let's just stay here a little bit longer. We were expecting Falcons to make a bit of a comeback. We just heard on that interview they still have the confidence. Kalaris asked him, you expected to make it to the finals? They're like, yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm just enjoying the sunshine, but not so much the wind. You guys don't have hair like I do that gets all up in your face, but you know what gets up in your face is, like, obviously we had full sense on the height there above the Falcons, and this was kind of like a little bit of a difficult situation for them, obviously being embedded under the rock, but I mean, they were kind of causing that chaos, and the Falcons were able to sort of hold them off. They, full sense, used so much utility on them. The grenades were flying in, yet they still kind of kept that composure so they could keep that sort of southeastern side to make their way in. But look, it was a little bit better of a game from them, and obviously we heard the interview before saying they're like, we're doing well. I mean, it's not super reflective of the leaderboard for them, but like it's nice to see that their mentality is still saying, look, we've got this. But look, I feel like we've got 2 matches left. Yep. They're going to have to do something crazy in the next group stages.
Yeah, I mean, Full Sense is, Falcons are used to being on top of the mountain. That's the way they breed, right? When a Falcon's on the ground, they're at their weakest. So Full Sense up above them, covering them, keeping them locked up against the rocks. There wasn't much they can do. I liked Shrimzy's attitude in that interview. He said, you know, the game's going the way that not how we want it to, but we're not mad about our calls. Like getting to that rock, being run over in the last game, this time getting stuck underneath Full Sense. It's not necessarily bad choices. It's just unfortunate. Like we said earlier, PUBG happens. That mentality to bounce back and make a move is what matters most.
And that's one team that we expect to be able to bounce back and continue that consistency. And honestly, they even said it. They are one of the favorites. They're going to end up being on the finals, and I don't expect anything different from there. Talking about teams that are going to be going to the finals or might not be able to make it to the finals, because now we're moving into the last 2 matches of Group A. And this is why that win was so big for AGL. But we got to talk about some of the other squads. I'm looking at Tyloo. Now they're going to be going to the last games. It's going to come down for them to pretty much just go for broke.
Yeah, I mean, sitting at 32 points with 2 games left to play is not where you want to be. We think the cutoff's going to be around 64 potentially, maybe lower. They might get lucky because there's 3 sponges so far that are developing, but that is going to be a little bit of a tough move. I will say, if they had managed to win that, going, you know, and pull out a couple extra points, I think it was better, but at least they now have some momentum. They can say, you know what, it's not our calls. We are making good choices, and that confidence going to 2 more games, maybe that's the difference maker.
I mean, what if we even pull it over to Na'Vi sort of sitting down in that? They're making some awesome calls as well, like sitting at this sort of mid-range of the leaderboard. They were able to get that push on Shadow. But you were talking to me about this, but at the cost of what? They took pretty much the entire team just to be able to get those eliminations happening, but that was down to 1, and they weren't able to sort of, I guess, resurrect themselves from that play.
When we talk about the Na'Vi situation, right? So Shadow set up a pretty good trap. They're tucked up against the hill. They get Hakatori. And if there's something you want to do when you fight Na'Vi, it's kill Hakatori as fast as possible. They did it. The problem is you have to remember, never go full stack. They stacked up together on the side of that hill, and it was one boosted grenade dropped on their toes. They looked down, they said, oh no. It was like one of those movies, like you're watching Saving Private Ryan, where all the guys are like, oh, it's over now. And they go. That's the end of them, and then Navi's able to sort of salvage up some points. Navi, I think, is in the same position, I think, as the Falcons a little bit. That 20 points right now after 4 games, a 5-point average is okay. That puts you at 60 on this track, but you say these are all bad games, right? You got to have one good game out of 12, surely. So if they get one game where they average 9 to 12 off of that game, that puts them into a spot where they will probably qualify.
I mean, what I'm seeing from like Na'Vi is they are trying different things and they're making these decisions. And I'm not saying the Falcons aren't making the decisions. You heard them. They are happy with what they are doing, but it looks like Navi's just pulling out everything and throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, which is what I like to see from a team. No, that didn't work out so well for them, but they'll go back to the drawing board in these next matches, and I feel like they could do something a little bit more in our match 5 and 6.
I think the thing I like about Na'Vi is, so we talk about Twisted Minds as a system-driven team often. Na'Vi, and I actually heard this, Twisted Minds wasn't stoked because Na'Vi came in and sort of memorized their system, adapted it a little bit, and has used it for themselves. So I think the idea that Na'Vi is system-driven, but when the fight breaks out, they become very sort of work on your own or work in duos.
Što tebi radi mikrofon non-stop?
I think works really well for the modern environment and the way that PUBG has been evolving so quickly. This is one of my picks for teams over the next 2 years.
Ne čuje se ništa, nego samo ti svijetli na disku.
Pa moguće da je retardiran diskust. Da nešto fata, što ne postoji. Dešavam se to nek. Nešto fatalo slično.
You're going into the last 2 games, they could use that to play a bit of a spoiler role to some of the other squads that are also in Group A that are having a hard time.
Yeah, it's one of those, do I take that risk? Do I sort of mess with someone and they come back around? If there's a $2 million tournament, that's the one to make bad blood on, right? So they could mess with someone. That's not VP's nature generally. I think what they'll do is try to run up those numbers a little bit, because you also want that confidence. You want to walk with swagger into the grand finals and be like, yeah, we broke 110. And then everybody else is terrified of you. So I think that's what VP is going to look for the next 2 games, is to crack up above those 3 point, 100 plus. And say, we are the guys.
Ja moj Ante, nemam pojma.
And earlier we saw Full Sense being able to bounce back a little bit too, getting themselves closer. Shadow Esports is in that range.
Kaže Ante, ti je komp kurcu, mikrofon kurcu, valja li ti nešto u životu?
A vrati, ne valja ništa, sve me jebe u životu. I tako lagano. A gdje on što ne dođe s nama gleda?
Ivana, hvala za follow. Nemam pojem. Phantom Smoravu. Gdje je Marka?
I'm all in.
Došao šupak.
Shadow Esports. Toppies doesn't agree with me, but the thing is, I'm all on Shadow Esports because of Toppies.
I said good day one.
Which they did. So after that, I was like, this man knows what he's talking about. That's why he's here with me in Paris for PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. But I know we got something cool going on the stage with Barney and Luti.
Šta je, koja je mapa sad? Tego, Erang.
Tego.
Tego.
You know, if me and you had a map,
ovi likovi, ovaj lijevi mi nije loš, ovaj uplavo. Ovi ljubčast staju.
Ma dobro su uvijek.
Oni su baš dobri komentatori, dok su ona druga dvojica, to je troje ono, treba i ono dvoje, što rade za PUBG. Bože sačuva.
You want to destroy the Feltaro? That's rude, bro. Like, imagine if I said the same about Big Bob. It's Big Ben. Oh, yeah, whatever. You know, map are good and great as they are now. So game 5 around the corner now. And for some of our players, there are only 2 games left in the group stage.
That's right. The points threshold is starting to take shape, but our teams from Group A really need to step up and do something and end with a bang if they've got any chance of making it through to the grand finals. And so with that being said, it's time to head over to our casters. Let's do this. Right, come on. We can destroy the Eiffel Tower.
No, buddy, we're not gonna destroy the Tower Eiffel.
A dobro se.
Ovo je baš tip koji se meni sviđa. Ovo da bacaju fore, da je opšte, da se zajebavaju. Ne, brate, oni bacaju fore, ali glupe do boga, ovo je smiješno.
Da. Dobro si, baš si dobro. Čekamo PGC i Belu.
Ja, oramo mi je spominjati.
Yeah, that's gonna be Tyloo. Very much sweating here. 32 points. Patrick Rowe, 34 points.
That's
Super 46.
That's
yeah. There's some names here that should not be down here. And after what we see from AGL,
Jebote, skonta koliko je hala ovo, brate. Gledaj koliko stage-ova ima.
So yeah, it's very much.
O jebi ga, valjda ovdje druže hostat. Koliko ima ovog 30 igrica ovo.
We'll see if those squads that are in the hunt, in the chase, that desperately need something to go their way, they can find a little bit of Tego magic to bring them where they need to be. Plane is in the air and it is hugging the western side or southwestern side, so probably, hopefully, maybe not another shipyard circle.
You know what I love about Tego?
What's that?
We get to say it's time to Tego, guys. 2 more games here, Paul. And you know what?
Can't avoid it.
From the southwest to the south side here, a lot of teams are not going to be able to get to Kangyong Airport, Shipyard, even to Yongchang. It's going to be a stretch in a car for VP. It's going to take some time to travel. Might see some contest for cars in some of the areas where teams are not used to. So definitely going to be difficult for this one here. Tyloo, 2 more games to currently at the bottom of those teams that have played 10 games. And yeah, they're going to be close to GNG, close to Vitality. And Vitality's been looking great. They're also have played 10 games. And 57 points for them, guaranteed to go final in my book here. Sure, they're going to get a few more points. I think the cutoff, considering how kind of top-heavy we've had it so far, I think the cutoff might be significantly lower. Yeah. Maybe the 50 to 55 point mark. So yeah, we'll see. And we get a southern side shift.
Pa izgleda tako, da neće biti preko 55.
Smack bang in the middle here. It's going to be absolutely.
Ovaj je još jedan, znači 2 meča.
Look at that.
Tego i, mislim da je Rangel zadnji meč. Igraju se 2 Rangela, 2 Tega, Rondo i Miramar. A ja bi, umjesto 2 Rangela, ja bi stavio 2 Miramar. 2 Miramara, 2 Tega, Rondo i Rangel.
Mislim da mijenjaju ono svaki dan. Da će svi igrati ono 2 Miramara, 2 Rangela po jedan dan.
Pa mogu.
Jer ja mislim da su juče bilo 2 Miramara, ali tako?
Niš.
Niš? Onda su 2 Rangela.
Everybody kind of got the message and they found different ways to do it considering this plane. So looks like the luck in their favor this time and we won't see.
To vraćam staro po 6 mečeva.
But as you said, Petrichor Road.
Pa 5 mečeva su ti svi PUBG official turniri. Ovo nije PUBG turnir. Oni drže format od 6.
join him very quickly.
I quickly want to talk about your biggest surprises so far we've seen. We've got 2 more games.
Ja, meni je možda bolje to 6 mečeva iskreno.
Shadow ESPORts.
Ja nemam pojma.
51 point, Poro.
I mean, it's not
Ja mislim što više mečeva, to manje RNG, ali ono 5 mečeva se pokazalo kao dobro za single elim format. Ti s 5. mečem možda prođeš i dalje, sa 6. ne možeš.
Dobro, ali ako si blizu tipa 9. taj 6. ti klača situacija neka.
Dobro, klačati, ali nije...
Možda nešto je 12. proće. Ako imam i ovo neka veća razlika.
Da, ali tebi je, ti kad igraš 6 mečeva i kad kao ekipa koja juri rezultat uđeš u 6. meč, to je Clown Fiesta. Znači tu se nalazi pola ekipa koje su prošle, a nije pola, recimo 6 ekipa koje je prošlo, imaš 5 ekipa koje ne može proći šta god urade i onda imaš 5 ekipa koje se bore ozbiljno i to bude Clown Fiesta jer 11 ekipa trola. A kad igraš na 5 mečeva, svaka ekipa ima šansu da prođe. I onda si 5. meč odigra kako treba. A 6. meč i na skrimovima i svuda je Clown Fiesta. I na turnirima. Najgore ti je kad ti fale bodova i 6. meč se vučeš. Se vadiš.
O, jes. Da će svi igrati do sjeba u nekog i to. To je uvijek tako je bilo. Realno uvijek se to radi. Kad si prošao sigurno ideš sjebat nekog kot ne odgovara.
Normalno, to je normalna stvar. Biraš na koga ćeš. Mi smo tako kad smo igrali NC probali izbaci Poljake. Poljacima bio loš dan, a mi prošli. Ideš izbaci dobru ekipu.
It's high risk, high reward. Some of the areas are hard to get to, it's hard to contest. Some of them are a little bit more secret. And all teams not fully prepared to, like, you have to remember, where are these areas actually? Because we've been playing
ide lagano.
O, Sony, Romoni, bog te čanzam stanemo, bog ključ se prepali.
Ma nisu se prepali, nego ih usralo. Ne, tu prepaljivanje. Prvi dan su imali 50 kusur poena, ljudi nisu imali, ja mislim, 3 km vožnje su je prepaljeni. Tanga! Okinu mi. Znači, caka mi srce nije stalo, ne znam kad će. Hvala puno Ivana, opet Ivana. GG.
Always, yeah. No, I mean, but this has kind of always been the case for Navi, hasn't it? I mean, we've kind of looked at him and you're like, oh my God, Hackatory, if not one of, if not the best player in the world, especially when he's really, really on. And we've always kind of said like he just needs somebody else there. He needs some support, and there's certain days that Navi. The rest of the guys are able to keep up with him, and now that with the addition of Boostic, obviously a lot more firepower, a lot more mechanical talent being brought in, but it's still kind of, it feels like the story's still remaining the same. Like you'll have Navi will put up these 70-point, 80-point days where they just look unstoppable, and then they have these where 20-point or less just stinkers, and it's if they can just find a way, and it. Tomorrow they could come in here and drop 80. That's the thing. Is Absolutely. Like you just never get the squad. No.
I know you.
Pretty good terrain here. Circle here. A lot of teams already inside. The teams that are out right now trying to get in. Let's talk about it. As you see, 17 Gaming flying around the gliders. We might have some air combat here. And
Ljepše okruglo 100. Hvala puno.
17 and Navi. So.
Hvala puno svima. Hvala puno Ivan.
It looks like it's going to be enough to
Ajme, makar neko 5 eura da uplati, da ga ne do da imam sve kup kaficu.
Kaj si ti retar?
Prosi ovdje.
Kaficu? Pa gdje kupuješ kaficu za 5 eura na aerodromu?
Brate, ono u Starbucksa, znaš što ima, da si kupio...
To je kafica za proliv.
Brate, naš zapakovana, što ima u onoj staklu.
Prodavnici. Hvala Ivana.
Ali nije ni ona 5 eura, ona je ovako...
Ne znam. Ja sam pio u Starbucksu. Pio sam neku Starbucks, ja ne znam, tu i mačaka bilo unutra s miksanom. To je sve samo nije kafa.
Brate, zadnji put kad sam bio u Beogradu, bilo u Starbucksu. Ma drož, čekao sam sat, smorio sam se živ. Neka me gužva uhvatila, neka
ali imaš
ekskluzija.
saku. Imaš saku, ne odeš tamo, brate. Naruč.
Ja da imam saka.
Ne, boje da je banci. A nisam do kraja završio. Ne odeš tamo, nego naručiš. Jer dosta imaju prioritet. Tako ti je bukvalno za sve gdje se čeka.
Kad sam već kod Beograda moglo bi se nekad je organizovao se odi do Beograda. Nisam bio godin dana.
A šta ćeš u Beogradu, cijelo odre?
Shopping, prijatelj, shopping.
Evo Ari, brate, Ari slavi što je Španija prošla Messi ispo. Kaže, evo... Evo, Patalju, već za htio napisao Patalju još i za Sokić, brate. Eto, dobio si full obrok Starbucks sa Sokićem. Hvala Ari. Pada sad VP u zraku. Kako misliš pada VP u zraku? Misliš od crvene zone? Došao neki Koreanac sa Twitchu i gleda ga 40k ljudi kako igra PUBG. A turnir jedva 4k. Jebi ga.
Znaš kako se može skontiti?
A možda i botuje, bar. Ko Marcele, bret. Marcele, jedan dan gleda 30 ljudi, jedan dan 2000.
Znaš što nije loš? Smisl neki skam. To vidim prolazi. Smisl neki kurs nešto za PUBG. Sjećaš se možda su pravili Korsak, Tigleton i oni što su napravili onaj kurs. Pa uzmali ljudima 100 eura da te nauče igrati igricu.
A šta je tu skam?
Podugo im je trajao taj... Trajalo 2 mjeseca se ukupno.
Pa dobro, ali nije skam.
Pa nije skam, ali ono, kursevi ti, mene to sve...
Mogu ti uzeti taj kurs?
Jel? To što će ja ne znam igrati igricu.
Neću ja ništa reći. Ha? Dobro je sletio žajvu.
Mogu bi ovaj šao ovu malo na neki...
Mogu bi na kurs.
Tečaj ili ti ga kurs letenja.
Asterix može kurs da proda i pokaže kako ne treba. Moja Markanje. A gdje si ti otišao retardem? Gledaj idova. Vete, utility je uvijek bio bitan, ali u TPP-u... Možda bitniji puta 3. Juče smo imali na scrimsima ovako neku zonu biješ.
Su ti jedan fazon, ali već bit će fin. Evo ja plaćam kurs koji će me naučiti, puca sam. Evo imam ja, za 50 eura učim...
Kako ne treba. A iskreno možda i treba naučiti kako ne treba. Da sve što uradiš mimo toga je okej.
Ja vas mogu da učit kako da uzmete 2 kila pa da umrete.
Ili samo da umrete?
Nekad bude i to, ali ja se čujem zaključam za 2 kila i umrem.
Try to go for some of the coastline play here because sure it's phase 3, but no longer having land ratios, not going to be guaranteed to go away from this water area. And we've seen some tendencies where it actually goes towards water in those phase 4s and phase 5. So let's see what happens here with that northeastern shift here.
Jel ovo moguće Rezona ga skinula od glidera? Zar nije... Nisam to primijetio, morao bi vratiti stream. Ja sam vidio kao je on gliderom zveknuo u zemlju dolje i onda od impakta umro. Ili ga... Jevojte, možda ga je stvarno crvena zona ubila. Nisam obratio pažnju.
Nekog je ubila crvena zona, možda je Bustika. Nešto sam vidio Bustika u tom trenutku, kill feed.
With AGAL still have to make their way inside zone and
tam si koliko si nesretan. Letiš s avionom i ne bodete red zona. Pa to baš moraš biti ono... Bukvalno.
Avione složiti krivo. A znam da postoji haks, brate. Završiš meč prije nego što starta obališ avion.
And with the area that Falcons has, if this circle goes anywhere...
Znaš kako mi je cheat iskočio na...
Zabio se u zemlju. Ne znam, ja svijem se zabio u zemlju i umro, ali nisam gledao kill feed.
Znaš kakav cheat lik ima na TikToku mi iskočio. Frajko kopa, druže, krampom, znači...
Šta mi iskoči? Igraš?
Svjetlost.
A, igraš?
Šta igram, da?
Šta si napisao nešto, rekao si nešto, nisam skočio.
Iskočio mi na TikToku,
iskočio.
neki lik kaksa u PUBG-u, Frajko, znaš kako krampom kopa?
Evo kilova. Sad će Himas po burgere. Vrlo brzo Himas ide po burgere. Gle Himasa, brata, gle naše braće u rupu. Evo, skači, skidaj ga. Jel moguće pobjeći?
Ne pucat. Ej, jebis.
And AGL is just running southwest here. They know backfilling that area and taking some of the space is going to be so crucial. Look at that.
That circle pop just saved AGAL's life right
Bukvalno.
As soon as it popped, they immediately hopped in vehicles, started heading down south, going to the coast.
Jučer smo mi ovu zonu imali na Steam se jebot ista zona. Slična je, nije isto.
Jexy and Hansi might be the last two players left alive, but they're finding Knox.
It's an urban horror story here for everyone. Shadow
Look at the kill feed.
Absolutely lighting up. We're not going to be able to catch all that. So let's talk about what's happening here right now. AGL coming up against JDG. Trying to hold out everyone from the southwest on that ridge. Big nade coming in.
Znaš kad će ne idu. Taman što sam rekao.
That's also with utility in hand. Trying to fend off this aggressive push from Solalci and Himas.
That would have been a great grenade had they been actually standing on that one. But fortunately for JDG, they have pulled back. Did not want to make themselves too obvious. And AGAL smartly, I think, realizing that the timer is ticked down. We can't really afford to stay around for this. Let's find a different way in. Meanwhile, Vitality fighting the...
Iskreno meni je cool ovaj crni logo.
O, i meni je upitano. I navi je crni ovaj.
VP nema šta ima Edge grada.
I VP je isto dobar ovaj bijeli.
Evo VP pa dobro, no. Edge grada. Ima. Samo da ne budu preduboko.
Connected just a little bit here. Some damage done as well. Dogmai flush here from him as Hausker finds Tanadol on the other side here, but him as finds another Panzerfaust out of the vehicle. Absolutely easy for him to come in and clear this.
Nixi po.
Now he's going to have to run, try to disengage from this fight.
Opa, Luka vratio. Možda će i reza Nixi.
Oh my god, he's going to know. He's going to throw a molly straight to him. That's potentially going to do some damage. Tycon got out of it.
Kako je Tycon pobjegao od ovog molija?
Smart feet from Tycon. Will return the favor with a grenade that will be
well. Bi mi uzeo kill. Izgubili smo Nina. Uzeli 2 killa. Možda 3 ako Bi mi dobije kill.
VP decided to get involved in the city because they're already qualified here for 76 points. They haven't reached after 10.5 game. where Myth left yesterday. 79 points for them is insane here. But yeah, absolutely qualified there. Might as well have some fun here inside the city. Vitality, though, has a double crate guns, a Groza, a P90 on all of it.
Oh, Falcons, they're making a push now, and Ty Lue is spread across that ridge line. They're going to drop down some smokes. They do have that BRDM, but look at the Panzerfaust in hand for Ty Lue. I think Kickstart may have
Svi su živi, lažeš.
not going to take that risk, not going to push directly in.
What the fuck? Su revivali su Nixi, ja?
Još nije flašan.
Ili nije flašan? O, nije flašan. Ja se izvinjavam za zajeb. Drago mi je da sam pogriješio.
Tano's been knocked 14 times so far in this game here, so he's also going to be flushed quickly here from Gedrox with the P90.
Ko je po te bolji? Tigel ili Šemzi?
Nixi.
Dragon trying to go for the flagging position, has utility left in the bag to send over, but it's just not finding the mark here as
Oni dvojice, evo ga, taj sad te džabe pitao.
Oni dvojice, Nixi.
fighting themselves through. They have to leave once again.
Nez.
Believe AGAL.
Koreksi na boku izija.
Tigelton mi je draži jer ovako je bolji lik.
Meanwhile, Falcons looks like they're going to pull away from that fight with Ty Lue as well they should.
A ovog Šimzi, ja ne znam, nisam nikad s njim ulazio u konverzaciju. Ali mi izgleda kao onako malo namazan tip. Evo ga, čistimo AGAL. Oho.
Trying to play the edges of this city, and unfortunately they run right into each other, and there you go, AGAL gets wiped. 6 kills now for Virtus Pro, and they should be able to reset. Shrimzy and the boys came on to T1, but they will lose one, reigning now the last player left alive. Tigleton allowed to stay alive, but he's gonna go down. Falcons get picked out.
That's insane.
Ko je nokan od naših?
So much more from that. Ty Lue held that east side so
mislim da je Beam.
Try to go for center push.
A revive će, da.
Everyone was just shooting at them, especially Navi from that northern side. Songham on fire. Hello, my bad.
Opa, za koliko oduzme kill, kure. I to na 5.
Ovo su flashevi, da.
A gledaj bombe.
O, i bombe, druže.
Hello, my bad. Right behind him is Quizzy. Will have to retreat to the hard cover. Meanwhile, Navi, they have been playing quietly over on the eastern side of Songham, have managed to keep everybody alive. Now they're looking over in that direction of all the teams that are going to have to cross that road. So they are in a great spot here. Petrichor Road is going to find Ty Lue before eventually going down. So Ty Lue doing the most here, but Navi now sniffing over in that area as well.
Ty Lue, 2 kills, potentially more to be had here, but DN Supers are sniffing out.
This could be huge for Supers.
Yeah, but look at the nades coming in. Triple 4 nades coming in. Hackatar Ferris gets the most of it. Now it's just Lee, and DN Supers is backfilling his position on the eastern side. They want to get it out of here. JDD and DN Supers is looking great from this position here. They have so much control from the water side.
Oh man, but the problem is 0 kills. Nobody has really revealed themselves to them. Everybody knows to expect a full squad down there. The only team that they can really...
Zasjeli smo na prvom mjestu. Da, da. Ali... Ne, zadugo. Nažalost, mit sutra kreće sa 70... Koliko mit ima, znali neko? Mislim se... A?
Skoro 80, 78, 79, tako nešto.
Jebi ga. Analiz.
I can't believe it's still being 4 alive here. That's insane.
O, Nixi ga je zapalio, pogledaj ovo.
Najveći na oni igraju baš, još bolje igraju, brate, kad igraju ovako s bolom u kucu.
Korekcije. Pa dobro, svako igra dobro kad nema pritiska.
Oh, JDD!
Oh, nice grenade from Suze, as that's going to kick off the fight on the coastline. We'll see if Supers can rebound, but Navi doing their best to try to hold out Virtus Pro right now. They see the smokes. If they can time the grenades perfectly, they might be able to get them, and a lot of damage comes through, but they'll be able to keep that US alive and reposition.
Ovaj nade je odradio mnogo malo damage, iskreno. S obzirom da je pao. 74. Aj. Oni sutra da uzmu po 5 mečeva, po 5 poena svaki meč. Opet nas prestižu. Toliko su ljudi imali moćan prvi dan, brate, 74 poena.
get something here, but nice grenade from Cold will take down Guman. And they are once again on the back foot. The smokes aren't going to help them for that much longer. You got to wonder how much offensive utility JDG even has left at this point, as they're being very, very cautious about how they take this
JDG
Supers, because if they can come out of this clean with all 4 up, they are perfectly positioned for a win here.
Yeah, they're realizing, is it worth betting on us winning this 1v1 fight or 1v1 team fight with them? Because if we can coexist here, we could farm the rest of the lobby and then fight later on. I don't know if that's what JDG wants. Beamy finds Boostic though. Navi's under some pressure. Tyloo still has Lee alive inside the circle, and T1 still 2-man stand. And Chan also from 17 surviving on that western side. Surely eventually he's going to be found by VP.
Yeah, that's who I'm looking at right now, because VP, I mean, they came from the city. They have no idea to even look over in this direction. Tian just being the sneakiest snake right now. Heather will find Boostic, as the grenades from T1 just gonna, I think that might have been a freshly rezzed Boostic.
Ljudi, će li bi mi, hoće li Virtus da vinao?
But that one will. He'll finish him off, and he's gonna get the knock onto Spyro. So Navi, once again, backs up against the wall here. It's actually impressive that Virtus Pro was able to keep 3 alive and make their way into the circle.
Gle 17 s leđa, alo.
How much
this circle.
He has. This is a crazy circle.
Ali solo.
Still getting in. Navi still having a rich to play. That's
Možeš ga Cold ovaj
could be JDD and DN Super.
Nisam ga vidio.
They need to move both of them. Let's see how.
Brate, koliko je ovo dobro. Pogledaj, okrenuo je ovaj dio tijela koji se najviše ističe van zone. Znaš kad će ga spota?
And even if they try to kind of wrap on the eastern side, that's going to be JDD trying to maybe put some bullets toward them.
Yeah, this is interesting though, because JDG has also sent Cold 119 back over to the west to kind of look back to see if that's an available rotation.
No way!
As T1 is going to hold the line. Virtus Pro tried to sneak up on him, but so far so good for them. 17's Xiantian will get spotted out by Cold 119.
Ko je ostao sam?
Will not have the opportunity to strike, but T1 and Virtus Pro now fighting over the shack. JDG, they're getting the call from Cold 119 to come over here, because this is a lot more. This is probably an easier game-winning play if they can take out T1 while they're looking. But what a hold from the duo from T1 to take down Virtus.
Umro ovaj solo. Koga je ubio? Cold bić, a?
Ma moguć, nisam vidio. Gledao Nixija, je.
He does have a little bit of a backpack, and he's going to be able to survive that. Oh, the heal comes off as well, so. But Navi knows exactly where he is. I wonder why. Maybe it's the 4 burning cars and all the dips around it.
could be a little bit of an indicator there, couldn't it? Don't say, hey, I'm being sneaky over here behind all of these
smoking, burning
husks of cars. Yeah. Well, look at JDG. Okay, so they're going to allow Supers to live for now. After the pressure came through initially, Cnons and Suze have been left behind to try to see if they can find an angle onto DNS whenever they're moving. But, I mean, JDG, they're positioning themselves for late game while also keeping eyes over here towards Supers. We'll see. It doesn't look like anybody's got angles on them. T1 has eyes only for Navi right now, and the same is true in reverse, as Navi looks like they've run out of offensive utility to send over towards Lee.
If JDD plays this right, this is a double-digit kills win easily for them. The way that they've approached, the way that the south side is set up for them, with the cover that they have as well,
Jebote.
Be crazy. But T1,
JDG pet, je li JDG novi tim? Novi, ja mislim da je.
6 kills as a duo. They got 100.
Kako misliš novi tim?
Pa mislim, prvi dan.
Absolutely insanity here. Deal trying to dig towards the circle. And this is actually sending around quite nicely. The only team that has a lip inside of it is JDD.
Just the tiniest little bit of space to play, and JDG is 4 alive. They have the opportunity to kind of go for that. Here's the blue zone grenade. It's going to force Spyro to move. They do still have offensive utility left to send over towards Lee, but unfortunately, it's just not falling. The flashbangs are going to be perfect. Unfortunately, the grenades were not. So Lee able to survive a little bit longer, and Navi still has to worry about him. Keeping eyes on T1 just to make sure nobody's sending it over. Lee did have at least 1 grenade to send over, will cause some damage. The second one will find the knock, but that is going to do it for offensive utility for him.
Look at that. He just found another nade and another Molotov.
Why not?
That's huge. December 12th finds raining, and this is the JDD push I was talking about. To be able to take that south side control and also hold out the other teams trying to get in. It's going to be T1 losing raining, surely, and then it's just down to Heather.
He's got another one. he's going to get the re-knock on the Hakatori. Hakatori wasn't even able to stick the res just yet, so I think Ferris' job is just to send flashbangs over there to make sure he doesn't throw yet another grenade. He's got one Molotov in, but Heather will spot out Spiro as they try to make the push. Will steal it away as well. Make sure he secures that point. Ferris now the last player left up for Navi as the blue is tickling his toes, and Lee will collect it. Lee doing the most here for Tai Lu.
Such an important game for Tai Lu. They needed these points here. They're going to be pushing this even further here. Potentially more points to be had here as Ian Supers is trying to dig in from the eastern side. JD still has space. Lee with a Panzerfaust potentially going to send it towards somewhere in the middle to create some destructible terrain ahead of him to be able to play that. Picks up the MK12 with the 6x2. Has a almost full 3-vest. He could potentially get more points. Maybe kills, maybe placements if he gets T1 out of this game.
Look at this, Supers.
Gdje si poslao na Discordu klip?
They're holding on the edge, but Supers have been able to take a lot of space here and are able to kind of dig themselves down. Let's see if they can hold off JDG at the edge.
Aj pogledat ću poslije, kad završi meč.
To make his way in as well.
Jel novo ili staro?
That's the situation they're dealing with. The smokes still kind of flying out, but you got to imagine at this point, all of these teams are going to be running pretty low on utility. Let's see who was the best at being disciplined, who was able to hold on to as much as they can, as Cold 119 taking shots over towards Heaven, not finding anything.
Simbatul just one stun grenade. He's going to have to be the point man. All of the guys have a little bit of utility. Suse finds Heaven. And Deal is on fire, potentially going down to the knees. Molotov, Human solo as well.
Oh my goodness, Lee just causing so many problems here as a solo. Human, just a little bit of HP left as Suze just continues to push through. Human not popping up just yet. He's going to find one, he's going to get two.
Bože dragi.
Down to Nons and Cold 119, but T1 can't capitalize. They have to go for the res. Human goes for another one. He doesn't get it. Nons and Cold 119 have to make the push here. They're going to spot out Lee, but he's able to retreat back into the smoke.
It's a 2v1v1. Cole T1's out. Third place here now.
Evo, lijevo Mati izvuče drugo mjesto.
1v2 happen if Tai Lu wins this. This is going to be their push for the finals. He's still got some smokes, but now they spray. Nans finds it. Easy headshot.
Igra ovaj Nans vrhunski.
For a chicken dinner.
Through the smokes will take out the raid boss of Taego. Tai Lu's Lee did so much work there as a solo, caused so many problems, and essentially ruined the games for Navi, for Falcons, for Supers. I mean, he was such an influential factor there. Almost ruined it for JDG at the end, but Human stepped up big there for Supers. But I know Supers has to be a little bit upset with the fact that they weren't able to collect a little bit more off of that, but JDG has to absolutely be beaming there.
Absolutely. 8 points so far today for JDG, and now this win to come alongside the 10 points for the chicken dinner, alongside the kills, is going to put them in a more comfortable area of that mid-20s points.
What a wild Taego game. I mean, that shift, and so was it C3, C2, C3, C2?
4 or 5, where we just had 45% water. It's just insane.
Unbelievable stuff. And I mean, all those teams that had crashed into Songam, I mean, we saw it, we talked about it. There was just, I mean, teams all inside Songam, and guess who was the one to capitalize off all?
Yeah, there's no vacancy, and the Virtus Pro landlords, they came to throw everyone on the streets. Look at that, JD celebrating.
Ovi znamo da su Trimman.
Da.
Ne, nisu Trimman, oni su tu.
Nije tu. Kube, koliko frustova imaš?
3-2-1. 3-2-2, verovatno.
Koliko frustova imaš, Kube?
Šta priča? 1-2. 3-2.
1-1.
4-1.
AVM preporiš.
Šta se ja pogledao, ne kontam.
Mi smo
Kulira ga.
Ovi znamo da su Trimman.
Da.
Ne, nisu Trimman, oni su tu.
Nije tu. Kube, koliko frustova imaš?
3-2-1.
Evo, Kube, na Twitchu, šta je te pa?
Imaš, Kube?
Šta priča? 1-2. 4-3-2.
1-1.
4-1.
AVM preporiš.
Oni, brate, oni komuniciraju. Jedan broji killfeed, drugi broji first aid. Ekstra, brate, what a comes. Sedam like, Kube nabroj 11 ljudi. A mi za nije to od Caka, nego je fazon što ovaj njega pitao za frstove. Koliko ima frstova, ovaj ga ne konta uopšte i dalje broji ljudi, ovaj misli da mu odgovara na to pitanje. Kaže, ja nema nijedan. GG, respekt. Da ima se napuni ništa na kiku. Nisam ništa napunio. A brate... A jes, napunio, bilo je 63.
Ovaj bad boy druže sluša na stream, šta je ovo? Neki druže arapski hard rap.
We've managed to grab Trav from the Allianz Vault because it's day 2 of the group stage over on your side of things, and so we're looking for a little bit of a club championship update.
Yeah, we've had a few progressions here and there. Weibo Gaming are the reigning champions, and they've managed to claw their way through 2 real tough games, to be fair.
Okay.
It's been close, 2-2-1, so they've managed to get to day 3 of the competition, into that knockout phase. It's going to be tough for them, though. AGAL managed to get some points on the board as well, joining them through to that third day. So they're catching up on the heels of Vitality at the moment, only 100 points behind them. And speaking of Vitality as well, they've been struggling on our stage. They're down to the lower bracket. They're looking a bit shaky here and there. But also as well, got to touch on Virtus Pro, because they seem to be one of these teams who's flying under the radar at the moment, around about that 5th spot in the club championship, and they've guaranteed themselves that minimum 200 points as well.
So the trend that I'm seeing for this week is that we actually have a lot of our big CC heavy hitters in a lot of these titles. So we're going to be keeping track of everything, how it all progresses, because I think this is going to be really impactful overall for the leaderboard. So of course, we'll check back in with all of you later.
Well, Glitter, AGL was trying to continue on that hype train, but that last game didn't end up going their way. It did end up going the way of JDG, which coming into this match, they were in last place, I believe, with just 8 points. A great bounce back out of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start for JDG, but I mean, it's still their first day, right? So realistically, they have little room to grow. Even some of the teams that aren't doing as well today, they have some space, but I mean, time is going to run out for some of the teams that we're about to talk about.
Yeah, one of those teams being none other. I mean, we got to talk about the Group A. We're going now into the final match. We're going into pretty much make it or break it from the squads. AGL being one of those, Full Sands being one of those as well, and many more other squads in that list.
Yeah, I think we got all those teams that are on the big race as we honor JDG for their win up there. But that kill count, I think, says the name of the game. Suze makes some nice big plays, but it's not going to be enough for these guys. And I think the teams that did have enough, you heard AGAL, they're a team that's in the hunt right now. Sure. And for the Club Cup as well, I think they've hit a point where if they can just get like 5 or 6 points out of this game, they're in good shape. And I think also you got like Vitality in the same boat as they grind up as well. They just need to have sort of an average game here to put themselves in a less stressful position, I think, Godspeed.
Yeah, and they definitely had a much better day today, just like AGL, right? Which is ironic because the 2 clubs that really need that as well. So putting those points, that's huge. They still have 1 game left. Now remember, our cutoff last year was just at 63 points, and we are getting close. We now look at these highlights. Disgusting sprays here coming out of Tyloo, which Tyloo is. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna call it. I don't think they're gonna qualify.
I agree. I'd say Ty Little to Ty Late. You know what I'm saying? But let's talk about this Ty Lee, if you will, as he has been twice now this sort of solo survivor. He plays this backstab, absolutely negates Navi's ability to get into it, doubles the chance for Heather to make this sort of big stab and gets T1 deeper into this one. But more importantly, I think breaks apart the 2 teams who had a chance to dislodge JDG in the end game. So if JDG wants to thank anyone for that win, I would give it to Tyloo.
And honestly, T1 as well. T1, even though it is their first day, their performance today has been great, Lace.
Yeah, I know. I've been sort of matching up like the T1 Falcons narrative, and the reason for that is because every time T1 comes into contention with Falcons, T1 is sort of taking over the top. It is a crazy narrative from them, and time and time again, they're facing our EWC champions, and they are winning. Heather and End both have more individual kills than Tiggs and Kickstart at the moment, and this rivalry goes beyond PUBG, as T1 are actually actively succeeding in their sabotage mission to deny championship points for the Falcons. And I mean, coming with that third place as well just bumps up their average even more. I mean, 3.2 average for their placement points and 7.4 for their eliminations, and that's well above Falcons at 1.25 and 5 for their eliminations. So, you know, this kind of rivalry is pretty dangerous.
I mean, it's funny because you say T1, like, from the organization's perspective, like, we're glad that you're hurting them, right? And, like, from T1's perspective in game, they're like, any chance to see a Falcon limping, I have to go after, right? Because they become so strong potentially. They have a lot of upside. And I think any chance you can take to slow them down. Now, the king here is Heather. He has been unstoppable. We've seen multiple moves where they send him out by himself, and he walks away with 2 or 3 points strapped to his belt.
Even if he's the one that's surviving last as well, we saw that happen with the BRDM play early on with Falcons, running them over and then finish them off with the nade as well. But for some of the other squads, we saw a nice bounce back too from VP in this last game, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, VP is already safe, right? But at this point, they're just continuing to play how they should, right? Instead of stepping off the gas and being like, hey, we already qualified, why would we need to play harder? I like that they're just continuing to practice because they're going to need that practice going into the finals for sure.
Exactly. I mean, that practice is going to come into play. When you're thinking about that practice, some of the squads that are starting to, we really haven't seen a consistent day-to-day out of Falcons. When we think about it, you were just talking about it too, Lace. We did see the confidence come out in the interview that they ended up doing with Kalaris. But at what point, especially going into tomorrow, do we maybe start waving a flag, a red flag of just I don't know. It's not looking good.
For who?
For Falcons.
Oh, okay, so that last send made me really worried. Okay, we're calling a spade.
I love how you looked at me for that, by the way.
Well, I was hoping you would be the mean one. So here, at the end of the day, here's what it is. I agree with Shrimzy's first assessment in that interview that they haven't necessarily had bad calls. It was just bad situations. And I'm not saying that last one was a bad call, but that send, they had to make a choice. Do we sit on the end and do we fight Tyloo, or do we make this big push? I think, was it Tyloo?
It was Tyloo.
It was Tyloo.
It was, in fact.
Do we make a big send towards the middle? Arguably a winning position. You know, T1 is sitting on it, but it's way riskier. And when you're in 13th and you're desperate for points, I feel like the edge is the move. But I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying, like, I'm starting to stress out over what I'm seeing.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Godspeed.
No, I mean, I will never lose faith in those boys. But, I mean, you have to look, when we're talking about T1 and Falcons, you know, kind of being rivals, you're mentioning all these. It's hard to have a rival when you're T1 and you're just blasting past them, right? And T1 also bullied the heck out of 4EM, which we're going to see tomorrow in PGS. So when I look at T1's performance, I expected Falcons to somewhat be around that level, even though T1's having a great time, but they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, the altercation between them too, like, it's just setting that standard, and Falcons are just not reaching that, unfortunately. But look, yeah, I'm still a believer in faith, Toffees. I'm on your side here. We got the faith for tomorrow. But yeah, it's now at this point, and, you know, you were saying, like, oh, you know, you have a couple of bad PUBG, but it's been kind of bad all today. So look, tomorrow has to be an insane performance for them. And, you know, even if we look lower down at this leaderboard, you know, I was touching on Na'Vi before, saying, you know, they started kind of really super strong in this start, but something fell off for them and they're not making these plays. They were sort of being that aggressive, and I was saying, throwing stuff at a wall, letting it stick, but now it just seems like a little bit falling off.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, we're going now into the final match for Group A. They will not be playing tomorrow. So for all those squads that you're currently looking at, VP, I mean, we mentioned it, Godspeed just said it, that squad is looking like it's going to be going to the finals, and they're pretty much set. AGAL and some of the other squads like Shadow Esports, they're still in that cups that if they could have a nice maybe 5 points or 7 points, they could end up securing that final spot.
I just want to point this out because I think it's insane, is that we've played some of these teams. 8 teams have 11 games played. Only one of them has passed Made in Thailand and Twisted Minds. Second and third place still are teams that have 6 games ahead of them. What that does mean, though, is that the cutoff tomorrow potentially drops significantly, because that means those 2 teams come in and can kind of sort of sap those points up there on the top and maybe drive someone a little bit higher.
I think Myth is genuinely the wild card of tomorrow. How many points do they come in and absolutely just soak? 4EM also had a pretty decent day as well. And so when we look at Group B, and Twisted Minds could also come in, soak a bunch of points. GAM, they had 50 points in one day as well. So all these teams, if you are on the cusp, if you are towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you are biting your nails and you want to get as many points in this last game as possible. Otherwise, your chances of going to the grand finals are just cooked.
Yes, for these teams, I mean, we got to repeat it. Shadow Esports, Tyloo, DNS Supers as well. We've seen them being able to kind of spark up, but they just haven't been able to go and get those kills. They haven't been there. The proactiveness to try to get it to the finals with just making sure that they go for those skills is just not there. But it's going to come down to this final match for those teams in Group A. Can they do enough to get enough points to make it to the finals? Or is it just going to be too little, too late?
One match left to determine who from Group A will be going on, or they can do as much as they can to set themselves up for tomorrow. We'll find out what that cut line is looking like a little bit closer after this one is done, but there are some teams that are still sweating going into this final map on Erangel.
8 teams with just 1 game to go, and we're going to be going back to the absolute most historic map, and it's going to be an absolutely insane plane path. Let's look at it.
Look, I'll tell you this right now, Martin. We were talking last game about how many alt drops you see on these southern plains. This is another one where this compound, just on this western side of Sosnovka Island, has about 6 teams that have claimed it as their alt drop, and this is a far, far south plain. So this is going to be interesting. We'll see if any teams decide to drop onto each other there. We might see some early combat here, considering how far south this plain is.
I'm surprised we don't see more teams going on to the military island. We've seen so many of these plane paths where we have a either full military circle or a 50-50 military circle or 50-50 ferry pier military circle. Wow. So I'm surprised I don't see any more going really deep south, or even trying to take a car and go and just loot some of the scrap on the southern side. But yeah, let's see how that evolves. Yeah. We have Vicious there, we have JDD, we have DN Supers. Let's talk about the teams that are on the cusp here, though.
Let's do it.
We have Group A, it's Virtus Pro, Tyloo, AGAL, Vitality, Supers, Full Sense, Petrograd, and Shadow Esports with their last game today. The team with the least points, though, out of those is Petrograd on 36. Absolutely shocking. And look at that circle. That's actually going to make it quite easy for most of the teams, unless we have a southern hardship.
That's honestly about as best as these guys could have hoped for, considering how far south that plane was. I think everybody was thinking Military Island. Unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to go that direction. So we'll see if Petrichor Road actually getting a little bit close here to AGAL off the drop, and they're going to lose O4MB, and that is awful news for Petrichor Road when they have so much left to play for here. Now they got to do it as a trio.
Yeah. We might have to call the agency.
They got to go for his chip, right? Like they have to.
Yeah, have to. Yeah.
But there's no other option. You have to do it if you're gonna try to make a run here.
That they're gonna have to do that, and you know, I don't see Petrichor Road making it. Like they're gonna have a 10-kill chicken dinner to lock this in to get to 56 points. It's just going to be pretty much impossible for them, having lost one. And sure, they can go for it, but are they going to think, okay, are they going to camp it, or are they going to do something funny about it? Because AGL is already qualified, to say, with the 61 points that they have now. I think, as Toffee's mentioned on the desk, we're going to have a lower cutoff. We're going to see Myth and Twisted Minds go absolutely ballistic tomorrow. They're probably going to try to breach that triple digits. T1 trying to get into SNI here and getting some loot. They're going to have no priority inside the circle. They're going to be getting in really late. Starting to loot at the 3-minute mark. That's usually where a lot of the other early teams, they start moving from their loot to try to get some of the high priority. Look at that, though. Vitality enhancing. Shots comes in, and Vitality and Levante, the big fragger of the team, finds another point for Vitality. And they're now on 63 points. That is massive for Vitality here on home turf.
That is huge. And it's great news for Levante, too, as he has been the victim a couple of times of going down early to something like that happening. So, again, another team that could definitely use a few more points to feel a little bit safer here. Shadow Esports only 54. They're going to have to hope that that cut line is a little bit lower, but it looks like Vitality is starting to kind of loop around and see if they can spot out the rest of these Shadow players. Quizzy going for the US. I don't think he knows that Setsuna's there. Setsuna will try to go for the spray, gets him down to half HP, but Vitality will leave. Yeah, Levante reading that, and good cover there from Quizzy to make sure that Setsuna can't just free fire at him.
Yeah, that was well played. Shots comes in from that Dragon. Big shots, potentially. Some headshot put them really low, but yeah, they're just gonna dip and dive out of it. So many teams, you know, outside the circle trying to just be the big white shark in the water. And now JDG tries to go for a actually pretty early E-pick up here, and trying to maybe find some control inside the circle here. I like this play from them. And if it wasn't for that last game, they would have been dead last so far. 27 points now for them. They just need a little bit more, and they're going to have everything on the table for tomorrow. We also have to talk about Tyloo, 42 points. That's not going to be enough in my book. They're going to need 10, maybe even 13 points more cut off in what I could expect and see here. 50 points, maybe 55 points, depending on what happens tomorrow. If we have a big, you know, game from both Myth and Twisted Minds, it's going to be lower. But if they don't, and if they just go out and have fun with it, then the middle pack's just going to be so tight.
Cutting back over here to Petrichor Road. I've been keeping an eye on this. They've been doing a little bit of a chess match, a little psychological warfare going on here between Petrichor and AGAL, but they will get that chip, which is great news for them. They have Razak for free, should get that revive off very easily, and Razak's still inside zone, so they can afford to take the time to get him back and get him looted up. Now, they had the north pretty much to themselves, but it looks like Vitality doing the long wrap around on the north side, north of the river. Also starting to creep over in this direction, but they're coming in on the south side of the river, so Petrichor will be on keeping eyes off to the east, make sure that T1 doesn't take them by surprise.
Absolutely, we're gonna get that rest off. 0-4 MB comes in. The Nightbane of Petrichor Road. They need this last player to make this happen. 36 points so far, one more game to go. In 30 minutes, we're going to know exactly where we end up with them and if they're going to be flying home tomorrow or going to play in the final. Oh, Panzerfaust left for that. Now Falcons as well coming in this northeastern side into this circle here, Poro. Quite the space ahead of them, but if timing allows it, they could be driving straight into Petrichor Road or AGL.
All the timing right now is kind of weird for Petrichor Road because Chewy was sent to scout off to the south and he's returning back. It looks like he'll be able to get back to him. Petrichor Road, after they hit that revive spot, they immediately got on the move, which is good news because T1, as you see, has now made their entry into Razak after looting up in Yesnaya, but they're going to see the taillights of Petrichor Road. So Pero not going to have time to get loot up for 04MB, but 04MB already on the move. You can see he's coming back in as Petrichor Road still trying to find a spot to play. This might be a ruins, if anything else. AGAL already in position, and I think Petrichor Road knows it.
This could be very scary, both for T1 and for Petrichor Road, because AGL is just going to spring out of damage.
Pola mape ozio, opa. Ide Raining po burgere.
Petrichor Road, and they're shooting back as well. T1's flying around, Raining taking so much damage, down to 48 HP.
T1 has had a banger of a day so far for themselves. They'd love to be able to get a few more points here today, as EN will get taken down and flushed out by Falcons, so that'll be a point secured for the boys in green.
Te 1-43 bol.
T1, you have to try to get as many points as they can today, because when tomorrow arrives, they have an enemy entering the lobby that they have a lot of familiarity with in 4 a.m. That is going to be a major storyline for tomorrow. As you see, 04MB will land. Tiggleton taking shots from range, but it looks like he should be safe. And Petrichor Road now back up to 4 strong.
Absolutely. 04MB just running for his life, trying to get a little bit of scraps of loot here that's on this higher ground of ruins as the other guys trying to get some space ahead of them here.
Te jedan danas prvi dan. Da. 43 boda.
Insane. Gonna have plenty of loot there for him.
Lagan.
Need some helmets. The other guy's gonna have the utility. And Vicious from that military island trying to get in with an E pickup too. We're gonna have this circle pop though. Let's see where we do end up, Poro.
Yeah, it's a real AD pickup for Vicious. See where they, I mean, yeah, you can't blame him for it. Obviously, they're waiting for the circle to pop and be able to drop wherever it may go. And it's gonna go on the mainland. Still hugging the coastline here. Navi have their pick of the litter as far as places they want to play. GAL also in a pretty decent spot, but a number of teams off to the west are all going to be running into each other right now, and it's immediately starting as you see a number, some more E pickups being popped up there by Genji. I don't think that they're going to end up taking that one. Salute just kind of holding the line.
Ispana mi jedan. Correct.
It's going to be happening on the western side here. Correct goes down. Beamy returns the favor. Deal finds Beamy as well. DN Supers needs these points. They're in 48. They could be the call.
Jevi ga, probuje za Beamy. Respekt za Beamy, a probuje.
Down to just 2 players. A red zone dead center as well. We're going to have such
Liga s počinki hila izbio iza.
Nije, try by.
Late game here with so much cover being created. Sharpa being engaged in 17. Lots of damage done here with utility as well.
Yeah, the top of Pachinki Hill getting a lot of love right now here between 17 and Sharper. See if they can get Tianchan back up. Give credit to Supers immediately getting those 2 kills and flushes onto Virtus.pro and getting their knocked man in the trunk of the car and get him out of the danger zone. It looks like Vicious has arrived as well. Eyes in the skies will be taking shots at them, but all the people on the ground have maybe more important things to worry about, so that might be good news here for Vicious.
Jedi sees 17 shots, comes in, connects quite a lot, but the car is also providing cover. Jedi and Earthsapalui from Sharper trying to fend off 17. Look at that. Dogmai goes down as well from Vicious.
Did he get hit while he was in the air? I've always wanted to know if that could happen, if they were parachuting down, if he could get hit by a red zone bomb while in the air. But Dogmai finding out the hard way. It looks like he might have got hit while he on the ground, so they should be able to get the res. But VC do manage to get all boys onto the ground, and we'll see if they can reset. Now 17. Sharper, again, just being a really tough out here. But 17 able to get Tianchan back. They've got 4 men alive, and they've got the time right now to devote to finishing these guys off.
Bill goes with the push. Can he get Earthsapalui off this Richie? Stun grenade applied. That's going to be huge. It's going to be a little bit too far here. Earthsapalui finds Shao, who gets another one, but Tianchan returns.
Ali DNS je na 50 bodova, boga mi oni su
double knock though for Earthsapalui. That gives Jedi
na
a little bit
granici.
of time here, a little bit of room to work with, as he's going to throw a Molotov over in that direction, hope for the best, but Wembo is his primary concern currently as he continues to throw flashbangs over, and Wembo knows
Gle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ekipa ako počin kill.
He'll go ahead and rejoin the rest of his squad mates. Jedi gonna hop down because he hears the vehicles of Shadow Esports coming in right behind, and JDG now arriving as well. 17, they've got their backs up against the wall.
We're down to just Wenbo and Lil Ghost. They're going to have to fend this off. Zeus is knocked, but Wenbo gets found from the top, turns around, damage towards December 12th, but Jexy also gets involved. So much fights here, so many third parties. Shao is going to be flushed here by December 12th.
Look at this Vitality now. They see all this going on. They're going to finish off Lil Ghost, and that's going to do it for 17 Gaming. Vitality just roaming around just below the hillside. They hear all the gunshots. They see all the smokes. Let's see if they decide to go up there and get involved. Doesn't look like they will. Gedrox will just go for position. Full sense, though. They are in a good spot here to maybe do a little bit of gatekeeping.
17th out in
on there.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 out in 16th place here means they're going to end the day on 23 points. It's probably the lowest I've ever seen 17 Gaming on at an international level. Thanadol with the MG3 in hand, the bullet hose. They decided to not take shots towards Shadow here, so they're going to be able to sit up towards the center of the zone.
Looks like Vitality is actually going to avoid all that as well and just continue down to the south. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they wrapped all the way from the northwest all the way to the southeast. We'll see if Shadow Esports are just dug in.
Sad će Belmo da zvekne nade.
I think that's Full Sense mostly taking shots over in that direction. Does Full Sense now have control over the west? They do have Jedi on the top of the hill, and that's a problem that they have to worry about.
Jedan dost. Kako ne može Bog?
For the Battle Royale stage at ESPORTS World Cup 2026. You see live from Paris, you see the nerves coming in.
Luka nokan u kamp.
Levante finds Lukarux though. That's a big headshot with the MK. Quizzy gets the confirmation. And sure, Virtus.pro had a great
kršanje su. Ostao Nino živ.
A hell of a tournament so far for Virtus.pro, and they're down to just Nixie right now as Supers continue to clean out that compound. Meanwhile, Shadow is just expecting the push here from Full Sense. There you go, Nixie will go down. So Virtus.pro is eliminated. They will be comfortable and happy with their performance here for the first 2 days and can start thinking forward towards the final.
GMG also on only 16 points after 5.5 games is insanity. If you look at the names on that roster, Falcons here in the northern side, they're actually in there safe. Gustav is creating space around him on that eastern side, actually taking some of the great big compounds that's available as T1 is driving ahead of them. It's going to be quite congested towards the middle in some of these smaller dips. We have Navi playing extremely aggressive, trying to hold down that compound with the big white building inside of it. Tigger finds Kamals from Shadow Esports, has Full Sense approaches and engages. Look at that utility being committed to that. That's going to be a complete wipe of Shadow Esports from Full Sense.
there's just nothing you can do. If you get smoked off like that and you're not in a position to prevent them from getting into grenade range, you know what to expect, right? You know that these guys are just going to get within grenade range and just drop it right on top of your heads. And unfortunately, they had no better option than to stack on top of each other as the circle will pop. It's going to go dead center, Petrichor Road right in the middle.
And they needed 36 points before this game started, Poro, and yeah. It could be the Patty situation with the burger all around them, and you don't want to be that. Look how many teams are trying to get close. Vitality actually getting and sniffing closer to the area here. D finds Quizzy. Gen.G also needs the points here. Levante also has been found. Heaven stole the point away though, as Supers are playing their last game too. They need the points. They need to try to get into this 55+ terrain.
Oh yeah, rough stuff for Vitality. They will survive for now under pressure from Vicious, keeping 2 alive. Regardless of what happens in this game, that 3 kills that they've gotten so far will bring them up to 65 points. You got to imagine that they're probably feeling comfortable here as we get a look at Rex finishing off young Nixie. Yep.
Boom.
Not what you want to see peeking around the corner is a guy with a Panzerfaust in hand.
Oh, you just think
GG.
Tickleton finds raining now. The team
Prošli su finale, to je najbitnije.
Continue to fight throughout all the game here. Tig, can you get the confirmation as well? At least they know the information now. More shots, more knocks are coming in here as they try to approach it. I think he's trying to pick him up. Tig finds a knock and a flush onto T1. More points come the way of Falcons.
Opet Tiggleton. Ala Tiggleton dere sa ovim mortarima.
Just put them in their pocket right now. Gustav just giving them the readings, letting them know where they are. As Type will, yeah, you can see him just kind of crawling around. The rest of T1 looks like they're going to hop into vehicles. Ian and Heather already on the move. Shrimsy tried to take the flanking angle to catch them as soon as they did, and T1, they're in trouble. Heather is going to go down.
Ode T1.
There's going to do it for T1. They will go
43 boda, odličan dan.
Points on the day, not too shabby for old T1.
Not considering Tyloo after 11 games is on 42, so that is massive. Tyloo under a lot of pressure from Falcons now as they're going to have a scrappy fight on this northern side. Hakatar finds Shrimsy, and now Tyloo's going to potentially try to steal that away from him. Yeah, Hakatar actually gets the confirmation. That's huge from Na'Vi. They also need the points, but they are dead center. They got hot cover to play around, so let's see how far they can take it in this game here for their campaign.
Tyloo in a really good position to be a problem. They've got a lot of work left to do if they want to try to feel a little bit more comfortable, considering that they were sitting on 20 points after 3 games today. They've managed to double that in the last 2 games, so hell of a job by Tyloo here to close things out. We'll see if they're able to clutch any more as JDG Gaming just trying to survive under the shadows of AGAL bullets.
And it's just trying to create space here around the trees for cover. A little bit of a foxhole being dug out here as the phase is closing, and 5 more seconds, we're going to see this next circle here. It's going to have such an impact. If we don't send her up, it's going to make and force teams to move. We've got, yeah, it's going to be a slight donut, but Petrichor dead center. Can they capitalize from this circle luck?
Again, you bring up the problem as well as the benefit. Obviously, you get great luck. You're right in the dead center, but there's not hard cover there. There's not a compound. They're just hiding in the middle, and you can only be so aggressive from that position without putting yourself at major risk. And you see the mortar still falling over in Falcons territory, but Tig is going to return the favor.
Pali šut, da. Iako ne volim da gledam kad nema Virtusa, ali palit ćemo. O jebote.
Da, druže, odvadi malo, ba jebote.
Trigonometry happening here. Lee returns the favor onto Kickstart.
Payback,
Can they capitalize? Can they make something happen here in the last game for Falcons?
They're getting too good with these mortars as Tig will avoid the gunshots from Na'Vi. Get to the ditch in time to go for the res on to Kickstart. Tyloo, though, they've gotten both of their men back on their feet. They might be able to send another mortar over in this direction as, no, it looks like they're going to try to reposition. I think maybe taking a little bit of damage, but Kickstart going to get him back on his feet. Tyloo, no kills despite, yeah, now he's back on it. We'll see if the Falcons can get out of that ditch before the mortars come again. Right on top, and no, not going to find him this time.
That goes down as well. Gen.G finds points here. D is on a rip this game here. Tickleton with 3 kills so far. Flash finds Jedi. That is Sharp out in 12th place. It's going to be a little bit rough for them as well with 29 points just. They're going to be joining that mid-pack.
Skies are alive with mortar fire right now, but it looks like it might calm down as Falcons will try to regroup, reposition, secure themselves a spot here. Nice spray from Tig. Will take down one dragon as Tai Lu.
Kakav meč imaju Falcons. Jako su mrtvi vjerovatno.
Kong Kong and Hausker, the last two players left alive, and they are pushed right up against the wall. He will get the knock on a kickstart, and that might open up a little bit of a door here for Tai Lu.
Yeah, kickstart's on the second or third knock. He's bleeding out fast. 15 more seconds. I don't see them getting it. He's going to get flushed potentially here. Kong finds it. Hausker goes down to Fairest, and Tai Lu is on a lot of pressure here. They're going to try to go for the rest. The circle is pressuring them. It's going to be closing in 30 seconds.
It's been a little bit of a slow day for Na'Vi as well. But they might be able to find some more points here in this final game. 4 alive, complete control over the East as Hausker is going to go down to Tiggleton. He'll get both of them. Tiggleton now up to 6 kills, putting the Falcons on his back here in the end.
Tiggleton 6 kilova, koliko cijeli tim Falcons.
Gustav finds Delvin as well. Flash finds Tycon. There's so much pressure being applied on the western side here. A lot of teams are trying to approach it. Delvin's down. D gets flushed as well. Flash finds Tycon as Full Sense try to get D and Supers out of this lobby.
I mean, remember how Vicious got here. They took the E pickup. They got one of their by a red zone upon arrival, and now they are in great position to cause problems with Thanadol. He's got that MG3 in hand, and he is making it sing as he finds 2 of Supers. Supers now down to just human.
Not happy with that one.
A dobro, me da daš pištolj, riješio bi.
That's absolutely safe for finals. Now D and Super trying to make the most of it, but they're out in 9th place. And is that going to be enough? 53 points here. I'm not certain that's going to be enough for the cutoff. Dogmai finds lots of points onto Full Sense as well, as Vicious has had a great day one for their first showing here at ESPORTS World Cup.
Hell of a performance from them as Thanadol.
The
last player left up here for Full Sense. 60 points for them today, or for them overall as well. Gotta imagine they're feeling pretty comfortable. Would love to be able to get a little bit more here if possible. That may be asking too much versus Vicious, just in perfect position here. And there's not much Thanadol can do, and he will go down at the end to Simon T.
Oh, this 55 to 6.
Jebote, ovi već imaju 41 poena. Biće ovo bukvalno stakano sve.
Tiggleton 6 kills. Gustav 1 here. The last 2 flying Falcons. They have the north side. They could get a little bit more out of this one here. Potentially placements, but also the kills. Petroglyph Road still hunkering down in the middle. Is it going to be enough though? They're 4 alive, Poro. I'm not sure. Some teams are going to drive up and pull up straight on top of them.
Petroglyph I-26 V6 will find December 12th as JDG tried to make the send. And there's just not anything for them to do here. Nons, you can see, is just getting pressed from all sides. He's going to go down to Soul from Gen G from range. It's just now taking damage from Gen G. Gen G kind of coming alive here late as well. They really need to. Only 21 points on the day for them so far, but they are in a good position to try to get some damage done playing from the south.
Utilities being deployed now. I-26 trying to get that flush onto him. Gustav finds Dogmai. That's a good point to secure Falcons. 8 kills, top 7 for them. Great game. It's going to be enough. 34 points here. They're in 16th place with only 6 games played. That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, you're never upset about that. I think 35 points around that after 6 games. That's about average. That's what you would hope for. No matter how you go about getting it, it's going to put you in good position for tomorrow. All you got to do is hope that you maybe get a little bit of luck and a few more kills going your direction. But look at that leaderboard. All the bottom half of it right now are the teams that are still left alive as we get to see a little bit of that Tiggleonometry in action. The back-to-back knocks onto Tai Lu.
That was insane.
Lion's share of that damage, and he immediately pops up, finds one dragon. It's been the Tiggleton show for the Falcons. We'll see if they can keep it going as the circle will abandon them. They're going to continue playing around on the north from the edge. It looks like they've spotted out Suze.
Oh, is that a C4? It's a C4. They're going to be driving that straight onto Petroglyph Road here. Tig's going to be waiting a little bit for it, then driving it forward, and then rolling it down onto Petroglyph Road. That might have quite the impact. Gustav finds Suze. That is JDG out. And now they're into the top 6. Look at this. It's chasing it. It's going to get down. Exactly what Petroglyph Road was hoping for not to be happening. Hackatory steals the kill away, though.
Dobar nade.
Oh, still got grenades left. Gustav Perfect throw from him to ruin Petrichor Road's chances. They're down to just one player. Chewy nowhere near, but Falcons need
Nema,
to
Pero
make sure
40 bodova, nema šanse prođe.
these so important points. Chewy alive via the grace of the smoke, but Virtus, you can see Vicious looking over in their direction, Gen G looking over in their direction, and Tiggleton and Gustav now the dangerous, deadly duo coming from the north, causing so much problem.
Chewy trying to fend off this. Pau has a P90. He's going to be able to survive for just a little bit longer. If Chewy goes down, it's just going to be the 2 kills going the way of Falcons. They are first knock, though, so it's going to take 100 seconds.
And when is Navi going to get active here? They've got 4 kills so far, but they're 4 alive playing from the eastern side. They have not really started to wrap around and get involved in all of this. Simon T will go down to the blue zone. Powell, the last player left alive. You can see he's got that. There you go, Tiggleton. Add another one to the count. 12 total for Falcons, but Gustav has gone down. And he even go for the res at this point, as now Navi has started to activate. They're going to go down to the south and deal with Gen G.
Boostic finds Hakator with the car. That's so unfortunate. Maybe the rest is going to be able to happen here. Powell finds Gustav. That's going to alert Tiggleton. Maybe he can get another point and a kill. And look at that. He finds the point from the placement and a kill onto Powell.
Jebote kakav game, Falcons.
What a game for him so far.
One-man army for Team Falcons right now, as Bean will get spotted out by a nicely placed grenade from Spyro. Navi back up to 4 strong after that unfortunate incident with the vehicle. Hollow My Bad still involved here as well. He could pop up and get involved at any moment. Navi sending Spyro down to the south side, playing around the edge to see if he can find any angles, but Gen G are dug in. It's not going to be easy to spot them out.
Tiggleton alone on the northwestern side here. Actually backfilling the Gen G position could be huge for him. He could get more points out of it. Still one Vitality solo, still Tiggleton solo, but he's locked in.
Let's see what Gen G is dealing with.
Navi, ako vina i oni su na 40 pojena u prvom u prvom danu. Biće sutra prestakano.
Has just been going ape on this northern side.
P90 now.
He's got a P90, because why not? Why not give a P90 to the guy that is just absolutely farming? But this is what we're dealing with on the top of this hillside with the new destructible terrain. Even jump peeking, it looks like Hakatori may...
He's sniffing.
Yeah, he's definitely nervous about it. He's not going to walk up right onto Hello My Bad. In fact, he might be calling Boostic over here to provide support.
You could also see the way he was jumping and then pointing down. He was trying to mark the exact location, so they have an active marker on that location. So let's see what happened here. 8 kills and 1,000 damage though for Tiggleton, and a 3 helmet.
13 kilo,
get more out of it. Can he get an impact on Gen G? So still alive. Also,
yeah.
With salute.
A dobro, jedan dan možda riješiš problem.
I mean, goodness gracious. That is a salvage game and a half.
Možda jedan dan ubodeš,
Salute though looking over in that direction. He's expecting it. Waiting for the push. Might have spotted him out, and in fact he did. He's going to trade the shots. Almost gets him, but Tiggleton will go down. Salute able to spot him out and heal up once again, as Gen G, they're finding some success here late in the day as well.
Vitality absolutely squeezing the most points possible out of this one here. And Gen G only 16 points after the 5 games we played until this one here. So they needed this. Now with 5 points in placement guaranteed. Let's see how much they can get. Can they get Vitality out? Can they get another kill? Can they get a flush onto Navi? Surely Navi wins this just by the grace of being 4 alive. Hakatori finds Soul now without just Salute.
Yeah, Soul trying to go for that northern flank, but Navi more than ready for it. Salute will try to trade some shots back, as we'll have to get on the move once again. I think he just spotted out Hakatori behind the tree, but will run away, and that grenade might be enough to do it. No, it's going to fall just shy.
Nije ga vidio.
Will strike. The grenade will find Salute, but Hello My Bad securing a second place for Vitality. Can he get any more of it? He cannot.
Na koliko su završili? 30 i nešto. Skoro 40, jel?
Navi being absolutely different here, playing it surgically perfect. They did not want to risk it. They wanted to be 4 alive to secure this chicken dinner, and it's going to put them quite deep into the race here. Sure, it's their first day tomorrow. They got 6 more games to play. and they're going to be ending up somewhere in the 40-plus points here after this game. What a way to play it. But the story of this game surely has to be Tickleton and his new duo partner of Gustav. What a way to impact this northern side, and what a way to make a name for themselves in this last game.
Massive salvage game for them, and definitely going to be feeling a lot more comfortable going into day 2 after that big performance to close out the day. So hopefully maybe get a little confidence snowball rolling there as well. But Na'Vi, man, I gotta feel like if they were in a better, if they had a better first 5 games, they were in a position to where they could have been a lot more deadly if they were more in a spot to take high-risk plays. But instead, they realize, okay, we need to have a win here. We need to just secure this. We're 4 alive. We see the kill feed just lighting up like a Christmas tree. Let's not throw. We don't need the kills just yet. Let's just get these placement points. We're perfectly positioned for it. We'll take the 6-7 kills to go along with it, and that's going to set us up very nicely for day number 2.
He didn't even get the point for the kill there, but he did get the point for placement. Surviving out from Gen G there. Vitality also, what a great day for them.
Fantastic day for them.
They are able to put themselves into 60-plus points, so that's absolutely amazing. Even maybe 70-plus points here. So far, so good. Virtus Pro saved, Made in Thailand saved, Twisted Minds, Team Vitality. In my book, AGL is also safe.
Yeah. On the other side of that coin, teams that we were keeping eyes on, Petrichor Road. Out. I don't know, buddy. I think you might be donezo. Tai Lu also in that same predicament. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, anything can happen now that you got Myth and Twisted Minds in there tomorrow. You got T1 that's had an insane day today. That's another team that could just farm. You really, at that point, if you're one of those teams that are kind of sitting lower, you just hope that some team comes in tomorrow and just pops off and sponges up all the points, lowering that cut line.
If I would be deciding it right now from what I'm thinking is going to happen tomorrow, I think Petrichor Road is absolutely out. Tai Lu is absolutely out. But my worry is Super's going to be out? Are there going to be that, 16th, 15th place team? It's going to be so many teams in that big make pack. One big game is going to jump you up straight into the top 8 quite easily.
Luka!
Do they go out and farm tomorrow?
Bravo,
do they
the
go for the triple digits? Do they go for the absolute dominance? If I know Kiss right and the guys, they're going to come in and have so much fun with everything tomorrow, just fragging out and pulling up on everyone.
Well, that's the thing, is that team is probably at their most dangerous when they have no fear. Like they're not worried about anything. They're not concerned. They know they've made it. So they're just going to take all the high risk, high reward plays. And usually when you're playing loose, you're playing fast, those rewards end up being pretty large here. You could say the same thing about Twisted Minds. That's not a team that you want to have to play when they're playing confident and don't have the stress and the pressure of having to reach that cut line as well. So we'll see. Obviously a lot of things on the line here tomorrow when we play with groups B and C to close things out. Group A, you did what you had to do. Hopefully you did enough.
Yeah, let's go throughout today though. So far, Petrichor last place, 17 points. 17 Gaming, only 23 points. Shadow is down there with 20, but Tai Lu only 24. That's not good enough. Gen G after this last game here jumps up into 26. There's so many teams in that mid pack, but Virtus Pro, what a way to start and end. So far, 50 points today here. Vicious starting on 45, Na'Vi on 44, Vitality 43. What a way to go about it for these teams here.
It's beautiful work by those teams, and very happy for them, and we look forward to seeing them in the final. But we are going to throw it over to an interview, so make sure you tune in, and make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we will be back.
As day 2 comes to a close, we of course have some interviews down here on the main stage. I've got the main man himself. I have Himas here from AGAL. Himas, let's kick things off by talking about today. Slightly better than yesterday. Yesterday seemed like an uphill battle, but talk to us about the end. You looked like you were particularly upset after that last match.
Trận cuối cùng bọn em cần nhiều điểm hơn để có thể vào chung kết, nhưng mà bọn em đã làm không tốt cho nên là em hơi bực ạ.
In the last match, we really need a lot of points to be able to get to the final, but we didn't do well enough. That's why I was upset.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, let's think back a little bit to PGS5. You know, to come so close, and then to, you know, 17 Gaming to kind of pip you guys right at the post, just at the very end. Did that have more of a negative impact on you guys as a team, or did that motivate you coming into the Esports World Cup?
Burger!
Da ga jebo. Ne pokvarim da ne bude okruglo. Hvala Mili, živio.
Ở Burger 5 thì bọn em đã lấy lại tinh thần cũng như là để có thể bắn giải tiếp theo.
After we get to the top 2 of PS5, we try our best to get here.
That's fair, and you know, touching on what you said earlier very quickly before I let you go, 61 points. Do you feel like you've done enough to get into the grand finals?
Em có nghĩ là hôm nay em đã làm đủ tốt để có thể để đến được vòng chung kết không?
Việc mà 61 điểm thì em nghĩ là em cũng không biết được. Nên là phải chờ ngày mai, nốt ngày mai để mới biết được có được vào chung kết hay không.
61 points, we really don't know at the moment. We have to wait until tomorrow to be able to know we are going to be in the final or not.
It's true. Himas, stoic, but you know what? You're a legend of the esport. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. You're an absolute legend. Don't go anywhere because we have another interview set up right across the way with, of course, Kalaris.
Yeah, thanks very much, Barney. Production, can we cut
EV, big EV.
What is this? All right, I've got... we played basketball earlier. Have you ever played basketball?
Yeah, I played in the NBA.
Oh, this makes way more sense. Ibby here, the coach from Virtus Pro. So you guys have looked spectacular today. My first question for you guys is 85 points going into that last game, a very aggressive 2-2 split. Was this you guys limit testing, or you did lose 2 on the rotation?
No, that's just playing with balls. I would have also done that 2-2 split. I like it that they did it. We got caught by DNS, kind of like a timing thing. We go next.
Fair play, fair play. So I did speak to Nixie at the end of yesterday, and he was kind of a bit, you know, up and down about the results as a whole. Obviously, it was a bit of a difficult day, despite you getting 37 points anyway. So was the game plan changed? What was the discussion coming into day number 2, and what you guys had to approach?
Not really. We had 2 situations that were pretty similar yesterday. We kind of spoke about that, and we didn't speak much before the games today. Same focus, good comms. We played insane. Our comms today were great. I'm super happy, and we played great.
No doubt, no doubt. You did look really, really good here today. So let's go kind of bigger picture here for a moment. You guys are obviously in that grand final, but for Virtus Pro, for the ESPORTS World Cup Championship and everything like that, the club championship specifically, for Virtus Pro, obviously, I think a lot is on the line. You've got a lot of strong contenders across some of these games as well. How are you guys looking at it as a whole?
I mean, we know it's really important for VP. We're going to try our best, and I know we have a really good chance. The team is looking really good right now, and we're really confident. So we're going to give it our all, and I'm really looking forward to the finals.
All right, thank you very much, Ibiza, for joining me here. Production, you can't find anybody else much taller than this man, so get out of here.
I
beg to differ, Kalaris, because you know what? Let me actually do this real quick.
Just squeeze in real quick with us right here.
It looks like we're the security detail for this guy.
Let's take our son to school, shall we?
I look like one of my kids, I swear. But honestly, we're going to talk about that last game a little bit. We had Navi being able to put up a good performance there in that last one. And finally, I was getting ready to wave those red flags for Falcons, but it all comes down to just one superstar player being able to make plays, getting those kills, and boy, did he show up with Tick.
Well, so we talked about earlier today with like Navi and Falcons and how they were having tough days, but they were still sort of grinding out this 5 points per game average. And the goal with that is that you have that one big bopper out of 6. Both of them got it in the end. Navi obviously comes out with the win through placement points, Falcons is with kills, but now they're back in the race. And that's what I expect from these two teams. That's what I expect from any great team, right? That's where the difference is made.
Now,
let's do this.
That was excellent of Navi, excellent of Falcons. They salvaged the day. Love to see it. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about 7. There are teams here, as we look at the leaderboards, they're just going home. Now, AGAL in full sense, there is a high possibility because of the teams coming into tomorrow. Myth, Liquid, Twisted Minds, that they sponge up enough points to make 60 just about the cutoff. But when you're talking about Shadow Esports, Supers,
ja ne znam koliko će treba pojena sutra.
Petrichor Road, I think their run is done.
I believe so too, honestly.
Stvarno nemam pojma.
On Copium for that squad, I'm hoping that they might be able to just done enough with those
Jo, nemoj jeba.
But I don't think it's gonna happen. Supers as well, because we have some of the other squads.
Prvo sa konto 60, ali 60 je too much, jer je prvi dan bio baš top heavy.
They're gonna make big pushes, and I think, you know, during that interview, AJL was a little bit...
Ona sa konto 50, 55.
I think it is, because at the end of the day, there are 5 teams below.
Ali sad opet mislim da neće ni to biti dovoljno.
They just haven't gotten enough way below that cutoff. R8, who plays tomorrow, as you're going to see here in just a second when we get to the last stage of the board, has 10 points.
Jer sad je 16 na 40. Ali okej, znaš, ono sutra su ove druge ekipe, B i C.
Going into the last game. So the fact that they had a good game and now are sort of back in the 30s hunt means that they could potentially do it tomorrow. But what that means is for AGAL, there's really only 2 teams that they have, like there's only 2 teams that they have to worry about not getting passed by. You know what I mean? Like when you count those numbers. So I think that they are probably okay. In fact, I would even argue if that cutoff goes to 60, some of our other teams, like Full Sense, might still be in.
Yeah, it's very much a chance. But 2 teams I really want to talk about too, as far as going into tomorrow, are T1 and 4AM. Because again, 4AM has pretty much been bullied in PGS by T1, and they're going to face off, and both of them are just around kind of the 30-point cusp. So that's going to be a really interesting fight to watch tomorrow as well.
17 Gaming, one of those teams that we were expecting them to do a little bit better too. Toffees today, only 23 points.
What was that?
Exactly.
That's how I feel about what I saw from them today. To be 17 Gaming, to get the middle drop on every map, to have the chances to move, and it wasn't like they weren't getting circled, like it wasn't sliding to extreme circles in every single game.
No.
They should have been able to play those placements, set their traps. They just did not do it. And for a team like 17 with players like Xiao Wu, I just don't think that that's acceptable.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about some teams that are also coming in tomorrow that are really struggling. Geek is one of those, they only got 23 points in their first day of play, and they're really going to need more than that, plenty more than that, if they want to actually qualify into the finals.
And the reason why it's so scary for some of those squads that we were talking about that we're in Group A, that we don't think that we're able to do it good enough, because of what we have been able to see today out of Falcons, right? We were talking about them earlier on, saying that it's starting to look a little bit sketchy. Then they have an amazing game. Same with JDG. The team was at the bottom at one point and was able to bounce back. There's a lot of squads here that have been able to bounce back, and with the way that some of the squads were performing in that Group B, it is a little bit sketchy.
Especially like when we look at the Falcons highlight here, you see Gustav making a good play. And if the rumor is true that they did make a change to who is the in-game leader, and they just did it before this event, you only get better, right? If you've got those 6 new IGL games in a super competitive environment under your belt, I think that's where you start to adapt and grow. So I think Falcons tomorrow comes in, shows up. They always do. Na'Vi comes in, shows up. I expect those teams to sort of keep rising.
Yeah, I could agree with Falcons. Na'Vi should show up. I feel like in that last game on the south side, they could have done more. They could have been a little more proactive to get some more points. Do I fault them for it? No, because as you stated, they just need that win. Right. They just want to be safe. But again, the champion mentality, yes, it's just top 16. I wanted to see more. That being said, Falcons, I do agree with. I think they're in a good position. And after that game, kind of a sigh of relief. Hey, we just need to play at least decent tomorrow, and we should make that cutoff.
So you say champion mentality, and I agree with you. I get that idea of like, you want that sort of aggressive, take all the points idea. But I think Poro pointed it out as well. He said they just were in a position where they couldn't risk it. They had to get the 10. They knew the win was on the table. And it's fair. But to me, that actually is my champion's mentality. The idea, the ability to go, now is not the time, right? Like that is a really tough thing for a lot of pro athletes across the board to truly wrap their head around. It's like that this is not the moment. This is where we go slow. This is where we stay passive. This is where we make moves.
And the beautiful thing is that tomorrow we'll get a chance to see both of those champion mentalities, because Myth is going to be coming in. Falcons is still going to be here. And tomorrow will be the final day of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 group stage. Don't worry, we still got a lot more to come your way. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today. Shout out to production. Shout out to everybody being able to work this amazing event. And I can't wait to see who's going to be going home tomorrow, because we'll finally get to crush some keys.
Ljudi, to je to, igramo poslije Ranked sa Redlineom, tako da gasim sad stream, palim ga malo kasnije. Vidimo se.
And create your account by typing in your email and password. Check your inbox to verify your email. Next step is to connect your game account by typing in your in-game nick. That's it. Just play ranked. Win some, lose some, We count it all. Check your standings on Ladder, compete and earn, analyze your replays, and track your improvements. Only on eWave.